Chapter 171. Princess Taiping's words were not firm because she knew that the life and death of these people did not depend on her or Wu Yuji. Wu Yuji stammered, "Your Highness, this general cannot make the decision." Princess Taiping's jade face turned cold as she lightly nodded and said, "I know. Postpone the execution. I will go see the Empress." Wu Yuji heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This general obeys." Li Gui jumped out and said coldly, "What right does your Highness have to interfere with the imperial court's affairs? General Wu, you dare to disobey the Empress' decree?" Princess Taiping looked at his attire and frowned slightly. "Who are you?" Li Gui puffed out his chest and replied loudly, "Wu Yuji greets Princess Taiping." Princess Taiping's phoenix eyes flashed with killing intent, and her lips curled into a cold smile. She nodded slightly and said, "Good. This princess cannot interfere with the imperial court's affairs. This princess also cannot interfere with the imperial court's affairs. But you, this lowly talent, can jump out and point fingers?" Li Gui was slightly angry and retorted, "Your Highness, this lowly one is following Minister Wu's order." He did not finish his words when Princess Taiping flicked her sleeve and said in a deep voice, "Take down this arrogant dog for me." Under Princess Taiping's command, the two maids immediately rushed forward in large strides. Li Gui still wanted to resist, but the two maids were sumo masters. How could they let him succeed? They separated to the left and right, raising their hands to catch him. Like an eagle catching a chick, they held him in their hands. His arms in the hands of the two fat maids were like two reeds. Princess Taiping said, "Tie him up and throw him into the river." Li Gui was not afraid when he was being held, but when he heard Princess Taiping's words, he could not help but be shocked and said, "Princess Taiping, I am Minister Wu's man. You dare to kill me?" Princess Taiping smiled coldly and said to Wu Yuji, "This princess is going to see the Empress. General Wu, please wait for a moment." Wu Yuji hurriedly said, "Wu Yuji will wait for the princess news." Princess Taiping flicked her sleeve and left. The two maids next to her had already gagged Li Gui's mouth and used the white silk as a rope to tie him up tightly. They were still worried that Li Gui would not sink into the water, so they stuffed a big stone into his bosom to tie him up. By the time Princess Taiping got off the boat and went ashore, the tightly tied up Li Gui had already been thrown into the river. With a splash, Li Gui, who was hugging the big stone and tied up like a baby, quickly sank into the water. The water rippled, and not even a few bubbles appeared. Wu Zetian had already returned to the temporary imperial residence. Her daughter's resistance had made her extremely angry, but once she had made a decision, no one could change it. Perhaps when she was still a talented person, a Jiaoyi, she would succumb to the will of others and do things that went against her will, but that was already a very long time ago. In these decades, no one dared to go against her will. When she was still the Empress, Gao Zong and Shangguan Yi plotted to abolish the Empress. When she got the news, she rushed to the Emperor's palace and sternly asked Gao Zong why he abolished the Empress and if she had done anything wrong. At that time, no matter how tough her attitude was, there was still a trace of fear in her heart. If Gao Zong insisted on abolishing the Empress, no matter how tough she was, she would not be able to escape the ending of being banished to the cold palace. But Gao Zong was far more cowardly than she had imagined. He panicked and denied it, and he blushed and pushed all the blame to Shangguan Yi. It was from that time that she began to realize how strong she was. It was from that time that she began to try to control her husband, the emperor, in her hands. Now, she no longer needed to look at anyone's face, nor did she need to change her mind because of anyone, even if it was her own daughter. When Wu Zetian returned to the temporary imperial residence, she gradually calmed down. Seeing that the mother and daughter quarreled with each other, the princess really regretted it. She accepted the benefits from Wu Qingxi and was blinded by greed. She tried to pull the strings, but she did not expect that Princess Taiping would react so strongly. She was worried that Empress Wu would give up this matter because of her daughter's reaction, and it would be hard to explain to Wu Qingxi. She was also worried that after Princess Taiping forced the marriage, she would resent her. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. After a while, Shanghai Wanner sent a message saying that Princess Taiping had left in anger. The princess was even more afraid. She clung to Wu Zetian and talked about all kinds of things. While comforting Wu Zetian, she was also thinking about how to turn this matter around and not offend anyone. Before she could come up with a comprehensive plan, Tuaner suddenly rushed in and reported to Wu Zetian, "Empress, Princess Taiping wants to see you." Wu Zetian and the princess were both stunned. Wu Zetian said curiously, "Since she returned to the city in anger, why did she come to see me? This is not that girl's character." The princess hurriedly said, "I think Taiping has changed her mind. Maybe she has thought it through. Empress, please see her quickly and see what Taiping has to say." Wu Zetian nodded and ordered, "Let her in." After a while, Princess Taiping walked into the room. Wu Zetian snorted coldly with a sullen face and said, "You have really grown up and your wings have hardened. How dare you complain to your mother? Since you have gone back to Luoyang, why did you come back?" Princess Taiping said, "Mother, I came back because of Prince Sun." Wu Zetian's face sank and said, "Prince Sun? What does Prince Sun's matter have to do with you?" Princess Taiping knelt down on both knees and said in a sorrowful voice, "Mother, I met the ship escorting Prince Sun halfway. It was at the Long Men Inn. Prince Sun and his son were hanged on the bow of the ship. The scene was horrible. Mother, when I arrived, Prince Sun and his 9 sons had all been hanged. Now, there are only 4 young sons left. Mother, please show mercy and pardon them from death." Wu Zetian said in a deep voice, "Prince Sun's rebellion is unforgivable. As a girl, you shouldn't meddle in state affairs." Princess Taiping smiled sadly. She should have expected that this was the reaction her mother should have. When she begged her to pardon her innocent and harmless husband's life, her mother didn't allow it. How could she let Prince Sun's life go now? But she still held a trace of fantasy and wanted to beg her. If her mother could be moved by the affection of children, she wouldn't be her. Princess Taiping took a long breath and slowly raised her head. "Mother, Prince Sun and his 9 sons have been hanged, leaving only 4 young sons, the oldest of whom is less than 10 years old. Even if Prince Sun rebelled, how could a few urchins less than 10 years old participate in it? I beg Mother to pardon them from death. If Mother agrees, I am willing to marry the Wu family's daughter-in-law." Wu Zetian stared at Taiping for a long time. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and a smile appeared on her lips. She turned to Tuan and said, "You go and pass on my decree. Prince Sun and his 9 sons will be buried with the rights of commoners. All the concubines and daughters will pretend to be palace slaves, leaving the 4 young sons." Wu Zetian pondered for a moment and said, "They will all be sent to Laizhou in Lingnan and be strictly guarded by the local government." Tuan agreed and retreated. The Prince of Sun, Li Sujia, as well as Li Ying, Li Wan, Li Ji, Li Yi, and the rest of the 9 sons were all dead. They were casually buried as commoners. The remaining 4 sons, Li Lin, Li Guan, Li Ji, and Li Qinggu, were pardoned from death by Princess Taiping's promise of marriage. After Wu Zetian finished her instructions, she smiled at Princess Taiping and said, "Daughter, get up. I want you to marry into the Wu family for your own good. Besides, you are still young. Do you really want to be a widow for a lifetime? Hee. It just so happens that my daughter, the matchmaker, is also here. Let's discuss your marriage." When Princess Taiping heard Wu Zetian say the word daughter with a pleasant expression, she felt an inexplicable chill in her heart and an indescribable sorrow. What kind of mother and daughter are they? Everything can be used for the exchange of interests, including her own marriage. How vulnerable is family affection in the face of power and interests? Princess Taiping couldn't help but be overjoyed when she saw that things had developed to this point. She hurriedly said, "Our royal family has not held a happy event for a long time. Taiping getting married is a great happy event, especially marrying Minister Wu, a talented man and a beautiful woman, well matched in social status. We have to plan carefully." Princess Taiping already hated her to the core. She glanced at her coldly and said, "Who said I am going to marry Wu Qingxi?" As soon as the sentence was said, both Wu Zetian and Princess Taiping were startled. Wu Zetian said angrily, "Lingwei, are you going back on your words?" Princess Taiping said boldly, "Your daughter will always keep her words." "How can I go back on my words? What's more, Mother has made up her mind." "How can your daughter go back on her words?" "However, your daughter has agreed to marry Wu Qingxi, but not Wu Qingxi." Wu Zetian asked curiously, "If you don't marry Wu Qingxi, who do you want to marry?" Princess Taiping's eyes flashed and said, "Wu Yuji." Princess Taiping was dumbfounded. Wu Zetian thought for a while and said, "Yuji? Oh, that child. I remember. If I remember correctly, Yuji has a wife." Princess Taiping knew that Taiping hated her to the core. At this moment, she couldn't care less. She quickly said, "That's right, Taiping. Wu Yuji's wife is still alive and well. Moreover, their relationship is very harmonious." How can Princess Taiping ignored her and only said to Wu Zetian, "Your daughter agrees to marry Wu Qingxi. However, if your daughter wants to marry, I will only marry Wu Yuji. Mother can't even satisfy your daughter's small wish." Wu Zetian frowned slightly and said, "He already has a wife." Princess Taiping smiled, slightly, a desolate smile with a touch of provocation. "That is your problem, Mother. You can force your daughter to marry, but can't you force Wu Yuji to marry?" She looked coldly at the noble princess again, nodded slightly, and turned around to leave. Princess Taiping looked at Wu Zetian in fear and stammered, "Empress." Wu Zetian was silent for a while. Suddenly, she laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Good, good. You are indeed my daughter. Ha ha ha. Lingyue's character is very similar to mine." Princess Taiping tentatively called out, "Empress." Wu Zetian stopped laughing and said, "Let's do it this way. I can't wrong her too much. Let her marry Wu Yuji." Princess Taiping was at a loss. "But Wu Yuji has a wife." Wu Zetian calmly glanced at her, and the noble princess immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 172. In the courtyard of the temple, under the shade of a tree, several guards were sitting there, laughing and chatting. Xie Xiaoman suddenly walked over, stopped a few feet away, and coughed. One of the guards who were chatting noticed her and hurriedly signaled to the others. The guards all stood up. Xie Xiaoman pointed at Yang Fan with a straight face, shook her head, and took the lead to leave. Yang Fan straightened his clothes, patted the dust off his buttocks, and followed behind Xie Xiaoman. Immediately, there was a hissing sound behind him. "Hey, Beta Persei is amazing. Isn't that Xie Due from His Majesty? Isn't he? Recently, he has been hanging out with our Beta Persei." You mean, guess, ha ha ha. The guards were unscrupulous, talking all at once, their words full of ambiguity. Xie Xiaoman was angry listening to them. Her waist swayed, her long legs staggered, and the more she walked, the more powerful she became. Although her demeanor gave off a feeling of anger, the curves of her chest, waist and thighs were smooth and slender, and when she walked with big strides, there was still an indescribable charm. Xie Xiaoman led Yang Fan into the woods, and with a leap, she turned around in midair, lightly sat on a horizontal branch, and stretched out her hand to pat the side. Yang Fan, still using both hands and feet, quickly climbed up, sat next to her, and said with a smile, "This place is beautiful. The scenery is pleasant. Miss Xiaoman invited me here. I wonder if you want to talk about love or love?" Xie Xiaoman gave him a big eye roll and said with a straight face, "I see you as a brother. Don't tease me, okay?" Yang Fan laughed and made a face. "The problem is the brothers in the guards don't think so." Xie Xiaoman said angrily, "Don't say it. The two of you are talking about love, causing me to be pointed at." As he spoke, he took out something from his sleeve and fiercely threw it into Yang Fan's arms. It was a small bag made of deerskin. Yang Fan opened it in surprise and saw a bronze plate and a paper crane in the bag. Yang Fan took the glistening yellow bronze medallion and saw the words 100 Riders engraved on it. Xie Xiaoman said she wouldn't look at it, but she glanced at the things inside the bag. When she saw the words 100 Riders, Xie Xiaoman couldn't help but exclaim, "100 Riders! You became a member of the Yuan Song Imperial Guard?" Yang Fan laughed and said, "That's right. Your guards are also part of the Yuan Song Imperial Guard. I used to say that you, Xie Duwei, can't control me, Yang Fan, but now you really have become my boss. If you deliberately make things difficult for me in the future, it will be terrible." Xie Xiaoman said resentfully, "Only great General Wu Yi can mobilize the 100 Riders. Now, I really can't control you." Yang Fan said, "It seems that Miss Xiaoman is very regretful. Could it be that you like to control me?" Xie Xiaoman clutched her stomach and made a vomiting gesture. Yang Fan laughed and put away the fish talisman, then carefully opened the paper crane. When the paper was unfolded, he tilted the letter slightly in his direction. Xie Xiaoman curled her lips and said, "What are you hiding? Who wants to see it?" Yang Fan unfolded the paper and saw a line of beautiful small words on it. "Things have taken shape. Keep the fish talisman, for now. As for the mobilization of the troops, we will go back to the city. Tonight at 2 o'clock at night, I hope to meet with Lang Jun. I have something to tell you." The location written at the back was her room. Yang Fan knew that some specific matters should not be written too clearly on a piece of paper, so she wanted him to go talk to her face to face. But with Shanghai Wan'er's power, it was very easy to transfer an imperial guard to the 100 Riders. There was no need to talk to him and discuss anything. This was just an excuse for her longing. This woman was like water, but when she was aroused, she was as hot as fire. Yang Fan's heart was filled with joy. He carefully put the letter away. Xie Xiaoman saw that after he finished reading the letter, even the corners of his eyes were relaxed. His heart was filled with joy. She snorted and said, "What did he say? Why are you so happy?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Didn't you say you don't want to know?" Xie Xiaoman wrinkled her nose and said, "If you don't want to tell me, then forget it." She looked up and down at Yang Fan and said, "It's really strange. Shangguan Daizhao is such a great woman. How could she like you?" Yang Fan sighed and said, "After all, not all women in this world have eyes but can't see." Xie Xiaoman snorted and couldn't help but laugh. "I finally found a good point about you." Yang Fan said, "What good point?" Xie Xiaoman put her hands on the tree trunk and swung her legs. "Thick skin, thicker than the city wall." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Slowly, you will find more good points about me." Xie Xiaoman said, "I am very busy. How can I have time to find your good points?" Yang Fan said, "Busy with what? Busy with making money?" During the days in the palace, Yang Fan gradually learned about Xie Xiaoman's nickname, Miser, and couldn't help but tease her. Xie Xiaoman said, "If I am not busy with making money, I really don't know what I should be busy with. She looked into the distance, lost in thought. Yang Fan could see that she had something on her mind, but he didn't know what she was thinking about. Xie Xiaoman was stunned for a while, then suddenly turned around to look at Yang Fan and said seriously, "So you are a person who mingles in the streets. Maybe you have some skills that I don't know about. I would like to ask you for advice." Yang Fan puffed out his chest and said, "Ha, you finally think that I have some use? Tell me, I will tell you everything I know." Xie Xiaoman looked at him expectantly and said, "If you want to find someone, but you don't know where they are, what they look like, or what their name is, but you only know a few things about their childhood, how are you going to find them?" Yang Fan was startled and said, "I don't know anything. How am I going to find them?" Xie Xiaoman's expression became gloomy, and she smiled bitterly. "Yes, how am I going to find them? I was thinking too much." Yang Fan looked at her sad face and was a little reluctant. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you owe this person a favor or a grudge?" Xie Xiaoman said, "What does this have to do with me looking for them?" Yang Fan said, "Of course it has something to do with it. If it is a grudge, you only need to leak a bit of information, and they will disappear without a trace. You don't have many clues to begin with, and the more you make it public, the harder it will be to find them. If it is a favor or to find a relative, then there is nothing to worry about." How did you find them?" Xie Xiaoman stammered. I hired people to look around." Yang Fan said, "This method is actually not bad, but you need to know something about the other party so that you can follow the map. If it is like what you said just now, that you only remember some things about the other party when they were young, then this method is purely based on luck. Why don't you put up some kinship notices?" Xie Xiaoman said in a daze. "Hints? What is that?" Yang Fan rubbed his forehead and said, "Did you live in the palace since you were young? How can you not know this kind of thing? The so-called hints are like the government's notices. You can go to the streets and alleys except for the city gate and the government office. Where can't you put them up?" Xie Xiaoman muttered to herself, "Yes, such a simple method. Why didn't I think of it? What's the big deal with me putting up notices all over the street? The government can put up notices. So, can I? Idiot! I really am a big idiot," Yang Fan said with a smile. "To tell you the truth, I also thought of this method by accident, and I plan to use this method in the future to find. If I have a relative that I can't find, I will use this method to find them." Xie Xiaoman didn't notice Yang Fan's hurried change of words. She was immersed in her own fantasy, fantasizing about using this method to put up notices all over the Guangzhou prefecture looking for elder brother, imagining that her elder brother had already been found. The more Xiaoman thought about it, the more excited she became, straightened her back, and jumped down from the tree. Yang Fan said, "Hey, where are you going?" Xie Xiaoman waved at him and said, "That's a good idea. I will immediately find someone to arrange it. When I find him, I will definitely come with him to thank you properly." Yang Fan said, "That's not enough. You also have to promise people a lot of money on the notices. That way there will be a lot of people who will help you once the news spreads. As long as he is still alive, there is no need to worry about not being able to find him." Xie Xiaoman slapped her forehead, said, "Yes, good idea. Good idea. I will go arrange it right now." Finished speaking, she turned and ran away. Yang Fan looked at her back and shook his head with a smile. This girl, she's so impatient. She's just listening to the wind and hearing the rain. Well, who is she looking for? Could it be like me, also have relatives who were separated when they were young? The crescent moon was like a hook, hooking people's emotions. That night, Shanghai accompanied Princess Taiping to drink a few cups of wine. After returning to her residence, she saw that it was still early for her appointment with Yang Fan, so she wanted to find something to do. She opened a book between the lines. It was full of her lover's voice and smile. She picked up a brush to write a few lines. It was not as lively and natural as usual. She sat cross-legged and played the zither, only to feel restless. In the end, she could only open the window and look at the crescent moon in the sky, watching the shadow of the trees slanting, waiting, watching the crescent moon rise inch by inch. It was almost time for her appointment with her lover. A burst of light footsteps sounded. A clear woman's voice came from outside the door. "Shangguan is waiting for the imperial edict. Have you rested?" Hearing the voice, Shanghai Wan recognized that it was the Empress Dowager's personal maid Tuan. She couldn't help but be startled, stood up and said, "Is it Tuan I haven't slept yet. What's the matter?" Tuan said, "The Empress summons. Please follow me to see her quickly." Shanghai Wan let out a soft, and said in surprise, "The Empress summons at this time?" Looking at the crescent moon, Shangguan Wan was so anxious that she turned around in circles. But since the Empress had summoned her, how could she not go? She stamped her feet, forced herself to open the door, and followed Tuan out. At this time, Yang Fan saw that it was almost time, so he rushed to Shanghai Wan-er's residence. Wu Zetian was still awake at this time. Her nephew Wu Sanxi suddenly asked to see her, and secretly discussed with her about the reform to become the emperor. Wu Sanxi left Wu Qingxi and asked to see his aunt alone, also with the intention of asking for her favor. Wu Zetian listened to his various preparations and was very satisfied. Suddenly she thought of the de Yunjing shoe made by Shui Huai and felt that it was time to take it out. So she urgently summoned Shanghai Wan to see her. Chapter 173. Wu Sanxi saw that the Empress was very satisfied with his series of actions and could not help but feel proud. He suddenly thought of something else and said carefully, "Aunt, the matter of Li Sujie and his son being hanged at the Dragon Gate has caused a great commotion in the capital. I think it is not good to act against Li Shangjin immediately. Right now, Li Shangjin's entire family has been escorted to the capital and is in prison. What do you think? Li Shangjin was the third son of Emperor Gaozong. His mother was Lady Yang. If he also died of Emperor Gaozong's sons, other than Li Dan and Li Xian, who were born to Wu Zetian, there would be no other sons." Wu Zetian thought for a moment and slowly said, "The evidence of Li Shangjin's treason is conclusive. I heard that he knew that once he entered the capital, he would not be able to survive, and had many thoughts of suicide along the way." Wu Sanxi understood and hurriedly said, "Yes, Li Shangjin had many thoughts of suicide along the way, but was fortunately stopped by the escorting soldiers. Otherwise, he would have died on the road. There is no guarantee that he would not have thoughts of suicide in prison. But his 6 sons..." Wu Zetian said faintly, "Rebellion is an unpardonable crime. We cannot ignore the laws of the country. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be forgiven. Let's exile them to Xianzhou. As for Li Shangjin's concubines and daughters, they will be treated the same as Li Sujie. Send them to Yeding to be palace maids." Saying this, she looked deeply at Wu Sanxi. Wu Sanxi understood and hurriedly said, "Yes, I will arrange this matter as soon as I return." Saying this, Wu Sanxi stood up with his hands on his knees and said with concern, "It is late. Aunt, please rest. I will take my leave." Wu Zetian said, "Wait, I still have one more thing to do. I'll leave it to you." Wu Sanxi was slightly surprised and hurriedly said, "Aunt, please speak." Wu Zetian said in a low voice, "This matter is Taiping's marriage." Wu Sanxi said with surprise, "Princess Taiping wants to marry? Aunt, which family son has caught your eye?" Yang Fan's identity as one of the 100 horsemen was tantamount to having a pass to roam the imperial palace. Apart from a few areas that could only be guarded by the inner guards of the imperial army, he could freely enter and exit other areas. The so-called Yuan was the beginning. The Yuan Tsong imperial army was the personal army that had followed the emperor from the very beginning. This army was the first army that followed Li Yuan, so they were the most trusted and had great power. On the other hand, the 100 horsemen and inner guards were the guards of the imperial guards chosen by Yuan from the imperial army. Naturally, they had more authority. In reality, the imperial guards of the imperial guards were only the emperor and naturally had more power. After Wu Zetian gained control of this force, she was a woman and needed Marquis Tianhou to protect her. It would not be appropriate to use all the men. Secondly, she needed to do some secret things and needed a force more secretive than the 100 horsemen. That was why she developed the inner guard. Since Yang Fan was one of the 100 horsemen, it was easy for him to enter the temple where Shanghai Wana lived. Shangguan Wanner's residence was not far from Wu Zetian's residence. In order to facilitate Wu Zetian's summons, Shangguan Wana lived in the courtyard in front of Wu Zetian's residence. After Princess Taiping, Li Lingyue moved into the Dragon Gate. She also lived here. The main hall of the Zen temple was the place for receiving guests, as well as the place where Shanghai Wanner handled government affairs. The two main rooms on the left and right were the residences of Shanghai Wanner and Princess Taiping, respectively. Yang Fan came to the Zen temple. There were some palace maids coming in and out of the Zen temple from time to time. Seeing that he was dressed as a guard, they did not pay attention to him. Yang Fan already knew where Shanghai Wanner lived. He strolled around the courtyard as if patrolling. When he saw that there was no one in the courtyard, he suddenly flashed to the door of Shanghai Wanner's room and lightly knocked on the door several times. No one answered. Yang Fan frowned slightly and gently pushed the door open. Yang Fan flashed in. The room was empty. There was a zither on the table and a book on the table. The window was half open and insects were chirping. A delicate fragrance was curling up from the incense burner. These days, Yang Fan had long known Shanghai Wanner's character. She would not imitate the noble princess, not wearing a single piece of clothing and lying on the bed waiting for him. However, seeing that there was no one in the room, Yang Fan still subconsciously went behind the screen and looked inside. In front of the dressing table, there was a dressing mirror. Because it was a mountain residence, in order to prevent mosquitoes and flies from entering the tent, the curtain on the bed was hanging down. The plain white curtain was illuminated by the light. The quilt in the tent was neatly folded. There was indeed no one in the room. Yang Fan was very puzzled. Shanghai Wanner had asked him to come, but why was he nowhere to be seen? Yang Fan wanted to wait for her in the room for a while, but he was worried that if she came back, there would be a maid following her. It would be inappropriate for him to be seen by others. After thinking for a while, he quietly left. Yang Fan flashed out of Wan'er's room and bent down to pluck a bunch of wild grass from the bushes outside the window. His hands moved nimbly and quickly weaved it into something. He gently tossed it onto the table through the window, smiled lightly, and then turned to leave. At this time, the lights in the various houses were lit one after another. Some of the palace maids and inner attendants had also finished their tasks and returned to their rooms to rest. The monastery was silent. Yang Fan raised his head to look at the rising moon. Just as he was about to return to his lodging, he suddenly heard a surprised exclamation. Then someone called out, "Yang Fan?" Yang Fan turned his head and saw two windows separated to the left and right. Inside the window stood a beautiful figure. There was a candle in front of the window. The candlelight shone on her dress, making it look like clouds or fog. Her graceful figure was also faintly discernible and extremely seductive. It was Princess Taiping. When Yang Fan turned his head, Princess Taiping couldn't help but say sweetly, "It really is you. Come in." Yang Fan didn't think that he would be discovered by her. He secretly complained in his heart, He had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the door. He softly said, "Your Highness, come in." Princess Taiping lazily responded. Yang Fan pushed the door open and went in. Princess Taiping had already closed the window. She lazily sat in front of the table and slightly raised her eyes to look at him. Princess Taiping reclined on a beauty couch. In front of her was a table. On the table, there was a delicate glass lamp. Her room was also a meditation room. However, in the room, there was a spring stool, a small table, an incense burner, a mirror, a curtain, a bed, a gauze quilt, and an embroidered pillow. It was strangely gorgeous and comfortable. Compared to Warner's room, the style was simple and elegant. Princess Taiping was obviously drunk. Her cheeks were flushed and her starry eyes were a bit hazy. She held a white jade cup and gently brought it to her lips. She slowly took a sip of wine. She felt the mellow and sweet wine flowing down her throat and into her lungs. She asked Yang Fan, "Why are you in this meditation room?" Yang Fan had already thought of a set of words in a hurry. He said, "Oh, Yang Fan has already been transferred to the 100 Horsemen. From now on, I will be the Emperor's bodyguard. I have to familiarize myself with the terrain and layout of the important places. Just now, I came to the courtyard for a walk. I was about to go somewhere else when I didn't expect to meet the princess." 100 Horsemen. Princess Taiping frowned slightly. Of course, she knew what 100 Horsemen meant. In reality, even if she was the beloved daughter of the Empress, she could not interfere with the affairs of the Yuan Song Imperial Army. At the beginning, she was able to transfer Yang Fan from the Jinwu Way into the palace to be a big horn. This was a matter of a few words. But if she wanted to transfer Yang Fan into the Yuan Song Imperial Army, it would be very difficult. Now, Yang Fan not only became the Yuan Song Imperial Army, but also directly entered the 100 Horsemen. If this was not because Wu Xiaoyi liked him, but because someone else did it on purpose, then this person's power was even greater than hers. Therefore, Princess Taiping instinctively felt that there was more to it than meets the eye. But now, she was already drunk, and her mind was a mess. She had no energy to think about this. She casually waved her hand, as if she was waving away the worries and troubles in her heart. She said, "Sit down, accompany me, to drink a few cups." Yang Fan hurriedly said, "I still have official business to do. Moreover, in the dead of night, regardless of my status, a man and a woman alone, how can I sit and drink with the princess?" Princess Taiping giggled and looked at him with her charming big eyes. She said, "I couldn't tell that you are so timid. I am not afraid. So what are you afraid of? I told you to sit down. So sit down. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Sit down." As Princess Taiping said this, she sat up from the couch. She was wearing a light red gauze dress. Because she was hot after drinking, she took off the silk cloak. She was only wearing a spring gown that was as thin as a cicada's wing. It had some hazy and soft colors. The soft evening gown couldn't cover her beauty. As she sat up, the light gauze dress hung down close to her body. The gown was wide open, revealing her white jade-like breasts. A small part of the crimson mandarin ducks playing in the water was exposed, revealing a deep and seductive ravine in front of her chest. Yang Fan didn't dare to look too much. He hurriedly lowered his head. He saw that under that slender waist, under the thin gauze dress, was a pair of long, round, and perfectly straight thighs. Unexpectedly, the curves were revealed, faintly revealing the color of flesh. That pair of elegant jade feet stepped on the soft carpet. Unexpectedly, she didn't even wear shoes. Yang Fan lowered his gaze again. He didn't know where to look. Princess Taiping saw his slightly embarrassed expression. She was slightly startled at first. Then she understood and couldn't help but giggle. She was forced to agree to her mother's request to marry into the Wu family. At the same time, she also gave her mother the order that she would not marry anyone other than Wu Yuji. Those people in the Wu family were like chickens and dogs that rose to heaven when one person achieved the Tao. In Princess Taiping's eyes, those people in the Wu family were really a group of useless chickens and pottery dogs. None of them could be successful. She didn't put any of them in her eyes. She knew that she had no way to resist her mother, who had always been strong. She could only marry into the Wu family and give her mother the order that she would not marry anyone other than Wu Yuji. Of course, it was out of revenge. On the other hand, it was also because she knew that Wu Yuji was weak and couldn't be restrained. She had to listen to her mother's order. She didn't want to be manipulated by another Wu family member like Wu Sanxi or Wu Qingxi to continue manipulating her. But because of this, Wu Yuji was a person she despised. He was forced to marry into the Wu family. Moreover, he was the trash that she had picked out personally. Princess Taiping could imagine the bitterness in her heart. Now, she finally found a way to vent her anger and humiliate the Wu family. She wanted to give herself to the man in front of her. Chapter 174. That night, Princess Taiping took Shangguan Wan along to drink with her. Later on, Wan couldn't hold her liquor anymore. Remembering that her Langjun was coming, she didn't want to show her drunkenness in front of her Langjun, so she found an excuse to slip away, leaving her to drink alone. Princess Taiping was drunk. Not only was she upset, but she also felt stuffy. She wanted to open the window to take a few breaths of fresh air, but she didn't expect to meet Yang Fan. In the beginning, she only wanted Yang Fan to drink with her. She really didn't have any other thoughts. However, she was wearing the revealing clothes of a girl's boudoir. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel restrained when he saw her. This kind of expression in her eyes evoked a strange feeling in her. Looking at Yang Fan's handsome face, young and tall figure, and his bright and energetic aura, her eyes gradually narrowed like a cat's. Standing in front of her, Yang Fan seemed to have become a fish under the claws of a cat. This handsome young man, without a doubt, was to her liking. At this moment, in the quiet room under the lamp, a man and a woman were alone. A strange feeling and desire was quickly fermented, released, and diffused by her drunkenness. A kind of pleasure made her body couldn't help but tremble before it was lingering. This kind of pleasure was not only because she had been alone for more than a year and couldn't sleep, but also a mature woman's desire for a man and a woman's love. It was also a kind of pleasure of revenge. I am the noble princess of the Tang dynasty. You can force me to marry into the Wu family, but you can't restrict me. I can be the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, but that's all. Princess Taiping's eyes gradually brightened. She slowly stood up and walked step by step towards Yang Fan. Her eyes were charming and watery, rippling with a sense of charm. That pair of plump and sexy lips made people want to kiss them at first sight. She was wearing a red gauze nightgown. Her hair hung down her temples. She was slender and elegant. Her slender and coquettish figure was fascinating. Yang Fan uneasily took a step back and said, "Princess!" Princess Taiping gracefully walked to him and stared at him with her moist eyes. She suddenly opened her arms and wrapped around his body like a snake. Her plump and strong chest was tightly pressed against his chest. Yang Fan was shocked. He didn't know whether to push or raise his hands. He could only passively hang there. Princess Taiping softly stuck to him and moved her hot lips to his ear. With a sigh, she whispered, "If a man has never had a woman, he will always be a child who can't grow up. Xiao Fan, let me teach you how to be a man tonight." Taiping's spring gown was too thin. She hugged Yang Fan, and the plump and soft feeling was clearly transmitted to Yang Fan through every point between them. Yang Fan's body was stiff. No matter how much he had heard about the affairs between men and women, it was two different things when he had personal contact with it. He had kissed Wonner's little mouth, held her little hand, and hugged her slender waist. But he had never had such intimate contact with a graceful and attractive female body. For a moment, Yang Fan's heart was beating like a drum. He felt his mouth was dry. Princess Taiping whispered in his ear. Her lips slid to his lips and gently kissed him. Then she opened her arms and took a step back. She gave him a charming and shy smile and gently pulled the Huan not on her waist in an impeccably beautiful and graceful posture. Her shoulders were slightly shaved. That silky, smooth and soft robe was like a light cloud that slowly floated down. A graceful and fragrant body appeared in front of Yang Fan. She had a snow-white body. Her skin was as soft and smooth as white jade. It was pink and lovely. Round and smooth shoulders, delicate and alluring breasts that could not be covered by the chest aprons suddenly appeared, sending a kind of lively and fragrant smell to the tip of his nose. She was also wearing a bra and a pair of soft and translucent underpants, but these didn't have any effect on her exquisite and curvaceous body. Instead, they added to her endless temptation. That snow-white and smooth body was almost naked. Her plump twin peaks trembled in front of Yang Fan's nose. It seemed that if he lowered his head, he would be able to touch the warm jade fragrance. 7 years of harmonious and blissful married life had turned her into a ripe peach. Yang Fan was so nervous that he didn't dare to raise his head. But as soon as he lowered his head, he saw a pair of slender and round thighs, a pair of snow-white feet, and a slightly indented crimson underpants between her legs. All of this, through a kind of delicate and round lines, exuded an enchanting brilliance. Under the light, it was presented in front of him, alluring and charming. This feeling was not something that any normal man could resist, let alone a young man like Yang Fan, who was full of vigor. His mouth was not only dry, but at this time his blood was boiling. No, I came here today to see Yang Fan kept reminding himself in his heart, but in the face of this irresistible temptation, his willpower was getting weaker and weaker. Princess Taiping stared at him. Her pair of watery eyes were quietly covered with a layer of lustrous and moving mist. It was a kind of silent invitation. How many men in the world could resist the temptation of such a stunner? Stay with me. I want a man. I want you to be my man. Princess Taiping, who had taken off her clothes, walked over again and gently hugged Yang Fan. Her graceful body, through ingenious twisting, further stimulated his desire. Her pair of slippery and hot lips from the tip of Yang Fan's nose, lips kissed inch by inch to his earlobe. She gently bit it, causing Yang Fan to say, "Clever! Do you know, I'm going to marry someone, and I'm going to marry a waist. I don't want to marry him, but I have no other choice. Everyone wants to use me, manipulate me, then I'll personally pick out a waist. Waist also has its advantages, isn't it? Ha! At least he can't control me, manipulate me. Ha! I'll make you come to my side and let you accompany me. Tonight you're mine. In the future, you'll be mine. Forever." Yang Fan's willpower was almost lost in this lively scene, but when he heard this sentence, he suddenly sobered up. He resisted the temptation of desire with his great willpower and gently pushed away Princess Taiping. He stared at her and said, "Princess, do you want me to be the second Shui? Why?" Princess Taiping's eyes rippled, and she giggled. "What's wrong with being Shui? Why? You see how powerful he is. He is the White Horse Temple's abbot, and you are the White Horse Temple's chief monk. He serves my mother, and you serve me. It's a match made in heaven. Mother loves Shui Huai very much, and sister will also love you very much in the future. As she said this, she used her fingers to gently stroke Yang Fan's nose, eyebrows. Shang Guanwan also did the same action to him. At that time, Yang Fan had a feeling of being loved, appreciated, and spoiled by his own woman. That kind of feeling was very pleasant, and he was very proud. But when Princess Taiping's fingers gently stroked his cheek, he felt that he was a pet waiting to be sold, or a plaything in her palm. Yang Fan gently grabbed her hand and slowly took it away from his face. He said in a deep voice, "Princess Yang Fan is a man, and he won't be a gigolo. Even if Princess is as beautiful as a fairy, Yang Fan will not break his backbone." Princess Taiping was slightly startled, and then she suddenly understood. She couldn't help but laugh. "You're really a child. Are you jealous? Sister is going to be someone else's wife soon. It's you who stole his wife, and not him who stole your woman. You, Princess, you're very beautiful." The surging desire in the bottom of Yang Fan's heart was gradually controlled, and his eyes gradually recovered its clarity. His voice also became firm. "You're so beautiful that any man will want to have you. But I won't. My woman can only belong to me, even if you're a noble princess. Otherwise, I'd rather not have you." Princess Taiping looked at him in surprise, and her eyes gradually revealed a sense of amusement. Looking at Yang Fan's serious expression, she finally couldn't help but laugh. "You fool, what are you thinking? Who are you?" "I'm a dignified princess of the Tang dynasty. How can I belong to you? Even if I don't marry, you can't become my husband. You have to understand that it's me who wants you, not you who wants me. It's your fortune that I want you. That's right, I like you, but it's not me being your woman, it's you being my man. Don't you understand the difference?" Yang Fan's face gradually became gloomy, but Princess Taiping took 2 steps back and smiled at him. She coquettishly hooked her finger and said, "Come, serve me. Tonight, I'll let you be as happy as an immortal. Tomorrow, I'll give you glory and wealth that you can't fight for in your lifetime." Yang Fan gently bowed and said, "It's late and the princess is drunk. Please rest early. Goodbye." Seeing him turn around and leave, Princess Taiping couldn't help but be startled and angry. "Stop. Where are you going?" Yang Fan didn't stop. He walked to the door and reached out to pull the knocker. Then he turned his head and said seriously, "I believe that if I stay tonight, I'll be very happy, but I also believe that after tonight, I'll be unhappy for the rest of my life. Yang Fan isn't a big shot, but I also have my dignity and my rules." When the door opened, the courtyard was filled with clear light. Yang Fan walked out of the Buddhist temple where Princess Taiping lived and walked along the grassy path to his residence. The night was very quiet. The wind swayed the shadows of the trees and the rustling sound of the branches and leaves. As his footsteps got closer and farther, the sound of the insects in the grass also became urgent and stopped. Along the way, Yang Fan's mood gradually calmed down. Even if he wasn't a virgin, it wasn't easy to refuse the invitation of the young, beautiful, and charming princess of the Tang dynasty, the flower of Luoyang, Li Lingyue. But fortunately, he was able to resist the temptation. If he took this wrong step, he would be like Shui Huai, an eagle in a cage. He would lose himself and could only be like Shui Huai, maintaining his pitiful self-esteem in the midst of being domineering. In fact, everyone knew that he was just a plaything under the crotch of some rich and powerful woman. A plaything who would really respect you and love you. When she liked you, you were her exclusive property, and she wouldn't allow anyone to touch you. When she was tired of you, you were just a broken and old shoe. As for Wan, needless to say, with her temperament, she would definitely leave. With her pride and dignity, would she love a plaything under someone else's knee? As a gigolo, How could he have the face to pursue the woman he loved? For a moment of lust, losing himself, losing his dignity, losing his love, this price was not worth it. Yang Fan let out a long sigh. The last trace of restlessness in his heart also calmed down with this long sigh. If a man didn't have a woman, would he always be a child who wouldn't grow up? To be able to resist a woman, especially a beautiful and enchanting woman, just for the principle in his heart, he seemed to have matured a lot more tonight. Under the bright moonlight, his heart also became as clear and transparent as the moonlight. Chapter 175. When Shanghai Wan arrived at Wu Zetian's residence, Wu Sanxi had already left. When Wu Zetian saw Shanghai Wan she ordered her to quickly arrange for the publication of the White Horse Temple's Abbot Shui Huai's De Yunjing Shu to the world. Every temple in the world must have a copy, and it will be used as a necessary course for senior monks to preach to their disciples and believers. Shanghai Wan saw that Wu Zetian summoned her in the middle of the night just for this matter. She knew that Empress Wu attached great importance to this matter, so she didn't dare to neglect it. She carefully asked for some more detailed instructions and secretly remembered them in her heart. Then she said goodbye and left. As soon as Shanghai Wan left Wu Zetian's residence, she immediately ordered the 2 palace maids who were holding the lamp, "Hurry up, hurry back." Under Shangwan Wan's urging, the 2 little palace maids ran back to the palace. Shanghai Wan hurriedly returned to the temple where she lived. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and said to the 2 little palace maids, "Well, you 2 go back to your rooms to rest. I will go back to my room." The 2 little palace maids bowed and left. Shanghai Wan calmed her breath at the door and tidied up her makeup. Then she gently opened the door. In fact, she also knew that it was unlikely that Yang Fan was still in the room when she came back so late. However, she didn't want her sweetheart to see her untidy side. When the door opened, the room was quiet. There was a table, a zither, and a scroll. The ambergris in the incense burner had burned out, but the room was still fragrant. The lamp on the table was already a little dim. Shanghai Wan gently closed the door and subconsciously looked behind the screen. Seeing that there was no one, she unhappily returned to the table and sat down. She took down the lampshade, picked up the wick, and the room became bright again. As Wana was about to cover the lampshade, she suddenly saw a big green grasshopper lying on the table. Shangwan Wan pursed her lips and blew. The big grasshopper moved slightly, but refused to leave. Shangwan Wan replaced the lampshade and knocked her fingers on the table. The grasshopper still did not move. Shangwan Wan's interest was piqued. She carefully put down the lampshade, opened her hands, and bent over, ready to catch the grasshopper. If others saw her like this, they would not dare to believe their eyes. However, most girls who were passionately in love were somewhat childish. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her childish behavior right now. Her 2 palms suddenly closed, and the grasshopper was caught in her hands. Shangwan Wan smiled proudly. When her smile first bloomed, it froze. She felt that something was wrong in her palms. She put her hands under the light of the lampshade and quietly opened them a little. Then she opened them completely. Only then did she see clearly that the grasshopper in her palms was made of grass. It was very lifelike. Wana used 2 slender and white fingers to pick up the grasshopper woven from grass. She carefully looked at it, and her eyes flashed with understanding. "He came here. He gave this to me." Wana smiled sweetly. She gently kissed the grasshopper and put it in front of her. She rested her cheeks on her hands and looked at it in a daze. She could never get tired of looking at it. The window was already down, but the light was still on. The light magnified the silhouette of a person and projected it on the window. There was a delicate silhouette on the window. In the silhouette, the long eyelashes could be clearly seen. They blinked and looked very charming. In front of another window, there was also a silhouette. She raised her chin and drank. From the silhouette on the window, one could clearly see that her throat was constantly making swallowing movements. Wine stains dripped from the corners of her lips. From the silhouette, it looked like tears of sadness. My husband was starved to death in prison. I watched helplessly, unable to do anything. My brother was killed like a dog. I watched helplessly, unable to do anything. I don't want to get married, but I can't make the decision myself for the sake of benefits. Even your own mother won't care if you are sad or not. And you are just a guard, a lowly commoner. I can't do anything about it. Princess Taiping gritted her teeth. She slowly and powerfully clenched her fists. Her nails dug into her palms, but the pain in her palms was far less painful than the pain and humiliation in her heart. Even the love between mother and son, blood relatives, can't be relied on. What else can be relied on in this world? What else is there? In the silhouette, the well-defined lips were tightly pressed together. Only power. Only power is the most reliable. If I have supreme power, if I don't want my husband to die, he won't die. If I don't want to get married, I don't need to submit to anyone. If I want to get what I want, it must be mine, whether he is willing or not, unless he wants to die. The silhouette on the window suddenly raised its head. From its forehead to its chin, it formed a firm curve. Only with power can I control the fate of others and not be manipulated by others. One temple, two windows, one in heaven, one in hell, one happy, one sad. Wu Zetian returned to Luoyang from the Dragon Gate. Wu Zetian traveled by water, from the Yi River to the Luo River. She went straight to the foot of the imperial city. Although it was slower than traveling by land, it was steadier. This was undoubtedly the most suitable way for an old person to travel. On both sides of the river, the haulers pulled the dragon boat slowly. The huge boat plowed through the calm surface of the water, creating layers of ripples. The boat was very stable. Occasionally, it would shake a little. Because of the huge size of the boat, this little shake would not make people feel much. Wu Zetian was lying on her side on the couch. Wan, and Tuan were sitting beside the couch. There was a chessboard in the middle. Wan, and Tuan were playing Go. Wu Zetian was lying on her side, holding her cheeks. After a while, she dozed off. Seeing that the Empress had fallen asleep, the two put down the chess pieces and chatted in a low voice. Tuan, surname was Wei. Just like Shangguan Wan, she was also a daughter of an official's family who was imprisoned in the palace. Most of the women who were imprisoned in the palace were well educated because they were born in officials' families. Their manners and knowledge were much better than those of ordinary palace maids. Therefore, it was easy for them to get promoted in the palace and become female officials with certain duties. Among these female officials, the most outstanding one was Wanner. She not only held a certain position, but she was like a phoenix that had leaped onto a branch. Her power was so great that even members of the royal family and important officials in the court did not dare to underestimate her. Compared to her, Tuan was much worse. But compared to other female officials in the palace, she was also different. She was responsible for Wu Zetian's daily life. She controlled the purchasing of various utensils, cooking materials, and silk in the palace. Although her power did not go out of the inner palace because she controlled the purchasing and distribution power, not only the eunuchs and palace maids wanted to flatter her, but also the concubines wanted to win her over. In the inner court, she was second only to Wan smiled and said, "During this trip to Dragon's Gate, Everything in the inner palace was arranged by my sister. There were many trifles, but it was done in an orderly manner. Empress Dowager was very satisfied. As she said this, she quickly glanced outside. Outside the bead curtain, Yang Fan was standing guard. Had already made an agreement with Wu Yi to transfer Yang Fan into the 100 Cavalry, but now the transfer order had not been officially processed. Today, he was still on duty in front of the emperor. When Shanghai and Tuan helped Wu Zetian into the room to rest, they lifted the bead curtain. 2 bead chains did not hang down, but hung on other bead chains. There was a gap, revealing Er's delicate face. Just now, when playing chess with Tuan, Empress Wu was watching. Shanghai looked steadily forward and did not dare to look outside. At this time, she finally could not help but look outside. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan was standing there, as if he had been waiting for her to look. When Shanghai looked over, she saw Yang Fan giving her a look. He pursed his lips and kissed her. Shanghai was shocked. She quickly closed her mouth, as if she was really kissed by him. 2 blushes quickly climbed up her white cheeks. Tuan did not notice the flirting between the two. She picked up the chess pieces one by one and said slowly, Tuan has done some miscellaneous things. It doesn't matter if there are some omissions. I can always make up for it. I don't deserve such praise from Sister Speaking of which, Sister is doing big things. Tuan can't compare with you. As she said this, there was a hint of jealousy in her words. In the beginning, Empress Wu wanted to choose a female official to be her assistant. And Tuan were both candidates. Later, stood out and became the first servant of the Empress. Tuan's talent, appearance, temperament, and manner of speaking were inferior to Although she also became the housekeeper of the harem, she was not as prestigious as Shanghai knew that she was a little jealous. She smiled faintly and said, Sister only feels that you are doing well by the Empress side, but you don't know that you are dealing with military affairs. A small mistake will cause a lot of trouble. So every day you are walking on thin ice, as if you are facing an abyss. It is not easy to be so cautious. As she said this, she couldn't help but look outside again. Seeing that Yang Fan was still smiling and looking at her, she rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. She felt sweet in her heart, as if she had drunk honey. Yang Fan's eyes seemed to be able to speak. He gently circled her little mouth, lingered for a moment on her soft breasts, and then slid to her small waist. Although this action of his eyes was not a real hug, Shanghai understood what he meant. Even her body became soft. She recalled the time when the two of them met privately. He was like a greedy big child, always fascinated to touch her body. Although because he was too shy, she had more than once pressed his mischievous big hands down, but in the midst of pushing and pushing, he had taken advantage of her a lot. At this time, Yang Fan hinted with his eyes, and Shangguan recalled the feeling of ecstasy at that time, and her body became a little limp. This girl was really a woman who was very charming. Hearing Er's words, Tuan slightly raised her eyes and said in surprise, "Oh," when Tuan served the Heaven Empress. "I only knew that the Heaven Empress was kind and amiable, but I didn't know that the Heaven Empress was so strict and fierce when dealing with political affairs." Even with Sister Er's ability, she was still in fear and trepidation. Is this the saying that accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger? Shanghai Er's heart was completely on Yang Fan. While her mind was wandering, Tuan caught her talking point. She quickly collected her mind and lightly replied, "Why do you say this? The Heaven Empress is naturally very kind and has always been generous to She has never been harsh to Only because the Heaven Empress cares so much about me, Wanner knows that I have a great responsibility. So, of course, I'm more careful. Shanghai Wanner knew that if she stayed any longer, the little enemy outside would disturb her, and it was hard to guarantee that Tuan wouldn't catch her talking point again. So she casually said a few words to Tuan, and then got up to leave. Shanghai Wan lifted the bead curtain, and when she passed by Yang Fan, she gave him a glance and said in a low voice, "I'll get even with you later." Yang Fan replied her with an expression of endless enjoyment, which made one not know whether to be happy or annoyed. God knows whether she would get even with Yang Fan later, or send herself to Yang Fan's door to eat. Chapter 176. In the Wuching Hall, Shanghai Wana was walking gracefully in front, followed by Yang Fan. Yang Fan was carrying a stack of documents that reached his nose. It looks like Shangwan Daizhao likes to order Yang Fan around. I wonder how he offended Daizhao. Ha ha. In the Wuching Hall, Xiao Hai, who was in charge of grinding ink, washing brushes, and cleaning, was happy to be idle. He looked at Yang Fan, running errands for him, gloating. Wanner was still in front, and Yang Fan was at the back. But now, Wanner didn't have that uncomfortable feeling anymore. Knowing that the man she loved was walking behind her, knowing that he was admiring her beautiful gait, Wanner could not help but feel a little happy and proud in her shyness. So, she walked even more gracefully. Her waist was like a willow branch in the wind, swaying all the way just for her husband behind her. It was not until they entered the Hall of History and stepped into the side hall that Wanner did not have to worry about being seen. She turned around and rushed to help him take down the documents. At the same time, she said, "Have you seen enough, you big pervert?" This time, Yang Fan really admired her beauty. This was his woman. His woman was beautiful, pure, infatuated, and talented. This made Yang Fan feel proud. He put down the table and glanced at the door. He gently held Wanner's little hand and said, "You and I are always so sneaky. I don't know when I will be able to hold you in my arms openly." Wanner smiled sweetly and said, The transfer order for the cavalry hasn't come down yet. What's the rush? We have to wait for an opportunity. Don't worry. If there is an opportunity, Wanner will grab it for my little husband. One day, we'll be together forever and never be separated again." Yang Fan put on a serious face and said, "What little husband? You have to call me brother." Wanna laughed and said, "You don't know shame. You are younger than me, okay?" At this point, Wanner suddenly felt a bit worried. She couldn't help but lean into Yang Fan's embrace. She faintly said, "Do you think I'm not worried? Normally, women of my age would already have many children, but She gently raised her head and lovingly stroked Yang Fan's eyebrows and nose, all the way to his bright and delicate lips. She gently pressed on them and said, "I have given my heart to you. Langjun, you must not despise me for being old in the future." Yang Fan gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist and comforted her. "You're starting to let your imagination run wild again. Look at you, how are you old?" Wanner leaned against his chest and said, "Yes, I am old. I am an old woman." She suddenly raised her head and looked nervously at Yang Fan. "You don't really think I'm old, do you?" Yang Fan looked at her pitiful expression and couldn't help but find it funny. At the same time, he was deeply touched. If she didn't love him so much and care about him so much, why would she be so worried about gains and losses? When had there ever been a man that the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Tang Dynasty, Shanghai Wanner, cared about so much? He remembered the first time he saw her on the Kuju court. She was so powerful, and that kind of extravagance was something that even the Empress of the dynasty could not compare to. But now, she was standing in front of him, looking up at him with her small face, sharp chin, big eyes, and nervous heart just to get his approval. Yang Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He softly said, "Silly girl, look at how old you are." Such a tall and slender figure, just like a 16 or 17-year-old girl, delicate and beautiful facial features, just like a budding young girl, fair and tender skin, just like a 4 or 5-year-old girl. The most mellow wine in the world was a lover's words of love. Wanair's heart was already drunk. Yang Fan's eyes revealed a mischievous smile. He continued, "And your chest? Stop." Wanair put up a white finger and pressed it against his lips. She blushed and rolled her eyes at him. She coquettishly said, "Stop talking nonsense." Thinking about it again, Yang Fan just said that he was getting younger and younger. Her chest. Wanair looked down at her towering chest. She was still worried. She bit her lip and didn't want to ask, but she couldn't resist the devil in her heart. She had to know if her Lang Jun was satisfied, so she blushed and lowered her head. She quietly asked, "My chest, how are my breasts?" Yang Fan held back his laughter and said, "As for breasts, many mature women with children can't compare to yours." Wanair was embarrassed. She stepped on the tip of his foot and said, "You're talking nonsense again. I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Wanair turned around and floated past a bookshelf like a butterfly. She didn't see Yang Fan chasing after her. Suddenly, she poked her head out and said, "Idiot, what are you doing standing there? Follow me." Yang Fan replied with an "Oh," and hurriedly followed behind. Wanair led him around the rows of bookshelves. At the back, there was another door. They walked out, passed through a corridor, and pushed open a door. They flashed into an even more secluded place. Yang Fan could see that this place was often cleaned. The room was very clean, without a speck of dust. In the room, there were tables, cabinets, shelves, and screens. They were all heavy and thick, generous, and beautiful, but they were all made of expensive wood such as red sandalwood, rosewood, and nanmo. After all, it was a palace-style building. The roof was round and painted in the shape of a lotus flower. On the ground, there were a few red sandalwood screens and hollowed-out shelves that divided the room into several areas with different functions. It looked elegant and winding. Shangguan looked back at him and smiled. She said sweetly, "This room is mine. Sometimes I spend more time in the Museum of History. When I'm tired in the afternoon, I'll rest here. Sometimes I want to read. I like the seclusion here. I'll come over too. What do you think of this place?" Yang Fan's heart suddenly began to beat faster. Why did bring him here all of a sudden? Looking at the corner of the bed behind the screen, Yang Fan suddenly felt a little excited. These days, Yang Fan and Wanair were intimate. Often, the hot-blooded Yang Fan could not resist the temptation of desire. He held her soft little hand, hugged her slender waist, and would respond. As a result, his little brother was often like the sea, rising and falling. Could it be that he, a virgin chicken, was finally going to experience the legendary feeling of floating in the air? Shangguan slightly tilted her head and looked at his strange expression. Yang Fan suppressed his heavy breathing and said in a hoarse voice, "Good. Of course it's good. This place is very secluded and very elegant." Shangguan smiled proudly and said, "Of course, this place was personally decorated by others. You come." Shangguan waved at him and went behind the screen. Yang Fan's heart tightened. He hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. I'll go and bolt the door." "Huh." Shangguan turned around and asked in confusion, "Why do you need to bolt the door?" "Without my summon, no one dares to come in." Yang Fan smiled dryly and said, "This, of course, no one will break in. But if there is any sound coming out and people hear it, it's not good." Shangguan Er's delicate eyebrows wrinkled. She doubtfully said, "Sound? What kind of sound can be transmitted out? Isn't it inappropriate for others to hear it?" Ah! Shangguan suddenly understood. She blushed and glared at Yang Fan. She coquettishly said, "What nonsense are you thinking? I called you in because really I don't want to talk to you anymore." Shangguan turned around and left. Yang Fan realized that he misunderstood her. He blushed and felt embarrassed. Behind the screen was a bed. Next to the bed was a dressing table, and next to it was a table. On the table were the 4 treasures of the study. Next to the table was a big green jade urn with a wide belly and a narrow mouth. Inside the urn were many scrolls. Shangguan obviously made a special mark on each scroll. She casually flipped through the scrolls. She did not open them one by one and took out a scroll. Shangguan walked to the table and moved the inkstone to the side. There was still ink in the inkstone. It seemed that she had used it not long ago. After cleaning the table, Shangguan untied the string that tied the scroll and slowly unfolded it. General Shui's steel? Yang Fan only took a glance and held his breath. He had learned calligraphy from his father when he was young. Later, he also learned calligraphy from Curly Beard. Although he did not have a high level of attainment in calligraphy, he could still distinguish between good and bad. The inscriptions on this tablet were square and neat. The characters were simple and unadorned. The strokes were strong and powerful. The strokes were sincere. The air was deep and elegant. The strokes were sharp and fierce. It was really a good piece of calligraphy. Looking at the content carefully, it was indeed the inscription on the steel dedicated to General Shui Rengui. Shangguan stood beside Yang Fan and softly said, "This article is well written and the words are excellent." Wan was excited and kept the original manuscript. "Since Lang Jun likes it, Wan will give it to you. Heroes and the times are supposed to complement each other. Perhaps Lang Jun didn't have the opportunities that General Shui Rengui had in the past, but Wan believes that my Lang Jun is not a mediocre person." The words were here, but where were the people? Yang Fan glanced at the inkstone next to him and suddenly came up with an idea. He slowly rolled up the calligraphy and gently placed it on the edge of the inkstone. He turned around and hugged Wan slender waist. He softly said, "Yang Fan can have a good woman like Wan. It is Yang Fan's good fortune. Don't worry. Yang Fan will definitely make great achievements. I don't want to be a general or a marquis or be famous for 100 generations. I only want to be a great husband who is worthy of a wonderful woman like Wan." When he first got close to Wan, he had an ulterior motive. But his affection for Wan was not fake. His words were sincere. Shangguan could naturally hear the sincerity in his words. She couldn't help but be moved and hugged him. She softly said, "It is Wan fault that Lang Jun has to go through so much trouble." Yang Fan's hands that were wrapped around her slender waist suddenly slid down. Wan cried out, but was lifted by Yang Fan. He actually carried her to the table. Wan panicked and said, "What are you doing?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Since it is Wan fault, then be a good girl and accompany me to make up for it." When Shanghai Wan was carried to the table, she felt as if she had become Yang Fan's meal. This feeling was very dangerous, but it was also very fascinating. Then, under Yang Fan's burning gaze, Wan heart fluttered. Her body went limp, and she couldn't break free. Chapter 177. At that time, anyone who studied and learned how to write would learn etiquette from a young age and pay attention to rules in everything. For example, one should not have sex in the daytime. For example, when a husband and wife are in love, They must extinguish the candles and extinguish the lights. For people who learned etiquette from a young age, these were rules that could not be violated. Warner's environment and education made her even more restricted. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. He was from the Southeast Seas and didn't care much about the rules. Furthermore, his experiences as a child had caused him to constantly break them, which made him a strong contrast to Shangguan Wan. What he possessed was exactly what Wana lacked. Everything he displayed was full of novelty to Warner, who had grown up in the palace since she was a canary. Just like this moment, being intimate with her lover on the table. And it was also during the day, in Warner's heart, it was a very dissolute and undignified behavior. Usually, if she was not in the solemn hall answering the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the civil and military officials, she would be with the officials and scholars reciting poems, watching fish, planting flowers, burning incense, drinking tea, and resting with the zither. None of these were not elegant. Yang Fan's roughness and boldness made her feel uncomfortable and uneasy. But she was older than her lover by a few years, so she unconsciously had a doting and indulgent attitude towards Yang Fan. She did not want to oppose her lover's behavior. In her shyness, she accepted this behavior that went against the rules and etiquette she had been taught. It made her experience a new and exciting feeling. She had never felt this kind of heartbeat before. When Yang Fan kissed her, Wana moaned, and her body turned into a pile of fragrant mud. This intimacy was far more touching than that day by the Yi River. The special environment made Warner's sense of touch 100 times more sensitive. She was confused and confused. Her body became weaker and weaker. She just wanted to lie down and let Yang Fan do whatever he wanted. Warner thought randomly, I am already so old. How much youth do I have left? Why don't I give it to Lang Jun? No, if I get pregnant. And the Empress finds out, won't I ruin my hope of staying with Lang Jun for the rest of my life? If I want to be a real husband and wife with Lang Jun, I have to think of a way to get some medicine first. One loved Yang Fan very much. Her mature body was aroused by Yang Fan. She really wanted to give up resistance and accept what she was afraid of and ashamed of. But there was a glimmer of clarity in her heart, and it reminded her of the terrible consequences of a momentary indulgence. Moreover, she did not want to carelessly give her first time to the man she loved in such a simple place. One struggled in her heart, but her willpower grew weaker and weaker. Her hands, which were holding onto the table, grew limp. She really wanted to surrender and willingly be conquered and possessed by her lover. Yang Fan suddenly called out, waking Warner up. Warner opened her eyes and saw that Yang Fan had accidentally knocked over the inkstone. The ink from the inkstone spilled all over the scroll. The ink flowed along the table and was about to stain her dress. Yang Fan quickly grabbed her slender waist and carried her off the table. Shanghai Warner's hair was in a mess, and her jade-like cheeks were red. Her legs went limp as soon as they touched the ground, and she almost slipped. Yang Fan helped her stand, and then he turned around to save the scroll. When he opened it, there was already a large patch of ink stains on it. What a pity! What a pity! Alas, the one and only thing in the world was destroyed by my hands. Yang Fan saw that the scroll was destroyed, and he couldn't help but feel sad. Wana recovered a little and shyly stared at him. She said, if you weren't so frivolous, how could you destroy this scroll? Yang Fan said, the beauty is as beautiful as jade, and it was right in front of me. I am not an idiot. How could I bear it? It's just a pity that this scroll was destroyed. Alas, once it is destroyed, there will be no such thing in the world. Warner's heart was still fluttering. Seeing his face full of regret, she softly comforted him. Lang Jun, you don't have to care so much. Miaoshenka is still alive. So how can this scroll be considered the only one in the world? Wait for Wanner to write a letter. Langjun, take it and ask him to write another one. Just this sentence was like the ringing of a temple bell, and Yang Fan's heart was stirred for a long time. The melodious sound of the bell made everyone who heard it feel incomparably tranquil. This was Tiangong Temple, which was located north of Shangshan Square, next to the Tianjin Bridge. Empress Wu worshipped Buddhism, and her superiors followed the example of her subordinates. All the temples in Luoyang were full of incense, and Tiangong Temple was a big temple in Luoyang, so it naturally had many believers. On the west side of the back wall of Tiangong Temple, there was a house with 3 courtyards. Although Tiangong Temple was full of incense, this house was located between the wall and the gable wall of Tiangong Temple, so it was very quiet. Yang Fan was wearing a casual robe, and he stood at the door of the house. He looked at the grayish-brown gable on the left and right, and the curved eaves also had traces of time. It seemed that this house was very old. This was the residence of Miaoshenka's family. The child who answered the door came running back in a short while, panting. His little face was red, and his big black eyes were wide open. He politely bowed to Yang Fan and said, "Langjun, you have been waiting for a long time." Master said that he has not seen outsiders for a long time, and he did not want to break the rules for Langjun. "May I ask why Langjun has come to visit?" Only then did Yang Fan know that the child who answered the door was actually Miaoshenka's student. He said, "Little brother, did you not tell your master that I have a letter written by Shangguan Daizhao?" The child smiled. He was only 7 or 8 years old, and his teeth were still growing. This smile revealed his uneven teeth. "I have said it before. Because of this, Master asked me to ask Longjun's purpose in coming. Otherwise, I am afraid he would not even ask." Yang Fan said, "If that is the case, please reply to Master. Just say that the General Shui tablet that Master left in the palace was accidentally destroyed. Shangguan Daizhao deeply regrets it, and specially ordered me to ask Master Miao for another set of calligraphy treasures." "Is that so?" The child scratched his head and simply nodded. "Then you wait. I will ask Master again." After the child finished speaking, he dashed away again. After a while, he ran back panting and said, "Langjun, please come in." Yang Fan stepped through the gate, and the child led him inside. Yang Fan attentively looked at the situation in the courtyard. On the screen wall on the second side of the gate were flowers, birds, fish, and insects, or freehand ink paintings of mountains and rivers. All of them were quite old. The ground was paved with cobblestones. The grinding of time had made them smooth and round. Walking on them, there was a kind of tranquil and remote wildness. There were some plots of land in the courtyard that looked like they used to be flower beds. The low earth enclosure had long collapsed. Weeds and clusters of unknown flowers randomly bloomed in the east and west, revealing a bit of desolation. There was no one moving in the courtyard. It seemed that the people of the Miao family usually stayed in the backyard. Yang Fan looked around and asked, "Little brother, what is your name?" The child said, "I am Du Xian." "Oh," Yang Fan said, "has your master taken in a lot of students while living here?" Du Xian bounced around and said, "Master has never accepted many students. Because my father is busy with work and has no time to teach me, and because he is good friends with Master, he entrusted me to Master." Yang Fan said, "Oh, is your father an official in the imperial court?" Du Xian said, "My father is Xiao Wenguanji Shu Jian." At that time, people did not need to use taboo names. When mentioning one's father's name, there was no need to use taboo, but to show respect, one still needed to add the word gong. But under normal circumstances, unless it was a very famous person, if you said your name instead of your name, how could others know whose child you were? This child proudly said his father's name. It seemed that his father was very famous. Unfortunately, Yang Fan did not know much about the famous literati of the time. He did not know that this Du Bijian was Du Shenyan of the For Literary Friends. He did not have the ability to predict the future. So naturally, he did not know that this little urchin in front of him was the father of the sage of poetry, Du Fu. This Du Shenyan was proud of his talent and was the most condescending. He was actually willing to entrust his son to Miao Xinke's teachings. It could be seen that he also recognized Miao Xinke's knowledge. Du Xian led Yang Fan into an elegant guest hall in the courtyard. He bowed to him and said, "Lang Jun, please take a seat. Master has just learned of Lang Jun's purpose of coming and has already begun to look for the notes of the old collections. I believe he has found it by now. This child will go and grind the ink. When the inscription is finished, I will send it to Lang Jun." Yang Fan was startled. This Miao Xinke really did not want to see people. I came with a letter from an official waiting for an imperial edict, and he still dared to be so arrogant. At this time, a green oil purifying cart slowly drove across the Tianjin Bridge, turned into Shangshan Lane, and just happened to pass in front of Tiangong Temple. The old bull took steady steps and walked slowly. In the cart, a handsome man quietly lifted the curtain of the sedan and took a look outside. He turned his head and said, "Wife, we are almost there." This person was the commander of the Right Guards, Wu Yuji. There was also a woman sitting in the carriage. She was about 30 years old and wore a light green-white orchid dress with a water jade-colored half-arm. Her face was like the full moon, her eyes were bright, and her eyebrows were long. She was Wu Yuji's wife, Madame Li. Madame Li's name was only one word, Yu. Wu Yuji put down the curtain of the sedan and said worriedly, "Why did Wu Sansi invite me? For no reason? I'm afraid the banquet will not be a good one." Li Yu gently held his arm and said softly, "Lang Jun, what are you worried about? After all, he is your brother. Will he harm you?" Wu Yuji patted her arm and said, You don't know. This cousin of mine will not harm me and has no need to harm me, but it is hard to say that he will not make me help him harm others." Li Yu grabbed his big hand and gently rubbed it on her soft cheek. She said softly, "Lang Jun has always disliked the Wu family's domineering ways. Xie naturally knows this. If Lang Jun's official position is too hard, let's resign and return to our home in Taiyuan." Wu Yuji smiled bitterly and said, It is easy for you to say. Our Wu family declined because of the Empress Dowager and also flourished because of the Empress Dowager. Success or failure is all tied to the Empress Dowager. When we want to be an official, it is not up to us. When we don't want to be an official, it is also not up to us. If I resign, I'm afraid I will never be able to see the family again. Even if I return to our home in Taiyuan, I will not have a good life." Li Yu sighed and said, "Qian naturally knows Lang Jun's character. But no matter what Lang Jun does, you are destined to be a member of the Wu family. You will rise or fall with the Wu family. Since we cannot get rid of it, we can only feign civility. I believe that after the Empress Dowager ascends to the throne, she will need Lang Jun less. If Lang Jun is not willing to be an official, then we can think of a way to get out." Wu Yuji gave a long sigh and said, "This is the only way." Chapter 178. Wu Yuji caressed Li Yu's palm and softly said, Fortunately, I have you with me. When I was down and out, you and I were always together, never leaving each other. Now, you help me relieve my worries. Wu Yuji is so lucky to have such a good wife." Li Yu said with a blissful expression, "There are many women better than me in this world. I am not worthy of your praise." Wu Yuji sighed. "In Wu Yuji's heart, you are the best woman in the world." Wu Yuji's words came from the bottom of his heart. Li Yu was the daughter of a side branch of the Li clan in Guanlong and could be considered a lady of a noble family. Wu Yuji and her were engaged since young. Later on, when Wu Zetian came to power and took revenge on the entire Wu clan, Wu Yuji's family was changed away and sent to Hainan Island. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to marry him? However, Li Yu refused to break off the engagement and convinced her father to send her to Wu Yuji's place of exile to marry him. At that time, Wu Yuji's clothes were tattered and his life was very difficult. When he first saw the girl who had to abandon her carriage and walk to him due to the difficult roads, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Later on, Wu Zetian had the idea of becoming the emperor and needed to place trusted aides in key positions in the court to help her seize the throne. She had no choice but to use the Wu clansmen, and Wu Yuji's luck finally took a turn for the better, and he soared. However, he never forgot these difficult times. When Li Yu arrived at Cheongzhou after a long and arduous journey, she was still a young, beautiful, and lovely girl. Now, she was already a plump, middle-aged woman with long hair and thick hair. Wu Yuji also had a few beautiful concubines who were young and good at serving others. However, the one he doted on the most was this wife who had gone through thick and thin with him. While they were talking, the carriage had already arrived at Wu Sanxi's mansion. The Wu mansion's steward opened the main gate, allowing the carriage to enter. When Wu Sanxi heard the news, he brought his wife and a few of his most favored concubines to wait in the carriage hall. Wu Sanxi was wearing a white robe embroidered with plum blossoms. His wives and concubines were also wearing the casual clothes of the Yen residents. It seemed that there were no outsiders in today's banquet, and it was just an ordinary family banquet. Seeing Wu Yuji, Wu Sanxi laughed heartily and strode forward to welcome him. His wives and concubines also received Madam Li and exchanged pleasantries. Wu Yuji had come to Wu Sanxi's house before, but this was the first time his wife, Li Yu, had come. According to the customs of the Tang dynasty, women did not avoid guests. Moreover, Wu Yuji and Wu Sanxi were cousins, so they were truly family. Therefore, Wu Sanxi led the couple to the parlor in the backyard. Passing through the long corridor, the lotus pond, the stone bridge, and the stone path, the view before him suddenly opened up. In front of him was a sparkling pond with weeping willows by the shore. The surface of the water was vast, and there was a small pavilion in the middle of the pond with a curved bridge over the water. It was extremely quiet and elegant. Wu Sanxi smiled and said, "Come, come, come. Yuji, the food and wine have already been prepared. Let's go to the pavilion and drink." Wu Yuji did not know why he invited him alone and what kind of heinous crime he wanted to force him to do. But seeing his pretentious manner, he knew it was not the right time to ask. He had no choice but to patiently accompany him to the small bridge. When they reached the small pavilion, he gave an order and the food and wine were served like flowing water. Wu Sanxi, his wife and two concubines then eagerly urged him to drink. Wu Yuji knew Wu Sanxi's character. The more he saw him eagerly, the more uneasy he felt. Unable to restrain himself, he beat around the bush and asked about the reason for today's banquet. Wu Sanxi laughed heartily and said, "Yuji need not worry too much. Today I called you here because I have an enormous benefit for you. Come, 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 let's drink. In a while, I will slowly explain it to you." Wu Yuji was full of doubts and could only raise his cup and drink. Madame Li smiled warmly at her husband and softly said, "Even if there is nothing important, why can't Big Brother invite us to a family banquet? Langjun, accompany Big Brother and drink happily. If there is anything, Big Brother will let you know. Wu Sansi laughed and said, "Sister-in-law is right. Yuji, let's drink. Let's drink." Madame Wu smiled at Madame Li and said, "Let the men talk among themselves. Why bother with them? Sister, come, let's drink." Madame Wu picked up the wine pot and poured wine for Madame Li. Madame Li quickly said, "How can sister accept sister-in-law's wine? Let me do it." Wu Sansi's two beloved concubines quickly pulled her arm and said, "Madam is a guest. Don't stand on ceremony. Sit down, sit down." Madame Wu carried a tin pot, one hand holding the bottom and the other holding the handle. She moved closer to Madame Li's cup and glanced at her. Madame Wu was a woman in her 30s. Her hair was still black and glossy, tied into a peach heart bun and inserted with a jade hairpin. Apart from this, she did not have any other jewels or ornaments. Although it was not extravagant, it suited her status as a housewife. In contrast, the two beautiful concubines were gorgeously dressed with jewels and jade, but their bearing was far from Madame Wu's. The liquefied wine formed a line and gently filled the cup. Madame Wu withdrew her gaze and looked at the wine. Her eyes flashed with regret, helplessness, and guilt. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Madame Li held the cup with both hands and thanked Madame Wu. Madame Wu squeezed out a smile and said, "We are family, no need to be so polite." As she spoke, she gently withdrew her hand. Using her sleeve as a cover, she rotated the hand holding the bottom of the pot and filled her own cup. Raising the cup, she said to Madame Li, "Sister, please." "Sister-in-law, please." Madame Li happily raised her cup and clinked it with Madame Wu Sansi's before draining it in one gulp. Wu Sansi, who was drinking wine with Wu Yuji, saw this and put down his cup with a smile. He said to Wu Yuji, "Yuji, there is something I must congratulate you on." Wu Yuji's heart skipped a beat. Finally, he got to the main topic. He quickly straightened his body and put his hands on his knees, looking at Wu Sansi nervously. Wu Sansi stroked his beard and slowly said, "Yuji, Taiping is my aunt's most beloved daughter. In the beginning, my aunt married her to Xue Xiao. Unfortunately, Xue Xiao refused to accept heaven's favor and plotted a rebellion. The princess was widowed at a young age." Wu Yuji listened to this opening and was puzzled. He thought to himself, listening to this, is he going to be a matchmaker for Taiping? Why is he discussing this with me? Could it be? It can't be. My son is only 19 this year, and he is one generation younger than Taiping. Madame Li sat there and gradually felt her stomach ache. She thought she had eaten something cold and was forcing herself to endure it. Seeing her husband's questioning look, she forced a smile, indicating for him to continue. Wu Sansi said, "Taiping is so young, naturally there is no reason for her to be widowed. My aunt has always been concerned about Taiping's marriage, but with Taiping's status, there are not many who are worthy of her. Now, Taiping has finally fallen in love with someone. My aunt also happily agreed and asked me to be the matchmaker." Wu Yuji could not bear it any longer and asked, "Cousin, I wonder whose son Princess Taiping has fallen in love with? Since my aunt asked you to be the matchmaker, why did she ask little brother to come here?" Wu Sansi said, "Yuji, you are asking the obvious. The person Princess Taiping has fallen in love with is you." Wu Yuji was stunned and exclaimed, "Preposterous, really preposterous." Wu Sansi's face darkened. "Preposterous? Are you saying Taiping is preposterous, my aunt is preposterous? Or I, Wu Sansi, am preposterous?" Wu Yuji said, "Little brother does not dare. Little brother is saying, I have a wife. How can I marry the princess?" Madame Li was so shocked that she even forgot her stomach ache. She nervously looked at them and thought, "Princess Taiping has fallen in love with my husband? How is this possible? She is a princess, How can she marry into my family? Wrong. Could it be that she wants to force my husband to divorce his wife? Wu Sansi coughed and slowly said, as a princess, of course she cannot marry into a family. Moreover, Taiping is our aunt's most beloved daughter. You also know our aunt's temperament. Even if Taiping is willing, our aunt will absolutely not agree. Wu Yuji's expression suddenly changed. Could it be in order for Yuji to marry the princess, we must divorce our wife? Madame Li's stomach ache was so bad that her face became incomparably pale. But this matter was 100 times more serious than her stomach ache. How could she care about it? Wu Yuji saw her pale face and the cold sweat on her forehead. He thought it was because of his wife's fear and quickly held her hand. Wu Sansi wiped his eyelids and gloomily said, "Divorce? What are you thinking? Even if you want to divorce your wife, this matter will become a laughing stock. What face will our aunt and Taiping have?" Wu Yuji and Madame Li both breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yuji suddenly thought of another possibility and probingly asked, "Then, aunt wants Yuji to marry another wife of equal status?" Wu Sansi laughed involuntarily and said, "Yuji, do you think our aunt would do such an absurd thing?" Wu Yuji's face reddened, and he said, "This Tang Xiong, don't keep me guessing. This little brother really cannot think of anything." Wu Sansi faintly smiled and said, "If your wife dies and you remarry, won't everyone be happy?" Wu Yuji was shocked, and Madame Li was even more frightened. She trembled and said, "Tang Xiong, what are you saying? The Heavenly Empress wants." Speaking to this point, the pain in her stomach became even more unbearable. She felt as if her intestines were being twisted and broken. Mrs. Li could not help but press her stomach and let out a painful groan. Wu Yuji quickly supported her and said, "Wife, what happened?" Madame Li was in so much pain that she could not stand properly. Her husband supported her, and she fell into his arms. At this time, she vaguely understood something and pointed at the wine cup in front of her. She trembled and said, this wine is poisoned?" Wu Yuji was shocked and suddenly raised his head to stare at Madame Wu Sansi. He said, "Sister-in-law?" Madame Wu was a woman after all. Being forced by her husband to do such a thing, she was already terrified. When she saw Wu Yuji's eyes were spitting fire, she was so shocked that she took 2 steps back and almost fell. Wu Sansi slowly said, "Tame, third sister, you too accompany Madame to leave." The 2 concubines were also afraid when they heard Wu Sansi's order. They felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly rushed forward to support Madame Wu and frantically left the pavilion. At this time, Madame Li cried out in pain and purplish-black blood flowed from her mouth. Wu Yuji turned pale with fright and shouted, "Wife!" Chapter 179. Langjun. Madame Li gripped her husband's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Wu Yuji felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He looked at Wu Sansi with tears in his eyes and said angrily, "Wu Sansi, how dare you?" Wu Sansi played with the wine cup in his hand and said leisurely, "Look, isn't this good? Sister-in-law died of a sudden illness and died a dignified death. After death, she can be buried in the Wu family's ancestral grave and enjoy the blood of her descendants. As for you, you can marry the princess and become a dignified son-in-law." "Ha! Wu Sansi, I'll fight you to the death." Wu Yuji's eyes were spitting fire. He wanted to jump up and fight Wu Sansi, but was held back by Madame Li, who hurriedly called out, Langjun! Langjun!" Wu Yuji gritted his teeth and forced himself to stop. With tears in his eyes, he wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and softly called out, "Wife." At this time, Madame Li's mouth and nose were bleeding. It was unknown what kind of poison she had been poisoned with, but her face was turning purple. She tightly held onto her husband's hand, her body trembling violently and her throat producing indistinct sounds. Wu Yuji quickly lowered his head. Madame Li's voice was weak as she whispered in his ear, "Lang Jun, Chong Xian." She was calling Wu Yuji's two sons. The older was 18, and the younger was 14. Wu Yuji saw that she could not continue and anxiously asked, Chong Xian, what happened to them? Wife, say something, say something? Madame Li's throat tightened and could not spit out a word. She was so anxious that when she opened her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Yuji felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife and hot tears flowed down his face. Madame Li could not speak. Her face was full of anxiety as she stared at her husband. Suddenly, she dipped the blood at the corner of her mouth and trembled as she wrote on the front of his robe. Seeing this, Wu Yuji quickly pulled up the front of his robe and saw Madame Li write with difficulty, banished from the family, removed from the genealogy. She only managed to write the next word before her hand drooped down powerlessly. Her eyes were still wide open, as if she had died with a grievance. Wu Yuji's eyes widened as he looked at his deceased wife. He suddenly wailed, "Wife, you're Mayu, Wu Sansi looked on coldly as he shook his head and sighed. The heart of a mother is the most compassionate in the world, pitiful and lamentable. Sister-in-law was still worried about your two sons before she died, afraid that they would also meet with misfortune. Yes, after the princess married. How could the son of the princess not be the eldest legitimate son? Sister-in-law has put in a lot of effort. When you go back, quickly expel them from the family, remove their names from the family tree, and arrange for them to go somewhere safe. Wu Sansi, you really have a heart." Wu Yuji's face contorted as he cursed with tears streaming down his face. Wu Sansi said indifferently, "With you, gone, isn't there another Lingyu? This moon is even brighter and more enchanting." Wu Yuji glared at him hatefully, his face contorted as if he wanted to bite off a piece of his flesh. Wu Sansi acted as if he did not see her and slowly stood up. He dusted his clothes and leisurely said, "Sister-in-law has the heart of a loving mother, but you should also think about the Empress's motherly heart. Quickly go back and make arrangements for her funeral. The Empress is in a hurry to marry off her daughter." Wu Yuji's body trembled as he watched Wu Sansi leisurely walk away. His eyes were about to pop, but in the end, he did not have the courage to stand up and pounce. Yang Fan sat quietly in front of the hall. The sunlight shone in from the outside, and the shadows were at his feet, illuminating the simple and crude hall. Yang Fan casually glanced at the decorations in the hall before casting his gaze outside. Outside the hall, there were 200-year-old plum trees on the left and right side of the door. Like the flower bed in the front yard, they grew naturally and did not look like they had been pruned. Yang Fan looked quietly for a while before closing his eyes slightly to rest his mind. Today, he had come publicly just to ask for the calligraphy. No matter what, he would not make a move today. If it was in the past, he would definitely make a move as soon as he heard about Miaoshenka's whereabouts, but now he could not. Seeking justice from Miaoshenka was his responsibility. Protecting and maintaining the relationship between him and Wan was also his responsibility. Now, he had to consider problems more long-term and more meticulous than before. Rash methods could not be used. He had to do his best to maintain his current identity and maintain the relationship between him and Wan After he avenged all his relatives who died in vain in the Peach Blossom Village, he had to start his own life. He had to live well. He could not drag Shanghai, Wan to accompany him, and become a pair of wild mandarin ducks that fled to the ends of the world. Yang Fan sat quietly for a long time. Hearing footsteps, he slightly opened his eyes and saw Du Xian holding a scroll that was almost as tall as him walking out from the back of the hall. Seeing Yang Fan, Du Xian smiled and said, "Lang Jun, you have waited for a long time. Teacher has been writing for a while, but the ink has not dried yet, so it took a while before it was sent out." Yang Fan smiled and stood up. He received the scroll with both hands and said with a smile, "Little brother, many thanks." Du Xian hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Don't mention it, don't mention it. Lang Jun, take care." This little guy was not polite at all. Once the matter was settled, he immediately asked him to leave. Yang Fan laughed and looked deeply at the back of the hall before walking out. Holding the scroll, Yang Fan slowly walked on the cross street of Shangshan Square. When he was about to reach the end of the street and leave Shangshan Square, he heard a burst of people shouting and horses neighing behind him, as well as the screams of passers-by. Yang Fan turned his head and saw an ox cart madly driving over. Originally, the ox cart was traveling in an easy and steady manner. But at this moment, the two fat oxen seemed to have gone crazy and suddenly ran wildly. Their speed was unexpectedly not inferior to that of the fine horses. On the road, many passers-by hurriedly gave way. There were also some adults who rushed to the street and picked up their children who were playing and fled to the side of the road. Everywhere the ox cart passed, there was a wave of curses. Astonished, Yang Fan looked over and saw a middle-aged man wearing a scholar's robe sitting at the front of the cart. The whip in his hand whistled through the air, causing the two fat oxen to scatter their hooves and run for their lives. At this time, the ox cart rumbled as it approached. When Yang Fan saw the person sitting at the front of the cart, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Isn't this the Internal Guards Lieutenant General, Wu Yuji? Why is he personally driving the cart? He is—" Yang Fan saw Wu Yuji's face was twisted and his eyes were filled with hot tears. As the ox cart passed, tears scattered all over the road. He couldn't help but be shocked. What could make a man, and a man of high status and authority, cry like this? One had to know that even the Li royal family had to tuck their tails between their legs. The most arrogant ones were the Wu family. Wu Yuji was like a madman. The whip in his hand ruthlessly lashed out again and again, venting all his anger and hatred on the two strong oxen that were pulling the cart. He rushed up the street with a roar. He was the nephew of the current dynasty's Empress Wu. He was the lieutenant general of the right guard, but he could only watch as his wife was poisoned to death. He had to abandon his own son just to marry that damned princess. But what could he do? He couldn't avenge his wife's murder, and he had to abandon his own son. He hated Empress Wu, he hated Taiping, he hated Wu Sanxi, and he hated his own cowardice. As the ox cart rushed up the street, Wu Yuji cried out in grief and indignation, "Off! Alang, why didn't we tell the Langjuns to come and pick you up?" At the end of the street, Di Renjie rode on a gray donkey. On his left and right were the dark, skinny Shu Ashung and the pretty maid Chan Wan. In front of them was a man holding the reins of the donkey. Di Renjie smiled and said, "Why would I tell them? Hey, this old man wants to give them a sneak attack. Let's see what these good-for-nothings are doing at home." Chan Wan curled her lips and muttered, "Disrespectful old man." Di Renjie glanced at her and pretended not to hear. At this moment, Wu Yuji drove the crazy ox cart and rushed over. Shu Ashung was shocked and rushed over, saying, "Stop, stop. Why are you running in the middle of the street? Ouch." The ox cart did not stop at all and continued to charge straight ahead. Shu Ashung was shocked and jumped to the side. hastily avoiding the front of the cart. He was hit by the shaft and fell into the crowd. Chanwan screamed, "Alang!" Seeing the ox cart turn into a rumbling war chariot, the young girl was afraid. With her delicate body, how could she fight against the bull? She quickly jumped to the side. Di Rengia, who was sitting on the back of the donkey, wanted to jump, but it was too late. He anxiously shouted, "Driver, get out of the way!" The driver was really obedient. He let go of the reins and ran away. Di Rengia stared blankly and quickly shouted, Me too. I'm here." Fortunately, the donkey was also afraid of the crazy ox and hurriedly scurried to the side. In the end, it didn't completely get out of the way. When the ox saw something blocking its way, it subconsciously lowered its head and used its horn to prick the donkey's thigh. Blood gushed out. The donkey howled twice in pain and dashed towards the Shangshan lane. Yang Fan watched as the ox cart crashed into the entrance of the workshop, leaving a mess behind. Just as he was about to take another step, another crazy donkey dashed towards him. There was a fat old man on the donkey's back. He was thrown up and down like a rag in the wind, but he still stubbornly held on to the donkey's neck and refused to fall. The ground was made of limestone. If the fat old man really fell down, his head might become a rotten watermelon. It was extremely dangerous. Yang Fan was shocked when he saw this. He didn't have time to think. He threw the scroll to the side of the road, and with a vigorous step, he pounced forward. Whoa! Yang Fan rushed forward and reached the donkey's head. He suddenly leaned to the side, stretched out his arms, and grabbed the donkey's neck. He used the 1,000 caddy drop and firmly held on to the ground. The donkey continued to run wildly. Yang Fan tightly held on to the donkey's neck. The muscles on his arms were tight, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The donkey dragged them forward for more than 10 steps before it slowed down. It was only a dozen steps, but Yang Fan's boots were stretched so far that his big toes were exposed. When Di Rengia saw the donkey's speed slowing down, he pushed the donkey's back with both hands and rolled to the ground. He didn't dare to blindly wait for someone to save him. If this strong man couldn't rein in the crazy donkey, wouldn't his only chance to save his life be gone? Di Rengia landed safely on the ground. However, he was old after all. When he rolled down from the donkey's back, he didn't fall flat on the ground. His right foot hit the ground first, and Di Rengia cried out in pain. His forehead was sweating from the pain. The donkey that was in pain was reined in by Yang Fan. Finally, it slowed down and chased after them from afar. It cried as it chased, "My donkey, my donkey." When he got closer, he saw that someone had helped him rein in the crazy donkey. He couldn't help but laugh. When he looked closely, he saw that there was a big cut on the donkey's buttocks. Blood dyed the donkey red. He couldn't help but cry again, "My donkey, my donkey." Di Rengia was furious. He glared at him and said, "You only know about your donkey. I'm your guest. You didn't even ask me. Are you saying that I'm not as good as a donkey?" Chapter 180. Di Rengia angrily flicked his finger on Chow Jiao's head. Then he tidied up his clothes and bowed to Yang Fan with a comical posture of a golden rooster standing on one leg. He said with a sincere smile, "Thank you for helping me, little Lang Jun. Otherwise, I would have been in danger today." Yang Fan smiled and said, "You're too polite, old man. It's only right for me to help when I see danger on the road. It's nothing to me." He turned around to pick up the scroll from the roadside and nodded at the fat old man with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, Di Rengia's gaze fell on his feet, and he quickly stopped him. He said to Shu Asheng, who had just caught up with them with a pale face, "In order to save me, this little Lang Jun has even worn out his shoes. Asheng, take out some money to compensate this little Lang Jun." Ah Sheng quickly agreed and took out the money from his pocket. Yang Fan smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite, old man. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave now. After Yang Fan finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards him and strode away. Ah Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to him. He put the money in his pocket and searched Di Renjia's body. He asked nervously, Ah Lang, are you all right? Di Renjia glared at him and said, If I waited for you to save me, I would have been smashed into pieces. Looking up at Yang Fan, Di Renjia stroked his beard and smiled. He said approvingly, This young man has a good character. Looking at his skills, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to carry me down from the donkey's back, but he was able to foresee that the crazy donkey would kick and bump into someone else, so he gave up on the easy and turned to the difficult. He forcefully stalled this crazy donkey. To be able to have such meticulous thoughts in such a short period of time is truly not easy for a young man. Yang Fan was there to save someone, but Di Renjia was thrown into the air by the crazy donkey. He had just been rescued and was still in a state of shock. He could guess why Yang Fan did this, so he was even more meticulous. Chanwan also caught up with Shu Ashing. When she saw that her Ah Lang was indeed unharmed, she heaved a long sigh of relief. She rolled her eyes at Shu Ashing and reprimanded him. You are really stupid. You always boast about your abilities, but today Ah Lang is in danger and you are completely useless. If something bad happens to Ah Lang, it would be strange if the 3 Lang Jun did not kill you when we get back. Shu Ashing rolled his eyes at her and did not say anything. Chan Wan was angry and scolded him again. You can't save anyone and do anything. That young man's shoes were destroyed in order to save our Ah Lang. He was just being polite, and you took the money. How can you behave like this? Hurry up and catch up with him and return the money to him. Di Renjia smiled and waved his hand, saying, Forget it. Since that young man doesn't want it, there's no need to force him. I see that although he is wearing casual clothes, he is wearing a pair of official boots. He must be someone from the Yamen. I think he can afford the price of a pair of boots. The donkey was still crying like a ghost and howling like a wolf. He cried, My donkey, I rely on you to make a living. If anything happens to such a big wound, how can I live in the future? Woo, woo, woo. I still have to earn money to marry a wife. Woo, woo, woo. The donkey cried out in pain. The crying of this little guy was even louder than the donkey. Di Renjia stroked his beard and stared at him, feeling angry and funny at the same time. He said to Ah Sheng, Give him the 2 pieces of money and ask him to treat his donkey. He's crying worse than a donkey. Di Renjia returned to the capital, but it was said that he accidentally sprained his ankle when he entered the city. So he had to rest for 2 days and did not immediately enter the palace to see the empress. The officials in the court did not believe it. They felt that this old fox was plotting something. The wife of the right guard great general Wu Yuji died of illness at a family banquet. Not long after this news spread, there was a rumor that she was poisoned to death because Empress Wu wanted to betroth her daughter, Princess Taiping, to Wu Yuji. No one could verify the authenticity of this news, but it spread like wildfire. Not long after, there was another rumor that Empress Wu had made the decision and arranged for the marriage of Princess Taiping and Wu Yuji. With these 2 pieces of information, the truth of Madame Li's death could no longer be concealed. No one dared to criticize Empress Wu's ruthlessness. No one knew that it was Princess Taiping, who knew Wu Yuji had a wife. She was also forced by her mother, who had always been strong. People only cursed Wu Yuji for ruthlessly poisoning his wife in order to marry the princess. They said he was worse than a pig or a dog. The truth was like looking at flowers through fog from the mouth of 3 people. After 10 people, It was completely different. It had always been like this. Today was not the day of the court meeting. Empress Wu sent someone to summon Princess Taiping early in the morning and asked her to come to the palace. Wu Sanxi handled the matter neatly. Wu Yuji's wife had smoothly died of illness. Empress Wu was very satisfied with this. She summoned Princess Taiping to the palace to discuss the marriage. This marriage was undoubtedly a clear political signal. Empress Wu wanted to arrange it before she ascended the throne. This time, Princess Taiping did not do anything extreme. No matter what Empress Wu said, she only agreed. There was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Empress Wu did not consider her feelings at all. Forcing her to marry had shattered the last hope in Princess Taiping's heart. She had thought that no matter how cold and heartless her mother was to others, she was truly loving towards her. Now she knew that her mother might really love her, but in her mother's heart, interests were always the most important. When it came to interests, even her most beloved daughter could be traded and sacrificed. Of course, Wu Zetian saw her displeasure, but in Wu Zetian's view, it was enough for her daughter to give in. No one could go against her wishes. Even her own daughter could not compromise. This was her principle. At noon, Wu Zetian asked Princess Taiping to have lunch with her. Princess Taiping tastelessly ate the lunch. Then she said goodbye to Empress Wu and left the inner palace. In the past, when Princess Taiping entered the palace, besides seeing her mother, she would always go to Shanghai, Wan Er's place to sit and chat. As for her brother, the emperor, she never went there. She was also clear about her mother's taboo, but she was depressed today. She didn't even want to see Shanghai Wan Er, so she went straight out of the palace. When Princess Taiping walked to Hanyuan Hall, a general happened to stride towards her. The general was nearly 50 years old, with some gray hair on his temples. He was not tall, but very thick. His face was slightly red, and his eyebrows and eyes were very regular. As soon as he saw Princess Taiping walking towards him, the general was a little surprised. He stood still, cupped his hands, and bowed slightly, saying, "Your Royal Highness." This general was Wu Yuji's eldest brother, Wu Yuyi. Now he was the general of the Yulin Guard and controlled the imperial army. As a core member of the Wu family, he already knew that Princess Taiping would soon become his sister-in-law. He also knew that his virtuous sister-in-law, Li, died because of this. Wu Yuyi's mentality was very complicated. When the Wu family was exiled to Hainan, Li traveled thousands of miles to marry his brother, who was an exiled criminal and probably would never see the light of day. How could such a woman be worthy of respect? However, when she became an obstacle to the Wu family's integration with the Li family, she was sacrificed by the Wu family without pity. From the emotional point of view, Wu Yuyi felt that it was not worth it for Li family. He was also a little disgusted with Princess Taiping, who caused the Li family's misfortune. But from the rational point of view, he also knew that with Princess Taiping as a link, he could fight for the greatest benefits for the Wu family. Sacrificing a woman was really not a big deal. Princess Taiping glanced at him indifferently. She didn't stop and walked by herself. Wu Yi's face showed a helpless wry smile. He gently shook his head and walked away. Princess Taiping walked a few steps, but suddenly stopped. She thought for a moment and suddenly turned around. She raised her voice and called, "Great General, please wait." Wu Yi stopped and turned around in surprise. He slightly bowed and said, "Your Highness?" Princess Taiping leisurely walked back and stood still in front of him. "General Wu," she said, "I have something to ask you." Wu Yi hurriedly said, "I dare not." "Princess, please speak." Princess Taiping said, "I heard that Yang Fan transferred to the 100 Cavalry." Wu Yi slightly frowned. Princess Taiping's question was abrupt. He was the great general of the Yulin Guard. How could he remember the names of so many subordinates? Fortunately, the woman who asked him to transfer Yang Fan to the 100 Cavalry was not an ordinary person. Moreover, it had just happened, so he still had some impression. Wu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Yes, this Yang Fan used to be a big wrestler in the palace, right? I heard that he is very good at koju, and sumo wrestling. Such a person has just been transferred to the 100 Cavalry. I wonder why your highness asked about him." Princess Taiping lightly said, "There is one thing that I think the general must have heard." Wu Yi said, "Please enlighten me, princess." Princess Taiping said, "I will get married soon. The man I will marry." Wu Yi hurriedly put on a smile and said, "Yes, Wu Yi already knows about it." Princess Taiping also smiled and said, "The great general is Taiping's cousin. In the future, he will also be Taiping's uncle." Wu Yi laughed and said, Yes, this is a marriage on top of a family. Ha! I am happy to see this happen." Princess Taiping said, "When Taiping marries, there will be warriors, maids, and eunuchs as a dowry. I would like to ask the great general to part with his beloved and send this Yang Fan to Taiping as a dowry warrior. What do you think?" Wu Yi was surprised and said, "Yang Fan? Why does the princess want this person to be a dowry?" Princess Taiping nonchalantly said, "It is nothing. It is only because this person is good at koju, and sumo wrestling. The great general must know that I like these things very much. It is rare to find such a wonderful person. Naturally, I want him by my side. When I have nothing to do, he can accompany me to relieve my boredom." At this point, her white and tender cheeks twitched faintly. Chapter 181. Wu Yi did not have any special thoughts on Princess Taiping's request. Princess Taiping was very different from those royal women who did not abide by the rules and had private affairs. She had been married to Xue Xiao for 7 years, and the couple loved each other very much. They had given birth to 4 sons, and there had never been any rumors of her keeping a gigolo or having a secret lover. Moreover, it was well known that she liked to play games like koju and sumo wrestling. Therefore, Wu Yi believed it without a doubt. If this Yang Fan was really transferred by him into the 100 Cavalry, he would naturally push the boat with the current and send him to Taiping. However, there was still Shangguan Daizhao behind Yang Fan, and this person was recommended by Shangguan Daizhao. He still did not know what was the intention of Shanghai Wan and what was the relationship between her and this Yang Fan, so how could he casually agree to Taiping's request? Princess Taiping saw his hesitation, and her pink face could not help but sink. She said unhappily, "What's wrong? It's just a mere imperial bodyguard. Is the great general not willing to let go of him?" Since young, Taiping had always had the temperament of getting whatever she wanted and had never been disobeyed by anyone. The first 2 times she tried to recruit Yang Fan, she was rejected by him. After all, she only wanted to recruit him to work in her mansion. Although she was unhappy, she did not resent him. Later, when the 2 of them fought side by side against Tufan and defeated Tufan, the unhappiness disappeared like smoke in thin air. But the 3rd time she was rejected, she was naked and begging for a night of pleasure. If it was any other woman, to be rejected by the other party in this situation would be an unbearable humiliation. Moreover, Princess Taiping had always been proud of her beauty and was an exceptionally strong person. At this time, she really hated Yang Fan to the core. If it was not for the fact that even as a princess, she had no right to force others to leave, she wished she could castrate Yang Fan and make him a servant to serve her for the rest of his life. Only by degrading him and humiliating him would the hatred in her heart be dispelled. Now she had to settle for the next best thing, and put forward this request to Wu Yui. As long as she made Yang Fan her personal guard, wouldn't he be at her mercy? Unfortunately, she thought that Wu Yui had heard of Yang Fan's heroic performance on the boxing field, so she made an exception to promote him. She did not know that there was more to it than meets the eye. The woman standing behind Yang Fan seemed to be harmless and gentle, but the power of that woman right now was even greater than Her Royal Highness. When a princess got married, she would have warriors, maids, and eunuchs as her dowries. A princess who was not favored might only have a few dozen warriors, palace maids, and a dozen or so eunuchs as her dowry. A princess who was favored might have thousands of warriors, palace maids, and eunuchs as her dowry. However, this kind of thing had always been arranged by the Chamberlain department, and there had never been a reason for a princess to ask someone to be her dowry. Wu Yui did not want to offend Princess Taiping, but she also did not want to offend Shanghai Wanner. His aunt, the Empress of Heaven, was a person who did not recognize her own family. Although Shanghai Wanner's surname was neither Wu nor Li, her position in front of the Empress was higher than his, her closest relative. If he offended the people around the Empress, it would not benefit him at all. This Wu Yui laughed and said, "After all, Yang Fan has already entered the 100 Cavalry. If we rashly transfer him here and there, I'm afraid it will cause criticism. How about this? I will go back and arrange it first. Whether it is successful or not, I will definitely report it to Her Royal Highness. How about it?" It was impossible for Princess Taiping to mention such a matter to Empress Wu. If this marriage was harmonious, it would be normal for her to act like a spoiled child and ask for a few people from her mother. But now the relationship between her and her mother was like an invisible iceberg. If she actually asked for a certain person from Empress Wu, with Empress Wu's alertness and female sensitivity, she would definitely notice something. With Empress Wu's character, once she noticed something, even if it was just a suspicion, the most likely thing Empress Wu would do was to immediately make Yang Fan disappear from the world. Moreover, it would be to make him disappear in a puff of smoke. Even his bones would not be left for Taiping. People would always die. But if he did not die in her hands, how could she dispel the hatred in her heart? Seeing that Wu Yui's tone was a little relaxed, Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Well, in that case, I will wait for the good news from General. Goodbye." Princess Taiping turned and left. Wu Yui thought for a moment and went straight to Wuqing Hall to see Shanghai Wan-er. He had to first probe Shanghai Wan-er's opinion before he could make a decision. When Wu Yui arrived at Wuqing Hall, he did not see Shanghai Wan-er. There was no court meeting today, and Shanghai Wan-er did not have much official business. After dealing with some government affairs, Shanghai Wan-er went to the history library. Wu Yui rushed to the history library and asked the people there. They said that Shangguan Duzhao was in her study room. Shanghai Wan-er's study room in the history library was the place she led Yang Fan to last time. Suddenly there was a few knocks on the door, and a man's clear voice said, "Shangguan Duzhao, Wu Yui requests to see you." Shanghai Wan-er sat there thinking about her lover. She thought about the love and sweetness she had with her Lang Jun these days. This woman who had just entered the river of love wanted to write a love poem to express her feelings. She had just finished and was about to write when she heard Wu Yui's voice. She could not help but put down the pen in annoyance and stood up, saying, "General Wu, please come in." The descendants of the Wu family were not all arrogant and despotic like Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi. They were not all lecherous like Wu Huing. After all, they were from the Guanlong family. Most of the Wu family's descendants were well-mannered and well-mannered. When Wu Yui entered, he opened the door wide and did not close it. A man and a woman alone in the room. There was no one else. He could not avoid suspicion. Wu Yui quickly walked to Shanghai Wan, bowed and said with a smile, Shangguan Duzhao. Shanghai Wan calmed her mind and turned sideways to avoid the bow. She nodded slightly and said, General, please sit. The two of them sat on their knees in the outer guest hall separated by a screen. Shanghai Wan said, Why did General come here? Is there something important? Wu Yui said, Oh, it is nothing important. Just a private matter that I want to ask Shangguan Duzhao. Shanghai Wan was puzzled and asked, What matter does General want to talk about? Wu Yui covered her mouth and coughed lightly, said, It is about the Yang fan that Shangguan Duzhao mentioned to me last time. Shanghai Wan's expression tensed and quickly asked, Yang fan? What about him? Wu Yui saw her expression and thought, It seems that Shangguan Duzhao cares a lot about this Yang fan. But his surname is not Shangguan, nor is his surname Zheng. He should not be a relative of Shangguan Duzhao's father or mother. Could it be that he is a relative of Shangguan Duzhao's side branch? Wu Yui thought for a while, then said, It's like this. Shangguan Duzhao had told me before that he wanted to transfer Yang Fan into the 100 Cavalry. Shangguan Duzhao ordered me to do so. How could I dare to disobey? Shanghai Wan said, I do not dare. General is too polite. Shangguan Duzhao only asked Great General to do this. As she said this, she stared at Wu Yui without blinking, knowing that there must be some changes. Wu Yui cleared his throat and said, It is like this. In a few days, Princess Taiping is going to marry my third brother Yuji. Shangguan Duzhao must have heard about this. Shanghai Wan gently nodded and said, Yes, I have also heard about this. Speaking to this point, she remembered Madame Li, who suddenly died of illness. Shanghai Wan could not help but secretly sigh. Wu Yui said, Just now, I happened to meet Taiping in front of Hanyuan Hall. Taiping mentioned to me that she wants Yang Fan to be part of her dowry. I want to ask Shangguan Duzhao's opinion. Shanghai Wan was startled and asked, Princess Taiping wants Yang Fan to be part of her dowry? Why? Wu Yui said, Princess Taiping likes to play Kuju and Yang Fan is an expert in this, so she wants to get him. If it was an ordinary imperial bodyguard, I would naturally give him to her. But this Yang Fan is under Shangguan Duzhao's care, so, I want to ask Shangguan Duzhao's opinion. Shanghai Wan blurted out, You can't. As soon as these words left her mouth, Shanghai Wan knew that she had acted too hastily. She slightly lowered her head and brushed the hair on her temples. She muttered, Shanghai Wan anxiously thought about it. If she wanted to protect Yang Fan, she only needed to say one word, and Wu Yui would have to give her face. But this would inevitably cause others to suspect her relationship with Yang Fan, and their relationship could not be exposed right now. Wan did not want to harm her little Lang Jun. Her eyes slightly turned, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. She gently raised her head and lightly said, Yang Fan must stay in the 100 Cavalry. If Great General sends him out as part of the princess dowry, I am afraid the Empress will not be happy. Wu Yui was startled. He quickly raised his head and saw that the corner of Shanghai Wan's mouth seemed to have a mysterious smile. Wu Yui was alarmed. He suddenly thought of a possibility. The most likely possibility, could it be that this Yang Fan is Ants? Thinking of this, Wu Yui broke out in a cold sweat. He could not help but secretly rejoice that he did not agree to Princess Taiping's request. He quickly said, I understand. Many thanks for Shangguan Duzhao's advice. Shangguan Duzhao's advice. I will remember it in my heart. I will report to you later. I know what to do. I will not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now. Goodbye. Wu Yui quickly took his leave. Shanghai Wan or sent him to the door of the hall. Seeing him hurriedly leave, she gently closed the door. The smile on her lips disappeared. She frowned and thought carefully. The more she thought, the more uneasy she became. Why did Princess Taiping want Yang Fan as part of the dowry? Wu Yuji's reason seemed reasonable, but others did not know Princess Taiping's attitude towards marrying Wu Yuji. She clearly knew. At this time, did Princess Taiping still have the leisure to do this? Shanghai suddenly thought of Princess Taiping's appreciation for Yang Fan and her repeated solicitation of Yang Fan. She suddenly thought, could it be that Princess Taiping also likes Erlang? A woman's intuition made Shanghai immediately think of the problem. What she was not sure about was, what was Yang Fan's mind? Thinking of Princess Taiping's beautiful face and enchanting figure, who was too young to even kiss, had no confidence that she could keep her Longjun's heart. What if Princess Taiping had some feelings for her Langjun? Could he resist the temptation? What if her Langjun changed his mind? The more Shanghai thought about it, the more flustered she became. She did not want to wait a moment and walked out. If she did not personally ask Yang Fan and get his answer, she would not feel at ease. Chapter 182. At this time, Yang Fan had arrived at the Yulin Guard's 100 horsemen to officially carry out the handover. He had already received the transfer order from the Ministry of War. The Yulin Guard, as the Imperial Army of Yuan Tsung, had a permanent armed force at Black Tortoise Gate, which was the 100 horsemen. The so-called 100 horsemen was the most trusted armed force of the emperor. In fact, a few years later, the Imperial Army of Yuan Tsung developed the 1,000 horsemen and 10,000 horsemen. Their nature was more or less the same, just to prove that they were closer to the emperor. The 100 horsemen was obviously one of the core forces. Their position among the Imperial Guards was second only to the inner guards. The military discipline here was strict. Although Yang Fan had passed the inspection of the outer palace, he was still subjected to a strict interrogation when he entered the Black Tortoise Gate Tower to meet the brigade commander of the 100 horsemen. After Yang Fan's transfer order was verified, the soldier guarding the gate glanced at him and shook his head. "Follow me." Yang Fan followed him and walked up the wide stone steps. Before they reached the tower, 2 burly men came up from behind. When they saw the soldier leading Yang Fan, one of them asked, "Zhang Shidong, what is this man doing?" The soldier leading Yang Fan laughed. "Captain Huang, Captain Chung, this man was transferred from Big Horn. He will soon be one of our 100 horsemen." Oh, the 2 men had already passed them, but when they heard this, they stopped in their tracks. Captain Huang, who asked the question just now, turned around and looked at Yang Fan condescendingly. He said scornfully, "Big Horn? What kind of person can this bunch of trumpeters and gongs have to be in our 100 horsemen? If this goes on, what will our 100 horsemen become? Juggling." Yang Fan glanced at this person. He wasn't tall and was slightly plump, but he didn't look bloated at all. His face was ordinary, and he had a slightly disdainful expression. However, he had an air of superiority about him. The person next to him was slightly taller than him. His face was clear and resolute, not as crude as him, but rather somewhat refined. The Yuansong Imperial Army was an armed force under the emperor's personal command since the founding of the Tang dynasty. However, up until now, this army had been passed down through several generations. In order to maintain their combat effectiveness and make them the most elite force in the Imperial Army, in addition to the best equipment and strict training, every time a war broke out in the Tang dynasty, they would take turns to transfer soldiers from the Imperial Army to experience the bloody battles on the battlefield. As the elites of the elites, every member of the 100 steeds had been on the battlefield and killed before. Naturally, there was a kind of prestige in their eyes. However, Yang Fan's expression was unusually calm under his intense gaze. Yang Fan had also been on the battlefield and killed before. When he was on the battlefield, he was probably much younger than this Captain Huang, so there was no need to fear his aura. Facing Captain Huang's intense gaze, Yang Fan smiled and said, "Never ask where a hero comes from. Why can't there be real men in Jiao's army? Captain Huang, you're judging a book by its cover, aren't you?" "Yo!" Captain Huang glared at Yang Fan and said, "You're getting cocky now, kid. Looks like you have some background. Let me tell you first, no matter how great your family's background is, in the Imperial Army, you can be taken care of and get some benefits. But in the 100 Cavalry, don't even think about it. Here, you have to rely on your own abilities to make a living." Yang Fan said neither haughtily nor humbly, "The reason I came here is to rely on my own abilities to make a living. Captain Huang, what you said is exactly what I wanted. If there's a chance to make a name for yourself in the future, I hope Captain Huang will not forget about me. I believe I won't let you down." Things were different now. Yang Fan was determined to make a name for himself so that he could marry his beautiful wife. Therefore, he was serious about his career in the army. In the army, it was not appropriate to talk back to one's superior, but it was even worse to be a docile sheep. This was Captain Huang's provocation, and he could not back down. Captain Huang was so angry that he laughed and nodded his head. "Good. Well done. You're tough enough with your words, but I hope your bones are tough enough too. As long as there's such a chance, I will definitely not forget about you." Yang Fan smiled. "In that case, I'll thank Captain Huang in advance." Captain Huang snorted and turned to leave. Captain Chung, who had been looking at Yang Fan with a smile, saw Captain Huang leaving in quick strides and quickly caught up with him. "This kid looks familiar. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the Yang Fan who was in the limelight at the archery field." "Oh, Yang Fan. I've heard of the name Yang Fan before. Why did the brigade marshal bring him here? We're 100 Cavalry. Don't tell me we need to practice archery and participate in some competitions in the future? I'll go ask the brigade marshal." The two of them had already walked away from the side of the city wall. Captain Huang turned around and ran up the city wall. Inside the city wall, the brigade Marshal Su Liang was looking at Yang Fan's transfer order. Yang Fan and the soldier named Zhang Shidong were standing opposite Su Liang. Captain Huang and Captain Chung suddenly walked in side by side. Su Liang glanced at the two people who had just walked in and continued to read the transfer order. He said, "Well, since it's," Captain Huang said in a loud voice, "Brigade Marshal, I have something to say." Su Liang said, "What do you want to say?" Captain Huang said in a loud voice, "Brigade Marshal, is this person called Yang Fan?" Su Liang nodded his head. "Yes, you know him?" Captain Huang said, "I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Didn't he just make a name for himself in the archery field? Brigade, Marshal, what is our 100 Cavalry? Are we going to specialize in archery in the future just to win a smile from the nobles?" Su Liang furrowed his eyebrows. "What nonsense are you talking about? This transfer order was approved by the Ministry of War and approved by Great General Wu. Is there any room for you, Huang Xuchang, to talk too much?" Huang Xuchang stiffened his neck. "I'm not convinced. Our brothers in 100 Cavalry are all heroes who can fight against 100 men. As long as 100 Cavalry is mentioned in the Imperial Army, who wouldn't be in awe? We've risked our lives on the battlefield to earn our reputation. We can't let it be ruined, just like that." Su Liang wanted to say something, but suddenly put down his hands and stood at attention. He looked straight ahead and dared not breathe too loudly. Captain Chung noticed something was wrong and turned around. He quickly followed Su Liang and stood at attention. At the same time, He tugged at Huang Xuchang's collar. At the door, a slow and unhurried voice sounded. Only those who have been on the battlefield and killed people can be called heroes. According to what you've said, this general has never been on the battlefield and killed enemies. You should be the great general instead. Great General Wu Yui of the Yulin Guard slowly strolled in with his hands behind his back. Although Huang Xuchang was just a small squad leader and was worlds apart from Wu Yui's position as the great general of the Yulin Guard, 100 Cavalry was the core armed force of the Yulin Guard after all. Therefore, Wu Yui knew all the people inside, especially those who held certain official positions. Wu Yui glanced at him and said, Yang Fan ranked second in the upper prime competition in wrestling. Is there a need to compare his martial arts skills? How can he be worse than you, Huang Xuchang? In the archery competition, Yang Fan, Princess Taiping, Great General Chiu, Great General Luo, and the others fought 5 against 10 and defeated the Tubo army. How can his horsemanship and combat skills be worse than yours? Huang Xuchang mumbled unhappily. Wu Yui glared at him and said, What did you say? Huang Xuchang raised his head and said loudly, This lowly officer said that in killing enemies on the battlefield, cavalry and archery are number 1. This lowly officer doesn't believe it. His archery skills are equally brilliant. In archery, he's definitely inferior to me. Wu Yui was furious and was about to berate him when Yang Fan smiled and said, In archery, this lowly one is definitely inferior to you, Captain Huang. However, all abilities are gained through training. Since Yang Fan has entered the 100 Cavalry, he will not bring shame to this name. Huang Xuchang hadn't said anything when Wu Yui smiled wholeheartedly and said, Good, you have great ambitions. This general likes young people like you. All of you withdraw. This general has something to tell your brigade commander. Yes, everyone crossed their arms in salute and withdrew from the gate tower. Su Liang said, Great General, please take a seat. I don't know what the great general has to instruct this lowly officer. Wu Yui pulled him to the side and said solemnly, Su Liang, I have an important task for you. Su Liang's face tightened, and he replied seriously, Great General, please instruct me. Wu Yui said, This Yang Fan, you have to keep a close eye on him. Su Liang was startled and asked, What's wrong with him? Wu Yui said angrily, What problem? I'm saying you have to watch him carefully, watch him like an eyeball. Don't let anything happen to him. Wu Yui was shocked. What was this Yang Fan's background? Why did the great general run over to give such an order? He said in a daze. This lowly officer still doesn't understand. Is the great general saying that training, errands, and such should not be given to him? Wu Yi shook her head and said in a low voice, This is also not appropriate. He doesn't need to join 100 Cavalry. Since he wants to come, he must like to do things in the army. He's a young man, hot-blooded and vigorous. If you don't let him do things, I'm afraid he won't like it. You must arrange for him to do more things. Then Wu Yi glared at him and said, Idiot, do you still need me to teach you this? Send more people to follow him and make him happy. Won't it be fine as long as you protect him? Yes. Su Liang's heart began to tremble. What was this person's background? Why did even the great general treat him like to have such a person under him? It was really too twisted. Yang Fan and his men retreated from the tower. Huang Xuchang looked angrily at Yang Fan and walked away. Yang Fan chased after him and called out, Captain Huang. Huang Xuchang turned his head and said fiercely, What is it? Yang Fan slowly said, The glory of the battlefield. This lowly officer has long forgotten it. I hope that Captain Huang can also forget it. This lowly officer is a commoner not from a rich family. In the palace and the army, I also have no backing. Captain Huang, please don't be prejudiced against this lowly officer. Whether this Yang is a good soldier or not, we'll see in the future. These words were powerful and resonant, and the tone was extremely sincere. Huang Xuchang could not help but be moved when he heard it. He looked at Yang Fan, and his expression softened a little. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a loud shout. Aha! Brother Yang, you've really been transferred to our Yulin Guard. When little Wei and I heard about it, we hurried over to take a look. Ha! We're a family in the future. Yang Fan turned his head to look. One of them was the son-in-law of the right Yulin Guard, Li Duozhua, the left Yulin Guard's Lieutenant General Yi Huli. The other was the left Yulin Guard's Brigade Commander Wei Yong. Huang Xuchang and Captain Cheng quickly cupped their fists and said, "This lowly officer greets Lieutenant General and Brigade Commander Wei." Yulin laughed heartily and rushed over to give Yang Fan a bear hug. Wei Yong, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand at them. Yulin and Wei Yong chatted intimately with Yang Fan for a while. They called each other brothers and kept asking him to treat them to a drink to celebrate. Huang Xuchang and Captain Cheng, who had just heard Yang Fan say that he did not have any backing in the palace and the army, could not help but look at each other speechlessly. At this moment, there was a clear cough from the staircase. Another elegant woman's voice suddenly sounded. "Guard Yang, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you." Yulin and the rest turned their heads to look. It was actually Shangguan, Wan with a slender waist and fluttering white clothes. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Shangguan Wan This time, even Yang Fan was speechless. Chapter 183. At the top of the wall, Wan Er's robe fluttered in the wind. Yang Fan turned around to look at the people on the other side and asked in a low voice, "Wan Er, why are you here?" On the other side of the city wall, Huli stretched out his big, bear-like palm and patted Huang Xuchang and Captain Cheng's shoulders one after another. Huang Xuchang, Cheng Ichuan, you two old farts, listen up. Yang Fan is my little brother. From now on, he's a member of 100 Cavalry. You two must take good care of him," he exclaimed. Shangguan Wan was a little bashful. She had come on a whim, but when she saw Yang Fan, she found it difficult to speak. Yang Fan saw her expression and couldn't help but feel nervous. He asked, "Did something happen?" Shangguan Wan hurriedly shook her head. She hesitated for a moment before mustering up the courage to say, Whatever, I'm going back." Yang Fan was getting impatient. "What is it? Stop stuttering. Tell me." Shangguan Wan was annoyed by his questions. She lowered her head and stammered, "You and Princess Taiping, what? Oh, I mean, have you ever fallen in love with another woman?" "Of course not." Shanghai Wan suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were shining. "Really? Really? Then what if she's prettier than me? I have to like her because she's prettier? What kind of logic is that? Then what if her family background is better than me? What does that have to do with me? If Yang Fan wants to be successful, he has to rely on his own abilities. If I was someone who would do anything for power, I would have agreed to your suggestion. But what if she's prettier than me, more noble, and can stay with you for a long time? It's hard for me to spend more time with you. I'm scared. Silly girl, you're imagining things again. That's impossible. You swear. I swear. If I fall in love with another woman. All right, don't swear anymore." Shangguan Wan smiled sweetly and said, "I believe you." Yang Fan was confused. "You came all the way here just to ask about this." Shangguan Wan blushed and said shyly, "And?" Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you thinking? Why did you suddenly think of asking this question?" Shangguan stammered. I. At this time, Wu Yuyi heard the news and walked out of the building. Seeing that Shangguan Daizhao had personally come, she couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. Luckily, I was observant and went to ask her first. Shangguan Daizhao was worried and wanted to personally come. It seems that this Yang Fan must be Aunt's new favorite. Wu Yuyi quickly came up and said, "Oh, Shangguan Daizhao, why are you here?" Wu Yuyi walked closer and laughed. She stroked her beard and said, "Daizhao can rest assured. I have just told Su Liang to take care of Yang Fan." Yang Fan was speechless again. Huang Xuchang and Cheng Yuchuan, who were far away, rolled their eyes. Princess Taiping's mansion. Princess Taiping received Wu Yuyi's polite and tactful reply. She firmly refused to include Yang Fan as a dowry warrior. She suddenly clenched the letter in her hand, and her face turned pale. Xue Chongshuan ran into the reception hall. When he saw his mother, he grinned and said, "Mother, give me a hug." The old maid who came in saw that the princess's expression was not good. She quickly caught up with Xue Chongshuan and coaxed him, "Little Langjun, let's go fishing. Big goldfish, very beautiful." "I don't want it. I don't want it. I want Mother to hug me." Xue Chongshuan opened his mouth and cried. The old maid hurriedly ran out. Hearing her son's cry, Princess Taiping became even more irritated. She slammed the hand that was holding the reply letter on the table. When the servants in the room saw that the princess was angry, they all kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to breathe loudly. Princess Taiping was panting with anger, and it took her a long time to calm herself down. Suspicion arose in her heart. Wu Weilang's 3 sons, Wu Yuyi, Wu Youxiu, and Wu Yuji, each is more cowardly than the other. They are all cautious and do not like to offend people. I only asked him for a military officer as a dowry. How could he not agree? Princess Taiping slowly frowned. She got up and paced for a while. She slowly stood up and thought, someone must be making things difficult for Wu Yuyi. That's why Wu Yuyi did not dare to give me this favor. But who is the other party? Who can make Wu Yuyi care so much that he did not hesitate to offend me? Princess Taiping pondered for a long time and ordered, "Call the 2 chief stewards here." The serving maids at the side quickly retreated. Not long after, a middle-aged man and a woman hurried over. The male steward was not tall. He had a round face and was slightly plump. His skin was fair, and he did not have a beard. He had a naturally happy face and smiled amiably. However, there was a sense of slipperiness in his expression. The middle-aged woman was not young anymore. She had put on weight. However, she was meticulous in her dressing. Her mannerisms and manners had a kind of bearing. These 2 people were the 2 chief stewards of Princess Taiping's residence. They were the eunuchs and maids of Princess Taiping's dowry. Over the years, they had become Princess Taiping's left and right hands. There was usually only 1 chief steward. However, Princess Taiping's residence was very big. Therefore, the internal and external affairs were divided into 2 parts. The middle-aged man was called Li Yi. He was the external steward of Princess Taiping's residence. The middle-aged woman was called Zhou Min. The 2 of them went to the reception hall to see Princess Taiping. "Princess Taiping," said Li Yi, "Ben Gong knows that you have dealings with most of the wealthy family stewards. How are the stewards of Princess Taiping's residence and Wu Qingxi's residence?" Li Yi did not know why Princess Taiping asked this question. She could only answer carefully, "This servant thinks that being kind to others and making more friends will only benefit our residents. Therefore, I usually get along well with the stewards of the wealthy families' residences. I have dealings with the stewards of Princess Taiping's residence and Wu Qingxi's residence. Princess Taiping smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, "That's good. Go and investigate who are the people who have close dealings with Princess Taiping's residence and Wu Qingxi's residence." Li Yi hurriedly said, "Yes." Princess Taiping then said to Zhou Min, "The day after tomorrow, it will be time for shopping in the palace. Wei Tuan heir will definitely leave the palace. Prepare a generous gift. After she leaves the palace, think of a way to give her a gift and make friends. There are some things that Ben Gong needs to find out from her." Zhou Min understood tacitly and quickly agreed. Princess Taiping said, "All right, go and prepare this matter. Don't be stingy. Tuan heir is in charge of the palace's shopping. She has a big appetite and will not care about ordinary gifts." Zhou Min agreed again and retreated. Princess Taiping then said to Li Yi, "Has Di Laohu returned to the capital?" Di Laohu was Di Renjia. There was a custom of giving nicknames in the officialdom of the Tang dynasty. Even the current prime ministers were given nicknames. Officials with equal or slightly lower positions would even call them by their nicknames in front of their faces. Di Renjia had 2 nicknames in the officialdom. Those who were his political enemies called him an unscrupulous old thief, and those who had a good relationship with him called him an old fox. Those who could become the stewards of such a wealthy family were very well informed. If they only cared about the trivial matters of the residence, it was impossible for them to become the chief steward. Li Yi knew more about the affairs of the imperial court. When she heard this, she hurriedly said, "Yes, Master Di has returned to the capital." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Send an invitation for Ben Gong to invite Di Laohu to a banquet. Invite Wei Fangji, Wei Xiqian, and Wang Fangqing to come together." The few people that Princess Taiping had mentioned were the prime ministers of the current dynasty. Currently, Di Renjia was only an assistant minister, and his rank was slightly lower than these few people. But Princess Taiping had invited him as the main guest, and the few prime ministers to accompany her. Admittedly, this was because of her great reputation, but her political acumen could also be seen from this. At the critical moment, when Empress Wu was about to become the empress, she suddenly transferred Di Renjia back to the capital. From these actions, Princess Taiping had accurately judged that Di Renjia would be the prime minister in the new imperial court of Emperor Wu, and it was very likely that he would surpass the prime minister and be ranked above these prime ministers. She suddenly went to propose a marriage for her. She must have been entrusted by someone. Although Wu Qingxi was not a mediocre person, he did not have the foresight to unite with the Li royal family by marriage and thus destroy the resistance of the Li family. Someone must have planned it for him. Although Princess Taiping had to accept her mother's arrangement, she was a vengeful person. She could not swallow this anger no matter what. She must find out who was playing tricks behind the scenes and make him pay the price. She made friends with Tuan because she was the person by Empress Wu's side. Of course, if she wanted to inquire about the news in the palace and wanted to know who was protecting Yang Fan, she could ask her close friend Wan That way, she would not have to go through so much trouble. But some friends were friends of gentlemen. They were as indifferent as water. Taiping and Wan had been friends for many years. She knew Wan nature and character very well. Wan looked gentle and polite. She treated people like a spring breeze and was the most considerate. But she had a sense of propriety when it came to the scale of things. Moreover, she was cautious and meticulous. So during these years when she was by her mother's side, no matter how the situation in the court changed, she could always deal with it calmly. For such a person, if she rashly asked her about the news of Yang Fan, she would be able to figure out her thoughts, and she would look down on her and if Yang Fan's backer was really from the palace, one might not reveal it to her. But Tuan was different. A person who was greedy for benefits was easier to deal with. As for inviting Di Renjia and the other prime ministers to the banquet, it was the first step of Princess Taiping's intervention in the court. Power. She felt more and more that power was so important. She was controlled by Empress Wu and frustrated by Yang Fan. Today, she was rejected by Wu Yuyi, which made her desire for power more and more. Chapter 184. Di Renjia's residence was at Shangxin Square, located at the edge of Luoyang's South City. It was very far from the palace in Luoyang's North City. Once he went to court, he would have to wake up early and cross the entire Luoyang city. It was said that old Di chose this place to build his residence for 3 reasons. Firstly, the South City was beautiful and the environment was quiet. Secondly, it was next to the river Yi, looking into the distance, and surrounded by jade belts, one's mind would be broadened. Thirdly, Shangxin Square was a good name. As an official, he should be a virtuous official. This was his lifelong ambition as an official. The environment was indeed quiet and secluded. Before nightfall, no one could be seen in Shangxin Lane. There were large patches of wild grass and woods around it, for safety's sake, not to mention young ladies and young wives. Even those who sold vegetables and ran small businesses here had to close their stalls early. It was also true that the Yi River was surrounded by jade belts. However, when it rained heavily, the Yi River would rise to the shore, and the Di family would be able to catch fish in the courtyard. Those who were familiar with Luoyang's layout could see through it. The houses here are cheap. The houses here were really cheap. In the North City, the money spent to buy a 3-mu house could buy a 10-mu house here. Di Renjia's residence was about 6 to 7 mu. Although it was only a courtyard with 3 entrances, each courtyard was especially spacious. Shun Mu was sitting leisurely in the guest hall at the side of the courtyard. Di Renjia was dressed in Yen residence attire. His robe was tucked into his belt, and his sleeves were rolled up. His hair was loosely tied into a bun with a wooden hairpin. He limped in and clapped his hands as if they were stained with mud. Shenmu smiled and stood up. Looking at his posture, he could not help but cup his hands and smile. Master Di, you have just returned to the residence, and you are already busy cleaning up the vegetable garden? Di Renjia glared at him. Nonsense. I am busy teaching that unfilial son a lesson. What are you doing here? Shenmu smiled. Master Di has returned to court. I should pay my respects. Di Renjia snorted. You still say that I have been hunting wild geese all day, but ended up being pecked in the eye by the geese. I actually fell into your trap and was tricked to return to court. What are you up to this time? Shenmu smiled and said, Actually, Master Di should be clear about Shenmu's motive. Shenmu only wanted to protect his family, and to protect his family, the country must not fall into chaos. People in chaos were no better than dogs. Therefore, no matter what Shenmu's motive is, the final result will be the same as Master Di's. Master Di, do you think I'm right? Di Renjia glared at him, and a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. He snorted and said, You little fox. Shenmu laughed and said, Hee hee, Shenmu has heard that Master Di is known as an old fox in the imperial court. In that case, Shenmu can be considered as Master Di's successor. Di Renjia said, I have an unfilial son who is about to die from anger. If I have a successor like you, how can I live? Shenmu laughed and said, Please take a seat, Duke Di. I'll leave immediately after I finish my discussion with Duke Di. I won't delay Duke Di from teaching your son. Di Renjia snorted and sat down on the table. He said, If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. Shen Mu lingered in the D residence for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn before he took his leave. Shen Mu leisurely left the D residence and exited through the corner door. There was an oil-purifying cart parked at the entrance. Shen Mu boarded the cart. His wife, Yang Shuirao, was lazily taking a nap on the couch. Shen Mu did not want to wake her up. He instructed the cart driver, and the ox cart slowly left Shongshan Square. The ox cart went all the way and entered Shongshan Square, which was adjacent to Nan City. It stopped in front of a small shop that sold groceries. On the surface, this small shop sold groceries, but there were always many people going in and out of the shop. Shen Mu did not alight from the cart. After a while, a slightly plump man of about 36 or 37 years old came out of the shop and boarded the ox cart. This man looked mediocre and had a kind expression. He was Zhao Yu, the informant, whom Yang Fan had asked to find out the whereabouts of Miao Shinka. Zhao Yu saw Shen Mu and said with joy and excitement, "Third uncle, you're finally here." It was hard to tell that Shen Mu was more than 10 years younger than him, but his seniority was actually 1 generation higher. After Zhao Yu finished speaking, he turned and saw Yang Shuirao sitting beside Shen Mu. He could not help but be startled and asked curiously, "Isn't this the one who sells wine at Chang and Shangping Square?" Shen Mu interrupted with a smile. "Now, she is your third aunt." Oh. Zhao Yu reacted and hurriedly bowed to Yang Shuirao. He said with a smile, "Little nephew greets third aunt." Yang Shuirao saw an acquaintance of Chang and was much older than her. Being greeted by him like that, even though she had a fiery temperament, she could not help but blush shyly. Shen Mu said, All right. First, tell me about your situation in Luoyang for the past 2 years. If there is anything special, I still have something for you to do later." Zhao Yu stopped smiling and sat down at the side. He began explaining to Shen Mu in a serious manner. Other than telling him about his development in Luoyang over the past 2 years, he also told Shen Mu about some of the more special things he had heard during his time as a spy. Towards the end, he suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "That's right, there is one more thing. Someone spared no effort to find out about Divine," guessed Miao. "According to third uncle's instructions, I am very concerned about such special people. Therefore, I specially investigated his identity. In the end, I accidentally discovered that young Master Zhang's lady, Anu, was also paying attention to him." Shen Mu asked curiously, "Oh, who is this person?" Zhao Yu said, "If I didn't investigate, I really would not know. Now that I have investigated, I realized that this person's experience is really interesting." Zhao Yu told Shen Mu in detail about Yang Fan's journey from a workshop worker to the White Horse Temple's first seat, from him being in the limelight in the upper prime competition to becoming an imperial guard. After Shen Mu finished listening, he rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Yang Shuirao cast a glance at Shen Mu and chuckled. This little husband's story is truly more exciting and impressive than the fact that you, a descendant of the side branch, suppressed the eldest son of the direct lineage and took control of the hidden sect. Shen Mu said thoughtfully, "This young Fan is very interesting. You have to pay more attention to him. If there is a chance, I would like to get to know him." Zhao Yu quickly responded, "Yes, I will specially arrange for a few people to pay attention to this person's movements. If there is any news, I will report it to third uncle immediately." Shen Mu nodded. The two of them discussed for a while more before Zhao Yu bade farewell and alighted from the carriage. The ox carriage continued to move forward. Sitting in the carriage, Shen Mu thought to himself, "No wonder young Master Jiang, who has always been arrogant, would pay attention to him. This person's experience is really extraordinary. He is the disciple of Shui Huai and fought side by side with Taiping to defeat Tufan. He has a good relationship with many generals in the imperial army. As Shenmu thought about it, his eyes gradually lit up. He thought to himself, if I nurture him properly with the connections he has, will I still have to worry about not being able to ascend to the position? This person is worth supporting. Once I help him ascend to the position, I will definitely repay him generously in the future. Yang Fan. Yang Fan. Shenmu muttered to himself as an idea formed in his mind. Yang Shuarao teased, since when did you have an interest in men? Look at how you can't forget about him. Shenmu regained his senses and laughed. With a serious expression, he said, you actually found out. I suddenly realized that men are still the cutest. Ha ha, it seems that my bewitching beauty will soon become my old love. Yang Shuarao pretended to be dazed and turned her head away. She lifted the curtain and looked outside, saying, this servant has met an unkind person. Let me cry for a while. Shenmu blinked and asked, why aren't you crying? Yang Shuarao turned her head back and made a face at him, saying, because I suddenly thought it through. Shenmu asked, thought through what? Yang Shuarao said, I am thinking if I snatch away your new love, the one who should cry seems to be you, and not me. She lazily stretched her waist, revealing the graceful curves of her chest, abdomen, waist, and buttocks. She glanced at Shenmu and coquettishly said, do you think I have the ability to seduce him? While Yang Shuarao and her husband were flirting, there was a beautiful lady who was racking her brains to think of ways to train her ability to seduce men. One held a small bundle in her hand and hesitated as she stood in the history hall's study. She first hid the bundle in the large urn that held calligraphy scrolls and paintings. After thinking that it was inappropriate, she took it out and stuffed it under her pillow. After thinking that it was inappropriate, she opened the dressing table and put it in the jewelry box. After thinking for a while, she took it out again and held it in her hands. She looked around, but did not know where to put it. Wan-Er thought for a while and finally lifted the bedding and put it under the bedding. She rearranged the bed and saw that there were no abnormalities. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Wan-Er returned to the outer study and sat by the window. She picked up a book and began to read it seriously. The title of the book was Union of Yin and Yang. There were many books in the palace. Shanghai, Wan-Er was in charge of literature and history. She could read all kinds of unique, rare books in the palace. It could be said that she had read a lot of books and learned a lot of things. However, she did not read ancient books that she was not interested in or that she thought were useless. However, books that she once thought were useless were not necessarily useless. At this moment, there was a pile of books on Wan-Er's desk. They were all specially selected by her from the palace's library. There were Union of Yin and Yang, World's Best Talk, Bao, Puzi, Xian Nu Jing, Rongqing Jing, Peng Zhu Jing, Enter the Internal Classic, Nei Bao Jing, and so on. These were all books about the harmony between men and women in the bedroom. Poor Wan-Er was cramming knowledge about sex. 24 years old, was considered a very old woman in the Tang dynasty. She did not know when Yang Fan would be able to rise to a position that was worthy of her. Shanghai Wan-Er had a feeling that said, how long will life be when we drink and sing? Like the morning dew, the days that go by are bitter. Especially when she was intimate with Yang Fan several times. Her Langjun always stopped at the edge of the cliff, which made her feel very guilty. The fact that Princess Taiping wanted Yang Fan made her feel a sense of crisis. Although Yang Fan promised that he did not have an affair with Princess Taiping, and Wan-Er also believed her Longjuan's words, she still felt uneasy. She felt that since she had already given her heart to Yang Fan, it was natural for her to give her body to her Langjun. Once they became husband and wife, she would not be afraid of any trouble. However, she was afraid that her Lang Jun would not be satisfied with her if she knew nothing about sex, so she crammed knowledge about it. Wherever there is a combination of yin and yang, the handshake, the earthen coffin, the yang, the shield, the village, the sight of the night, the stove, the village, the shield, the quang, the zhou huan, the K-basin, the Li Jin, the Lingbo Hai, the Changshan, the Xianmen, the Yujiao, the spirit, the long vision, the heaven and earth. Jiao Jin is the Jiao meridian in the Xianmen. It cannot be touched, so that the body is happy. What does it mean? What does it mean? Warner was reading the book very seriously. She was very distressed. Chapter 185. The words on the book were too simple and simple. Furthermore, there were a lot of Taoist terms. Even those who were familiar with sexual matters would not be able to understand if they did not know the meaning of Taoist terms. For a woman who had no knowledge in this area, no matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to figure out what the meaning of the words represented. At this moment, Warner was like Mei Chaofeng, who had the 9E manual. She clearly had the world's #1 martial art book in her hands, but she just couldn't understand what 5 hearts facing heaven and what virgin baby meant. Shanghai Warner could not be blamed. Not only did she not understand, but many men also knew nothing about this kind of thing. When Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin, married his sister, Princess Danyang, to General Shui Wanche, they only slept in the same bed for a few months. Li Shimin saw that his sister was unhappy all day, so he repeatedly asked her to find out the reason. Li Shimin could not help but feel angry and amused, so he found his brother-in-law and told him about the relationship between husband and wife. Old Shui, however, boasted to him, "I am very good with the princess. We have never quarreled. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry." Li Shimin was speechless, so he could only use the metaphor of sex between a fish and water. Old Shui still did not understand. Helpless, the emperor could only drag his brother-in-law to the stables to watch the 2 horses having sex. Was it direct enough this time? In the end, old Shui still did not understand. Li Shimin had no choice but to call all the son-in-law and hold a family banquet. At the family banquet, the Emperor of Tang led a group of Fuma's grandsons and explained in detail, while drinking. Finally, Shui Wanche, the stupid donkey, finally understood. Only then did Shui Wanche know that a husband and wife still had to have sex. Shanghai Wana was smart, but she had no knowledge in this area. Her knowledge came from the teachings of her mother, since she was a child. As a mother, she would not teach her daughter this kind of knowledge until she was married. When she was 14, Empress Wu selected her as a female official and kept her by her side. Since then, all she had access to was official documents. How could she have access to the details of the affairs between men and women? Therefore, Shanghai Wana looked at the characters word by word, repeatedly trying to figure it out, but still could not understand it. Helpless, she could only look at the erotic paintings. These erotic paintings in the palace. Every time an imperial daughter got married, there would be a special female official who would take them to see them one by one and explain them. Shangguan Warner naturally knew about the existence of these things. As soon as she brought these erotic paintings back, she unfolded one and looked at it. She saw a naked woman's body. Blushed and quickly threw it to the side, not daring to touch it again. Now that he really couldn't understand the books, he could only bite the bullet and open those scrolls again. These scrolls were extremely detailed. Some were on a chair, some were on a couch, some were in a garden, some were completely naked, some were half naked, some were black and white, some were colorful, and there were all kinds of postures. At first, Warner flipped to a picture that was neatly dressed but had no specific depiction. She looked at it with question marks on her head. She compared it with the scenes she read in the books, but she still couldn't understand. When she flipped to a picture that made her so shy that she couldn't help but connect it with what the books said, she gradually understood. Warner suppressed her shyness and continued to look at the paintings one by one, especially the paintings that didn't cover up anything, and the details were vividly described. Warner was shocked. The way between a man and a woman should be like this. This is so ugly. This is so strange. What kind of feeling is this? Warner's eyes and ears felt hot. In a trance, she put Yang Fan and herself in the picture. It was as if the naked chairs, the overlapping couches, and the couples under the trees were the two of them. She couldn't help but feel restless. A strange feeling made her unconsciously tighten her legs. That feeling was very strange, and also very uncomfortable. This underripe fruit was gradually dyed with a red color and released a sweet fragrance. It was about to ripen. At this time, it was an afternoon in late spring. While Warner was cramming knowledge in the depths of the palace, hoping to give her Langjun a satisfying first night, Yang Fan was in the Heavenly Palace Temple worshipping Sakyamuni. He asked for leave today. The reason was that he had to go to the White Horse Temple to see Master Shui, and he also went back to take care of his house. Shui Huai gave him a house, and he only went to see it once. It was a big house with 3 entrances. There was a pond, water, and pavilion. It was a very elegant house, and it was not far from Nan City. It was a prosperous area. Yang Fan took a stroll around his house, locked the door, and never went back. He said that he was going to see Shui Huai was just an excuse. Today, he was going to see Miao Shenke if he gave himself away, and someone suspected him. With Shui Huai there, he would have a higher chance of getting rid of suspicion. In the past, Yang Fan was very cautious, but now he was even more cautious because he was no longer alone. He had to plan for his woman. Yang Fan first went to the White Horse Temple, but Shui Huai was not there. After asking, it was Wu Qingxi who invited Shui Huai to Yang's new Nushan to play. Yang Fan only saw monk Yizhua, who stayed in the temple. When he rushed over, monk Yizhua was in the meditation room, reciting the Tao Te Ching. Once faith was deeply embedded in one's mind, it was not easy to change it. Monk Yizhua had now drunk wine and eaten meat. Although he was no longer a master, his life was 100 times better than before. But he still believed in his grandpa, Lao Zi. Seeing Yang Fan, Yizhua was very happy and chatted with him for a long time. Yang Fan came to the White Horse Temple with the intention of having a witness to prove that he had appeared here. After chatting with Yizhua for a while, Yang Fan said goodbye and left. He did not go to his house, but went directly to the Heavenly Temple. Yang Fan followed the crowd to offer incense and worship. Then he wandered around and came to the backyard of the Heavenly Temple. The last time he went to Miao Shenke's house, he already knew its approximate location in the Heavenly Temple. When Yang Fan wandered to the vicinity of the Sutra Depository in the backyard of the Heavenly Temple, the number of tourists gradually decreased. Between the Sutra Depository Pavilion and the mountain wall, there was a gap about the width of a person. At the entrance, there were some traces of defecation. Yang Fan covered his abdomen with his hand and looked around, pretending to look for a place to relieve himself. Then he flashed into the entrance. Using both his hands and legs like an 8-legged spider, he quickly climbed up the nearly 3 feet high courtyard wall. After climbing over the wall, his feet landed in the front yard of Miao Shenke's house. The courtyard was as quiet as the last time he came. There was no one. Yang Fan patted the dust off his hands and walked to the second courtyard according to the route he took last time. "Teacher, I have finished writing." Under the shade of a tree in the backyard of the second courtyard, An old man with a delicate face was lying on a rattan chair, pretending to sleep. There was a short desk beside him. Du Xian was lying on the desk and writing a word. He raised his head and said excitedly, "Oh, let me have a look." The old man straightened his back, and the old rattan chair under him made a creaking sound. "Ha, not bad, not bad." The old man stroked his grizzled beard and nodded with a smile. "In our dynasty, Ouyang Sun, Yu Shinan, and Chu Suiliang are the three most outstanding calligraphers. Ouyang Sun's calligraphy is sharp, and his writing is extremely dangerous. Yu's calligraphy is soft on the outside but hard on the inside. It is round and beautiful. Chu's calligraphy is beautiful and smooth, and it has many variations. The three of them have their own strengths. The calligraphy I teach you is a combination of the strengths of Chu and Ouyang's calligraphy. Child, your comprehension is not bad. Although the words are still immature, you have already somewhat grasped the charm. Very good. I will allow you to rest for a while. Go and pour a cup of water for me first." Du Xian laughed. "Teacher, didn't you often say that the tea given to you by Elder Yuan Shu of the Heavenly Temple can refresh your mind and quench your thirst? Do you want me to make you a bowl of tea?" The old man chuckled and said, If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it." The tea tasted strange at first, but after tasting it carefully, the taste was indeed not bad. "All right, go and make a bowl of tea. Be careful not to burn yourself when you start the fire." "Yes," Du Xian answered and ran off excitedly. The old man looked at Du Xian's back and smiled slightly. Just as he lay down again, his body suddenly stiffened. The moment he lay down and closed his eyes, he seemed to see a figure appear in front of him like a ghost. Is it an illusion? The old man's eyelids moved a little, but he didn't open them. However, his body was already leaning forward, and the reclining chair made a slow and long creaking sound with his movements. His body was raised to an angle, but it was not enough for him to sit up straight. When his feet touched the ground, his body stopped, and a pair of muddy old eyes slowly opened. The old man slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a pair of short brown leather boots. The toe of the boots was pointed and slightly hooked up. Then there was a pair of tight-fitting trousers and a short robe. The robe only reached the crotch, and there was a belt around the waist and a half-moon-shaped belly belt. This was the attire of a soldier. The old man looked up inch by inch, and his body also straightened inch by inch. The rattan chair continued to creak, and when he completely sat up straight, the creaking sound stopped. His gaze stopped on Yang Fan's face, and then moved to the top of his head. His hair was neatly tied up, and he wore a folded scarf on his head with a red handkerchief wrapped around it. This was a very handsome young man, but his appearance was very unfamiliar. The old man was sure that he didn't recognize him at all. Yang Fan also looked at the old man in front of him. He looked completely like a harmless old man. His clothes were simple, and even the wrinkles on his face revealed a kind of calmness and serenity. It was very difficult for Yang Fan to associate such a kind old man with the cruel murderer who had slaughtered an entire village. But the old man in front of him was Miao Shenke. If loyalty, treachery, kindness, and evil could be clearly distinguished from one's appearance, how could there be so many treachery and evildoers in the imperial court since ancient times? Beside Yang Fan's ears, Yang Mingxing's curse-like cry echoed faintly, "Miao Shenke, Qiu Shenji." Chapter 186. When Yang Fan was a child begging in the Guangzhou prefecture, he could roughly judge a person's wealth and whether they were benevolent or not by looking at their appearance, expression, and attire. He was able to accurately beg for food. This kind of ability often made Nyo exclaim in admiration, feeling that her brother was very capable. But as he grew older, He found that this kind of ability to judge people was gradually becoming less useful. It wasn't that his ability to judge people had deteriorated, but the people he came into contact with were no longer the commoners in the marketplace. The higher one's status was, the more masks they wore on their faces. Actors would only sing when they were on stage, but they were acting all the time. In the end, even they themselves didn't know when they were in the play and when they were out of the play. How could others tell them apart? Zhou Xing, elegant and refined, with a refined appearance. Lai Junqin, elegant and handsome, with a dignified appearance. Qiu Shenji, valiant martial artist, awe-inspiring and domineering. Which one looked like a treacherous official? Which one looked like a ruthless official? The two of them examined each other for a long time before a trace of distress appeared on Miao Shenke's face. He sighed softly and said in a hoarse and old voice, "I heard that the Empress is about to ascend to the throne and will soon take off her phoenix robe and change into a dragon robe. We tailors who help the Empress cut the phoenix robe will be useless then." The sigh was as bleak as the autumn wind, and the hoarse voice was like the yellow leaves swept up by the autumn wind, rustling. Miao Shenke supported himself on the rattan chair and slowly stood up. He seemed to be trembling, but his expression was very calm, as if he had long been waiting for this day to come. He said to himself, "Only this old man is left of the 6 scholars of the North Gate. This old man has been thinking, when will it be my turn? Is it the right time now?" Yang Fan smiled, his smile a bit cold and cynical. "I thought that Scholar Miao was living in seclusion here, leisurely and carefree. Now it seems that you are not living that well. How could a person who waited for death every day be happy? I want to kill you. The Empress also wants to kill you. And there are many people who want to kill you." Miao Shenke's old eyes slightly narrowed as he said in surprise, "You are not someone sent by the Empress?" Yang Fan said, "I'm here to take your life. It's not an order from the Empress." Miao Shenke frowned slightly, staring at Yang Fan, but did not speak. Yang Fan said, "I came to seek justice from Scholar Miao." Divine Guest Miao said, "When have I ever owed anyone justice?" Yang Fan said, "In the 2nd year of Yongchun, in Xiaozhou's Peach Blossom Village, all the villagers, old and young, were massacred. Scholar Miao should know about this matter, right? 2nd year of Yongchun, Xiaozhou Peach Blossom Village." Miao Shenke raised his head slightly, the wind caressing his grizzled beard, making it tremble slightly in the wind. Yang Fan was staring at his face. His expression was somewhat confused, as if his thoughts had suddenly drifted to a faraway place. Other than a trace of confusion on his face, there was no other change. After a long time, Miao Shenke's gaze once again fell on Yang Fan, and he lightly smiled. You're talking about this matter. Ever since Yang Mingsheng and Kai Dongcheng died, I've been thinking, who killed them? Will this person find me one day? I even want to make a bet with myself." Miao Shenke smiled very calmly, as if the person standing in front of him was not an enemy seeking revenge, but an old friend he had not seen for many years. Indeed, he did not need to worry. Kai Dongcheng, his 4 trusted subordinates, and even Yang Mingsheng were all dead, but none of their family members were harmed. Miao Shenke had reason to believe that this enemy was not someone who would kill the innocent. He would not be like them, who would slaughter an entire village, which was inhumane. As for himself, he was a person who was already waiting for death, so what was there to worry about? Miao Shenke smiled and said, "I want to make a bet with myself. Will this assassin come to me first, or will the Empress come to me first? If the Empress comes to me first, this assassin will definitely be very disappointed. If it is this assassin who comes to me first, the Empress will probably also be very puzzled." Miao Shenke seemed to find this situation very interesting. As he spoke, he could not help but laugh. "Ha! I didn't expect you to be ahead of me in the end." After I die, perhaps the Empress will guess who was the one who understood the Emperor's will and helped her remove a part of her heart. But with the Empress's temperament of not liking to be hidden from others, she will definitely not feel happy. Miao Shunka laughed very happily. Yang Fan could not help but frown. A person who valued his own life so lightly, then even if he died as the person seeking revenge, how could he experience the joy of revenge? But since Miao Shunka had already seen through life and death, it would be much easier to get the truth of the murder case from his mouth. Miao Shunka smiled and looked at him a few times, then gently asked, "You are a fish that escaped the net of the Peach Blossom Village? I didn't expect you to be so young. Back then, you should still be a child, right?" Miao Shunka's calm attitude was beyond Yang Fan's expectations. He did not seem like he had seen an avenger who wanted to kill him, but more like he had seen an old friend and began to talk about the old days. Yang Fan suppressed his hatred and said, "Why did you do this? Who incited you? The people of the Peach Blossom Village live in seclusion and are harmless to others. Why did you do such an inhumane thing?" Miao Shunka said with a disapproving face, "Little friend, you are too serious. What inhumane? How ridiculous. What do you know about human nature? Human nature is 100 times uglier than beasts. Only when beasts are hungry will they think of killing other creatures. But if a human wants to kill, even if it is for pleasure, it can be a reason." He flicked his sleeves and slowly turned around. With his hands clasped behind his back, he raised his head and faced a tree that was dozens of feet tall. Its crown was like an umbrella, and he said with nostalgia, "We, the 6 scholars of the North Gate, were originally insignificant officials. We didn't have any powerful family backgrounds. Even if we had outstanding achievements in politics, we would only be small officials of the 5th or 6th rank. We would only work obediently in the yamen. If we could be sent out and become the pastors of a province or a county, that would be our greatest fortune. It was the Empress who had a good eye for talent and promoted us. When we were serving the Empress at the North Gate, although we did not have the title of Prime Minister, we had the power of Prime Minister. Do you know what it feels like to have a huge empire under your control, moving according to your will, allowing you to fulfill your lifelong ambitions? Do you know what it feels like to be on cloud 9? Miao Shunka slowly turned around and stared at Yang Fan's young face. He smiled and shook his head. "You can't know. You are still young, too young." He turned to the side and raised his face to continue looking at the crown of the tall tree. He said leisurely, "A scholar will die for his bosom friend. We are very grateful to the Empress and are willing to do anything for her. Emperor Gaozong had and I problems. In his later years, he could no longer see things. The whole world was in the Empress's hands. It was also from that time that the Empress gradually developed the idea of becoming the Empress." Speaking to this point, Miao Shunka laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly and said, "This was also the result of the 6 of us adding fuel to the fire. We were too clever for our own good. How could we have known at that time that we were digging our own graves by doing so? If the Empress did not become the Empress, we could live freely. If the Empress became the Empress, she would not need us." Yang Fan interrupted his self-pity and said, "I just want to know who made you go and why did you want to kill people?" Miao Shunka was silent for a moment, then faintly smiled and said, "When people get old, they like to talk to others. This old man has forgotten that young people do not have the patience to listen to old people talk about their past. Peach Blossom Village has a total of 11 surnames, right? They were all officials who had a close relationship with Helan Minji in the past." Yang Fan listened carefully. Miao Shunka said, "I don't know why, but the Empress hated the Wu clan so much that she would rather choose her nephew, Helan Minji, to inherit her father's title of Duke of Zhou. Lan Mingji was brimming with talent. At that time, he was indeed the best candidate. Unfortunately, because of the death of Madame Han and Madame Wei, Lan Mingji hated the empress to the extreme. From then on, he pretended to be crazy and went against the empress. In order to have a strong backing to fight against the empress, he and his grandmother, Madame Yang, the empress finally couldn't bear it anymore. Not long after Madame Yang's death, she decided to make a move against him. Miao Shunke faintly smiled and said, everything that Lan Mingji did was because of the tragic deaths of his mother and sister. He deliberately humiliated the empress and took revenge on her. He already knew that with the empress's temperament, he would definitely die. When Madame Yang died, he knew that his time was up. He never thought of escaping, and he knew that he could not escape. The only thing he did was to leave himself a successor. Yang Fan knew that he was about to get to the crux of the problem. He was abnormally nervous. He didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. He seriously listened to every word that Miao Shunke said. However, he couldn't see that Miao Shunke's eyes, which were staring at the treetop, were flashing strangely. Only those who were extremely familiar with Miao Shunke knew that this was a habitual expression that would only appear when he was plotting against someone. Divine Guest Miao said, apart from his wives and concubines, Lan Min secretly took in another woman. This woman gave birth to a son for him. He gave this woman and this son to one of his life and death friends. This life and death friend of his is one of the 11 surnamed officials banished to Lingnan's Xiaozhou. Yang Fan slowly said, so this son of Lan Mingji was brought to Xiaozhou? As he asked, he anxiously thought back to his childhood friends in the Peach Blossom Village who were a few years older than him. Miao Shunke didn't say when Lan Mingji's son was born. The time span was too big. From those who were 4 or 5 years older than him to those who were more than 10 years older, it was possible for anyone. Miao Shunke said, that's right. At that time, the Heavenly Empress didn't have the intention to proclaim herself an emperor. Later on, when the power of the imperial court was completely in the hands of the Heavenly Empress, under our conscious instigation, the Heavenly Empress gradually had the idea of proclaiming herself an emperor. Emperors are all solitary people, but how can an emperor be solitary people? Not only does an emperor need power, he also needs supporters. He also needs a huge clan to be able to stabilize the empire. But for some reason, the Heavenly Empress' hatred for her father's clan was so deep that she was still unwilling to use the Wu clan. Even after she called back a large number of Wu clansmen, she still deeply loathed these people with the surname Wu. She even regretted executing Lan Mingji. At that time, Lan Mingji had a wide circle of friends in the capital, although many people were implicated by him and were either exiled or demoted. Lan Mingji inherited the title of Duke of Zhou. Many of his friends were also people from the Heavenly Empress faction. Because of Lan Mingji, these people fell out of favor, but they didn't suffer too much. Among them, there was someone who somehow heard about the Heavenly Empress' intentions. They wanted to report the news of Lan Mingji having a descendant to the Heavenly Empress and use it to make a comeback. But this person was no longer qualified to meet the Heavenly Empress. So he asked to see me and told me this news. Chapter 187. Miao Shunke slowly turned around and stared at Yang Fan. He solemnly said, regardless of Lan Mingji's various preposterous actions or what his original goal was, his preposterous actions are already known to the entire world. Such a person's reputation is already rotten. Once the Empress establishes a new dynasty, how can she allow such a stain on her reputation? Moreover, the Jialan clan's population is already sparse. How could they be of help to the Heaven Empress? The Heaven Empress is already old, and a young ruler is here. Once the new dynasty is established, how could it last long? This Miao is loyal and devoted to the Empress. How can I sit by and watch this happen? Yang Fan said in a deep voice. So, you contacted Qiu to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Miao Shinka said. Qiu is also someone the Heaven Empress promoted. He is also one of the generals who is most passionate about the Heaven Empress becoming the emperor. He works beside the Heaven Empress with me and is very familiar with me. I am a scholar and can't do such a thing myself. Of course, I need his help. Yang Fan said. So, you instructed Qiu to make a move and plan the Peach Blossom Massacre? Miao Shinka said. That's right. We had already decided to abandon the Jialan clan and use the Wu clan. This was the wisest choice. The Heaven Empress had great talent, and although she was a woman, she was still a woman after all. Women would always be affected by their emotions. She clearly knew that the Jialan clan couldn't be compared to the Wu clan, but because she hated the Wu clan, she couldn't make a decision. Of course, we had to share the Heaven Empress' worries. Yang Fan's eyes widened, and his expression suddenly became fierce. He said excitedly, just because of this, you killed everyone in a village? Shinka Miao calmly replied, the people from the Jialan clan in the village naturally have to be killed. As for who Jialan Minji entrusted his son to, that informant only knew about the matter but didn't know the details. How would we know who Jialan Minji's bastard child is? Only by killing them all will we be safe. Do you know how many people will die in a change of dynasty? All obstacles that could stop the Heaven Empress from ascending to the throne should be turned into stepping stones. What can 100 foolish villagers do? Yang Fan's hands trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and sneered. Well said. All the obstacles in the way of the Empress' ascension should be turned into stepping stones. The Empress is about to ascend the throne. Now, please become a stepping stone for the Empress to ascend the altar to announce her ascension to the heavens. Miao Shunka slowly turned around, with his back facing Yang Fan. With his hands behind his back, he raised his head and sighed, I have been waiting for a long time. Waiting is also a kind of torture. Do it. This old man is very happy to borrow your hand to free myself. Yang Fan gripped the hilt of his saber tightly, forcefully suppressing the urge to strike with his saber. He sneered and said, killing you will only dirty my saber. Since you were able to tell me the truth and dispel my doubts, I will leave you with an intact corpse. Hang yourself. Miao Shunka turned around and looked at Yang Fan with surprise. He said meaningfully, in this world, there are many things that will rot with the grass and trees, and no one will know about them. But there are some things that can be passed down to future generations. And the reason is because there was a fish that escaped the net. Escaped the net. And so there was Duke, one of Jin. Go Jian escaped the net. And so the state of Wu was destroyed. Young man, I hope that you, the fish that escaped the net, will also have great achievements in the future. Yang Fan couldn't help but frown. Miao Shinka's words were a little abrupt, and there was a great mystery behind them. What did he mean? Miao Shinka didn't give him a chance to carefully think about it. He had already started walking towards the main hall. A belt was hung on the beam of the roof, and a pair of hands covered in age spots firmly tied it into a dead knot. Miao Shinka looked at the rope that was gently swaying in front of him and sadly said to himself, as a subject of the Tang dynasty, I received the salary of the Tang dynasty, but I was blinded by greed and helped the evildoer. In the end, I even lost my own life. Now that I'm going to die, how can I face the late emperor in the underworld? I'm ashamed. I'm really ashamed. 2 lines of turbid tears slowly flowed down from that pair of old eyes. Miao Shunka gently pulled out the wooden hairpin on his head, and his hair fell down, covering his face. He grabbed the rope loop, and slowly put his head in. Without hesitation, he kicked with force with both feet. The wooden stump fell with a bang, and his body swayed and hung in the air. Yang Fan left Miaoshenka's residence and immediately rushed to his own residence in Gong and Lane. He stayed there for a while, and when he came out, he deliberately dawdled, letting the neighbors see that he had locked the door and left. Only then did he rush back to the palace. Even when he crossed the Tianjin Bridge, his eyes were still filled with confusion, and his emotions still couldn't calm down. Now, he finally knew the truth. He originally thought that he was a fish that escaped the net, but who knew that he was a fish that got caught in the crossfire? As it turned out, the entire matter was the result of the confrontation between the two forces, and his family was just an innocent victim. He had reason to take revenge, but his enemies didn't want to kill him and his family. They were just some small fish and shrimp that were cut off along the way. He went through untold hardships and finally found Miaoshenka and brought him to justice. But in his heart, he was no longer as happy as he was when he killed Kai Dongcheng and Yang Mingsheng. Instead, he felt a sense of loss. To other people, this matter was simply a farce, but as the person involved, he paid a painful price. He lost his parents, lost his elder sister. His entire life changed because of this. Thinking of his strict father and loving mother, thinking of his amiable and adorable elder sister, Yang Fan really wanted to cry. However, his mood was indeed much more relaxed because of this. Living like Miaoshenka, waiting for death at every moment, was a great torment. To him, that heavy hatred pressed down on his heart. How could it not be a kind of torment? When he walked to the Zhuo Yi gate of the palace, this was no longer a place that ordinary people could set foot in. The square was empty, only a few officials and a few oxen and horse carriages walked on it. Yang Fan took a deep breath and pulled himself together. After I kill Qiushinji, I will return to Xiaozhou to pay my respects to my parents and elder sister. Now that the hatred has been settled, I will find Nyunyo, bring her to Luoyang, and then work hard to marry Wan and have a bunch of children. I believe that father, mother, and elder sister in heaven will also smile for me. Yang Fan slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. At the end of the flat square was the lofty and magnificent palace gate, and further up was the azure sky with floating white clouds. Stop the carriage. From the side, an ox cart slowly came over. When it reached Yang Fan's side, it suddenly stopped. A rich and fat face peeked out from the window. On his head was a black hat with a piece of jade inlaid on his forehead. His skin was slightly dark, his beard was white, and the hair on his temples was 80% white, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. Seeing Yang Fan's appearance clearly, the fat old man laughed. "Little Langjun, this old man, and you are really fated?" Yang Fan was startled looking at this fat old man. For a moment he did not recognize him. The fat old man pointed at his own nose and said, Me. Don't you recognize this old man?" Just as Yang Fan was about to speak, the fat old man retracted his head with a whoosh, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and limped out. He was wearing a purple official robe. A gold fish pouch hung on his waist, and a pair of black official boots on his feet, giving off an air of nobility. When Yang Fan saw this, he was secretly shocked. Wearing a purple robe, he was at least a third-ranked official. In reality, there were very few first-ranked officials, and first-ranked officials were only given to those who were old and didn't have a title. A third-ranked official was already considered a high-ranking official. The cart driver put down the pedal, and the fat old man limped out of the carriage with a smile. He said to Yang Fan, "I didn't expect you and I to meet here." Yang Fan said hesitantly, "My foot is—" That day, Di Renjia was dressed casually, and he was already slovenly, and after being jolted around by the crazy donkey, he was now dressed neatly, looking majestic. If it was not for his clever and carefree smile, Yang Fan would not have felt a sense of familiarity and would not have associated him with the donkey rider. Di Renjia saw his blank face and chuckled. This old man was riding a crazy donkey at the Tianjin Bridge 2 days ago. Luckily you saved me. Do you still remember? Yang Fan said in surprise. I remember. So you are... Di Renjia said. This old man is Di Renjia, so you are the imperial bodyguard of this palace. Di Renjia? Yang Fan was shocked and hurriedly bowed. He wanted to address him, but hesitated. Di Renjia was now the assistant minister of the prefectural officials, and calling him Assistant Minister Di was the proper way to address him. However, Yang Fan and the Di family's second son, Di Guangyuan, called each other brothers, so he should call Di Renjia uncle. However, he did not know if Di Guangyuan had mentioned him to him, and if he addressed him rashly, would it make him feel like a relative? While Yang Fan was hesitating, he heard someone laugh loudly. Ha ha! Isn't this Di Gong? Long time no see. Di Gong is as healthy as ever. Congratulations. Before Yang Fan could figure out how to address Di Renjia, a long laugh interrupted his salute. Both of them turned their heads and saw an official with uniformed eyebrows, phoenix eyes, neatly trimmed hair, and a sharp nose walking towards them with a big smile on his face. He was an official with a very proper appearance. He had straight eyebrows, phoenix eyes, neatly combed hair, and a sharp nose. This person was also wearing a purple robe, a black gauze hat, and a jade belt with a gold fish pouch hanging from his waist. It was the spring official Wu Sansi. Di Renjia softly exclaimed, and cupped his hands in greeting. Minister Wu. Wu Sansi laughed heartily as he walked closer and said, I heard last night that Di Gong has returned to the capital, and I was thinking of taking some time to visit you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Di Renjia, are you going to the palace to meet the emperor? Di Renjia said, Yes. When I returned to the capital, I accidentally fell and injured my leg, and I had to rest at home for a few days. Now that I've recovered, I'm going to the palace to meet the empress. Wu Sansi laughed. Good. Then Di Gong can go see the Empress Dowager first, and I have to go to the Secretariat to settle some matters. After I'm done, I'll wait for you here at Zuoimen. When you return to the capital, I'll hold a banquet for you. Di Renjia's face turned serious, and he said, Oh, that's not appropriate. I'm sick, and I can't attend a banquet now. I appreciate Minister Wu's kindness, but I'll have to politely decline this banquet. Wu Sansi's face turned cold, and he said, Is Di Gong looking down on me? As far as I know, Di Gong attended Princess Taiping's banquet yesterday. Why? She invited you. So Di Gong gladly attended the banquet, but when I invited you, you won't even give me face. Chapter 188. Di Renjia was about to answer when someone laughed. Ha! Minister Wu, what a coincidence. How did we meet here? Oh, Elder Di, you've returned to the capital? The speaker was a man in his early 40s. He had bright eyes and wore a light crimson official robe with a silver fish pouch hanging from his waist. He was well dressed and had an extraordinary temperament. He was Su Weiwei, the Minister of Personnel. Su Weiwei was able to compose poems at the age of 9 and was talented since childhood. He became a scholar at the age of 20 and was promoted to the rank of Xianyang Lieutenant. Later on, due to his outstanding political achievements, he was promoted to the Ministry of Personnel by Pei Xingjian. He even accompanied Pei Xingjian in 2 campaigns against the Turks. Su Weiwei, Du Shenyan, Cui Rong, and Li Jiao were known as the 4 friends of literature. Together with Li Jiao, they were known as the Su and Li. Of course, in the author's opinion, Su Weiwei's greatest contribution was that he left a son in Meishan and gave birth to a descendant named Su Dongpa. He also left the idiom ambiguity in the literary world. When Su Weiwei saw Wu Sansi, He went forward to greet him. Unexpectedly, Di Rengia was also there. He quickly bowed and said, "What are you two talking about?" Di Rengia smiled and said, "I've just returned to the capital. Minister Wu is very kind and wants to hold a banquet to welcome me." Su Weiwei heard this and said, "Of course, of course. Elder Di is a man of virtue and prestige. He will be of great use when he is transferred back to the capital. Both of you are important officials and should get along well." Yang Fan watched from the side. He saw a mischievous look flash across the eyes of Di Rengia, the fat old man, and said, "It's a pity that my stomach is damaged. I can't stand even the tiniest bit of grease. I really can't attend the banquet." Su Weiwei heard this and said, Elder Di has just returned to the capital and must be tired from the journey and injured his stomach. Elder Di is old, and although it is a small injury, it is not to be underestimated. In that case, it is better to abstain from meat for a few days and clear your stomach." Wu Sansi glared at Su Weiwei and angrily said to Di Rengia, "Di Gongzi could still attend the banquet yesterday. Why is your stomach upset after seeing me today?" Di Rengia chuckled and said, "You must have eaten something dirty. I'm not a living deity who can predict the future. How would I know when an illness or disaster will come?" Su Wei looked at the conversation between the two and knew that something was wrong. He regretted rudely interrupting. He quickly coughed and said, "The two of you continue chatting. I have some matters to attend to in the Hall of Governmental Affairs. I will take my leave now." Wu Sansi laughed coldly and said, "Hey, well said, Master Di. You're not a living deity who can predict the future. How would you know when this illness or disaster will come knocking on your door? Grandmaster Di, take care of yourself." After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Su Weiwei bowed, and when he straightened his back, Wu Sansi had already left. Di Rengia laughed and pulled Su Weiwei's arm. He called his nickname and laughed. Su Moling, your ambiguous temperament has not changed at all. Ha ha, Minister Wu has already left. Come with me to the palace." Su Weiwei smiled bitterly and said, "Di Gongzi, I did not know the situation and rashly came in. I already regret it. And now I'm being laughed at by you." Di Rengia looked at his embarrassed appearance and could not help but laugh. Di Rengia's character was carefree and frivolous. He had always liked to play tricks on people. In the past, when he was the Minister of Agriculture, because his superior never listened to his opinion, he complained in front of his superior, saying, "The Minister of Agriculture is like a concubine. The official position is in the main room. If the mistress is hard to serve, no matter what I do, I won't be able to get a smile from her." This made the official very embarrassed. Later on, he became more and more powerful. Even the prime ministers became the target of his teasing. Empress Wu was in power, and the various powers were complicated. Su Weiwei played it safe and liked to be ambiguous. However, he was talented and had a good character. In Di Rengia's eyes, he had no choice but to play it safe. He admired Su Weiwei very much, and the two of them had always had a good relationship. That was why he joked with him. "Let's go." Young friend, come with us." "Oh, right, what did you say your name was?" Di Rengia abandoned the carriage and walked into the palace with Su Weiwei. He did not ignore Yang Fan because he was only a small guard. He smiled and pulled him along. The three of them walked together. Yang Fan said, "Uncle, I am Yang Fan. I am now working in the 100 Cavalry." Di Rengia was surprised and said, "Uncle, young friend is—" When Di Rengia heard him call him uncle, he thought he was the son of a family friend. He thought for a moment, but could not think of which good friend with the surname Yang had such a big son. Moreover, He had never seen this sun before. Yang Fan said, "Yes, after I joined the Imperial Army, I got to know Brother Guang Yuan through shooting bows. We got along well and became good friends." Di Renjia softly said, "I see. Hee, you and I are really fated. Since you are my good nephew, I can't thank you again for saving my life. If you have time, you can come to my residence and spend some time with Guang Yuan. I like young talents like you very much." Su Weiwei saw that Di Renjia was speaking very intimately to Yang Fan and could not help but look him up and down. She wanted to ask how Yang Fan had saved Di Renjia, but she was afraid that it was not something outsiders could know. Just saying hello when they met on the road would make it very awkward. It was better not to ask about things that had nothing to do with her, so she closed her mouth. The three of them talked along the way until they arrived in front of Wuching Hall. Yang Fan was not on duty today, but he was now in the 100 Cavalry and could walk around as he pleased. When they arrived in front of Wuching Hall, Di Renjia wanted to see Empress Wu, and Su Weiwei wanted to go to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Yang Fan said goodbye to the two and was about to rush back to Xuanwu Gate when he saw Captain Huang Xuchang standing at the entrance of Wuching Hall. Yang Fan walked over and cupped his hands in greeting. "Captain Huang." Huang Xuchang was looking at him from the corner of his eyes. This kid said that he did not have any family background. Great. General Wu Yuyi personally came to warn Brigade Commander Su. General Li Duozwa's son-in-law Yi Huli and Brigade Commander Wei called him brothers. Shangguan Wei, who followed closely behind the Empress, was still worried and specially came over to tell him something. Where did this kid come from? Although Huang Xuchang's temperament was rough, and he especially looked down on people who relied on connections to climb up, he was not an idiot. No matter how much he disliked Yang Fan, he did not dare to deliberately make things difficult for him at this time. Something big seemed to have happened today. The Empress summoned the 100 Cavalry Brigade commander, and Su Liang also brought him over. He stood at the entrance of Wuching Hall and saw from afar that Yang Fan was accompanying the two court officials, Di Renjia and Su Weiwei. The three of them walked side by side, talking and laughing. Di Renjia was a third-rank official. Although Su Weiwei's official rank was lower, she was now serving in the Ministry of Appointments. What kind of yamen was that? It was where all the officials in the world were transferred and demoted. For a moment, Huang Xuchang was even more confused about Yang Fan's background. Seeing how respectful Yang Fan was towards him, Huang Xuchang forced a smile and said, "The Empress has summoned the brigade commander. I will accompany the brigade commander and wait here." Yang Fan made an "oh" sound. It was not convenient for him to return to Xuanwu Gate alone. He said, "Since this is the case, I will also wait here. In a while, I will return with Captain." Huang Xuchang grunted and did not say anything more. Di Renjia arrived at the third courtyard of Wuching Hall. The servant at the door announced that he was coming in. When Wu Zetian heard that Di Renjia had arrived, she happily said, "Quickly call him in." She then waved to Su Liang, who was standing in front of her, and said, "Step aside." 100 Cavalry Brigade Commander Su Liang quickly stepped aside. Di Renjia came in from the door. He took 2 steps forward and gave a deep bow. He said respectfully, "Official Di Renjia greets the Empress." Wu Zetian said, "Dispense with the formalities. Rise." Di Renjia straightened up. Wu Zetian carefully looked at him and said, "Compared to when you left the capital, your hair is much whiter." Di Renjia bowed and said, "I am already old. Seeing that the Empress is as handsome as ever, I am very comforted." Wu Zetian shook her head and said, "I am old. I am old. You are old. I am also old." She sighed in order to the left and right. Find a seat for the imperial elder. Di Renjia was slightly shocked when he heard this. He quickly bowed again and showed a touch of gratitude. The imperial elder was not an ordinary title. The title of elder of the nation had always been used to respectfully address officials of the fifth rank and above who had retired due to old age. Addressing an in-service official in this manner, especially when it was addressed by the Empress, was unprecedented. Empress Wu's courtesy touched Di Renjia from the bottom of his heart. Di Renjia sat down. Wu Zetian looked at him with a smile and said, "The imperial elder is inspecting Jiangnan and has good governance. I have long heard of it in the capital. However, there are some people who have criticized your actions in Jiangnan. Do you know who they are?" Di Renjia bowed and said, "If the Empress thinks that I am wrong, please correct it. If the Empress thinks that I am not wrong, it is my honor. Those who have criticized my actions are also for the country and the Empress. I do not want to know their names." Wu Zetian laughed. "Ha! The imperial elder has the heart of a prime minister." Di Renjia hurriedly said, "I dare not." Wu Zetian smiled and looked at him, saying, "The imperial elder must be tired in Jiangnan. Now that you have returned to the capital to hand over your duties, you should rest for a while and recuperate your body and mind. You cannot admit your old age. I still need you." Di Renjia hurriedly agreed. Wu Zetian's gaze turned and saw Su Liang, who was bowing to the side. She couldn't help but say, "You see, I am really old. I have such an expert judge like you, and I am still at my wit's end. Ha! You have just returned to the capital. I will not bother you with important matters. Help me with a case." Di Renjia's gaze froze and said, "Case? I wonder what the Empress is talking about." Wu Zetian lightly said, "Miao Shunka is dead." Di Renjia's gaze slightly shrank, and he did not respond. Wu Zetian glanced at him and said, "Humph, you old fox, you don't need to grumble in your heart. I did not kill Miao Shunka." Di Renjia and Wu Zetian were about the same age. In front of him, Wu Zetian was like two old people of the same age chatting about family matters. She relaxed and spoke more casually and naturally. Di Renjia said, "Yes, but how did he die?" Di Renjia immediately believed Wu Zetian when she said she did not kill him. The current Empress Wu did not need to act. If she said it was not her, then it was definitely not her. Wu Zetian said, "He committed suicide." Chapter 189. Hearing Wu Zetian's contradictory words, Di Renjia's face did not show any signs of surprise. He did not even hesitate as he immediately asked, "Does the heavenly Empress think that he couldn't have hung himself?" Wu Zetian said he wouldn't dare. Di Renjia was silent again, making people die and not dare to live, making people live and not dare to die. What kind of coercion and means was this? Wu Zetian also seemed to feel that this topic was too heavy, so she changed the topic and said, "I believe that Shunka Miao would not commit suicide unless someone forced him. There must be something strange in this. Help me find out." Di Renjia stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty." Wu Zetian said, "This is not the court, so don't stand on ceremony. Sit down and talk." She glanced at Su Liang and said, "Go to the 100 cavalry and select a few capable people to listen to King Di's orders. I want to see who is so bold to do things behind my back." Su Liang hurriedly said, "Your Majesty." On this side, Wu Zetian asked Di Renjia about some things in Jiangnan. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, Su Liang left Wuqing Hall and said to Huang Xuchang outside, "Let's go, let's—" As soon as he looked up, he suddenly saw Yang Fan pacing not far away, so he lowered his voice and said, "Why is he here? Who knows what he came here for?" Huang Xuchang said, "Originally he wanted to ask for leave today to visit monk Huai of the White Horse Temple. In the end, just now I saw him with Assistant Minister D from the Prefectural Yamen and Su Yuanweilong from the Heavenly Official Mansion. When he heard that brigade commander was inside, he said he wanted to accompany us back. Hey, although this person has a powerful background, he knows some rules, unlike those arrogant aristocratic families. Xiu Yong secretly smiled bitterly and thought, what kind of aristocratic family is he? I am afraid that even the legitimate son of the eldest branch of the Hongnong Yang family is not as powerful as him. Shangguan Dai Zhao, General Wu, Master Huai Yi, Assistant Minister D, Minister Counselor Su, Yi Huli. As soon as he thought of his connections, Xiu Yong felt a headache. He sighed and said, call him over. Let's go back to Xuanwu Gate. As soon as he finished speaking, his distressed expression was swept away. He straightened his back and pursed his lips, smiling as if he was being blessed by the heavens. He looked kindly at Yang Fan in the distance. Ha ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. Unfortunately, I was not in Luoyang at that time and did not see such a grand occasion. Although I'm not good at bowing, I like it very much. Di Renjia said to Yang Fan with a smile as they walked. The two were talking about the bowing ceremony during the Lantern Festival. Yang Fan stood next to Di Renjia, surrounded by 600 or 700 horsemen guards. All of them were dressed in casual clothes with sharp blades hidden at their waists. As they moved, they vaguely protected Di Renjia in the middle. Suddenly, someone shouted in front of them, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Yang Fan and Di Renjia looked up and saw a group of people clearing the way. In the middle of the group, there was a tall horse, and there was a man sitting on it. He had a square face, a wide mouth, thick eyebrows, and a thick black beard under his chin. He looked very dignified. Yang Fan and Di Renjia were talking and laughing with Di Renjia about the war with the Tubo people during the Lantern Festival. Yang Fan recognized this man. He was Tang Zong, the commandant of Luoyang. Di Renjia waved his hand and said, "Let's step aside." Yang Fan obeyed and retreated to the side of the road with him. They saw Tang Zong leading his men to open the way, and behind them was a group of soldiers. They looked travel-worn. Their faces were covered with frost, and their uniforms were not as bright as the capital's garrison. They seemed to have come from a faraway place. They carried bows, swords, and spears, guarding a row of prisoner carriages. There were men and women, old and young, in the prisoner carriages. Most of them looked dispirited and curled up in the carriages, not looking out. There was a man in the foremost prisoner carriage. This man was wearing a white prisoner's uniform. He was about 7 feet tall and very strong. Judging by the wrinkles on his face and his weather-beaten complexion, he must be at least 50 or 60 years of age, but his hair was still as black as ink and hung loosely over his broad shoulders. Because he had not washed or combed for a long time, it had become greasy and matted and looked rather dirty. But with his strong body and rugged features, it only added to his imposing manner and made him look like a lion, and though he was in a cage, he was still a formidable sight. When he saw this man, Di Renjia's face immediately became serious. His hand that was stroking his beard stopped, and his eyes were fixed on the man in the prisoner carriage. The bailiffs drove the pedestrians on the street and shouted, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The prisoner in the carriage is a serious criminal of the imperial court. Who dares to block the road? The prisoner carriage pressed down on the bluestone road, rolling forward. The big man's feet were firmly locked. His body was perfectly straight, just like a stone statue, as the prison cart swayed. His neck bumped against the cage from time to time, but his face was as still as stone, without the slightest change. It was not that this man did not want to sit down, but the top of the prisoner carriage was like a flat shackle that was stuck on his neck. He could not sit down at all. Yang Fan looked at Di Renjia and then at the man in the prisoner carriage. He asked in a low voice, "Uncle, do you know this man?" Rengia gently put down his hand that was stroking his beard and nodded heavily. He said in a low voice, "This man is the current Duke of Yen, the governor of the River Source Road, the chief of the army, He Chi Changji." Yang Fan said, "From this name, he does not seem to be a Han." Rengia nodded and said, "He Chi Changji is from Beach and has been under the Tang dynasty for decades. For decades, He Chi Changji has been guarding the western border for the Tang dynasty. He has made many military achievements, swept across Tibet, and defeated many Turks. His fame has shaken the world." Watching the prisoner carriage leave, Rengia said in a low voice, "I still remember that year when the Tubo conquered the 18 Junzhou of the western region and joined forces with Khotan to capture the Kutcha city. Our dynasty sent 100,000 troops, but we won at first and then lost. After that, our dynasty gathered another 180,000 troops, but because of the incompetence of the general, we fell into the Tubo's trap and were trapped. At that time, it was He Chi Changji who led 500 men to attack the Tubo commander's tent at night, and our army was able to return to Shanzhou. Even so, we lost more than half of our troops. After that, He Chi Changji was promoted to the commander-in-chief of the border army. He opened up more than 5,000 hectares of farmland in Heiyuan and collected more than 5 million don of grain every year. He was self-sufficient and avoided the huge expense of long-distance transportation for the imperial court. Our Tang dynasty has been in turmoil these years with internal instability, and we have no choice but to focus on defense. Under such difficult circumstances, He Chi Changji has been guarding the border for more than 10 years, and he has defeated the Tubo and Turks many times, causing the Tubo and Turks to lose their courage upon hearing his name. He is indeed the pillar of our Tang dynasty. Now, even he has been arrested. Isn't this destroying the Great Wall?" As Rengia said this, his face could not help but show worry and anger. Yang Fan stood at the side, solemnly silent. He remembered the battle where he defeated the Tubo 5 against 10 in the military field. That kind of pride, that kind of glory, that kind of pride of the Tang dynasty, that kind of excitement, that kind of blood-boiling feeling. However, this was completely incomparable to the illustrious battle achievements that Blacktooth Changji had made on the battlefield. This was a true hero. But Yang Fan silently watched the prison cart go into the distance and actually felt a kind of sorrow and resentment as if he had experienced it himself. Let's go to Scholar Miao's mansion to take a look." Rengia knew that Wu Zetian was autocratic, and she would rarely change her mind once she had made up her mind. However, he also believed that He Chi Changji could not possibly harm Empress Wu in any way. He Chi Changji was loyal to the Tang dynasty, just like how Rengia was loyal to the Tang dynasty. However, they were loyal to the country that the Tang dynasty represented, and not to the dynasty of one family or one surname. Therefore, He Chi Changji, a high-ranking military official, could not be an obstacle to the Empress' ascension to the throne. The establishment of a new dynasty was not the matter of one person. This person was only a representative, and what was truly changing was a new ruling group. In this new ruling group, there were people who needed others to make room for them. There were people who hoped to make greater contributions to the new ruler and climb to a higher position. There were also people who, once they achieved their ambitions, would take revenge with all their grievances and enmity. And all of this was carried out in the name of clearing the obstacles to the new emperor's ascension to the throne. Therefore, Rengia believed that He Chi Changji must have been captured by someone to achieve their own selfish desires, using Empress Wu's ascension to the throne. The most taboo was a high-ranking military official who had different ambitions and took the opportunity to eliminate dissidents. He wanted to protect He Chi Changji, even if the hope was slim. but to protect He Chi-chang-ji. He had to convince Wu Zetian that He Chi-chang-ji would not rebel against her. Di Renjia's heart was heavy. As he walked, he thought, wait for this old man to go to Divine Guest Miao's residence to investigate the situation, then ask about He Chi-chang-ji's whereabouts and think of a way to save him. Di Renjia and Yang Fan had just walked away when suddenly 2 fast horses galloped over from afar. When they came near, a woman on the horse looked around and said anxiously, he was only delayed at the city gate for a while. Why did I lose sight of him? Ouch! Before she could finish speaking, the woman covered her abdomen with a painful expression on her face. The woman on the horse was in her early 20s. She had a pointed nose and blue eyes. Her skin was the color of wheat that had ripened under the sun. Her body was strong and plump. Although she did not have the elegant and slender appearance of the women of Luojing, she had the exuberant vitality of the grass and wildflowers that grew in the wild valleys and mountains. She was wearing a robe with a lapel and a waist. She had a big belly and looked like she was pregnant. At this time, she was pressing her abdomen with her hand. It was unknown whether the rapid galloping of the horse had affected her pregnancy. The woman on the horse behind her was a girl who was a few years younger than her. She had small lips and a round chin. She was also wearing a robe with a lapel and a waist. She had the same healthy, wheat-colored skin, but she looked like a Han. She had big eyes and a pretty face. Her hair was braided into 3 black braids, but it was still the hairstyle of the Hu people. As soon as she saw the woman pressing her abdomen with her hand, she immediately urged her horse forward and asked anxiously, "Madam, what's wrong? You've been galloping all the way, don't affect your pregnancy. Since Lang has entered the capital, there's no need to worry about not being able to find his whereabouts. Let's find a place to stay first." The woman on the horse pressed her abdomen and endured the extreme discomfort. "No, I must find Lang Jun first." The girl said anxiously, "Since Lang has entered the capital, he must be in prison. Even if we know his whereabouts, Madam won't be able to see him for a while. Let's find a place to stay first. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong, not only will we not be able to save Lang, but we will also lose the baby in our womb." The woman hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, I really can't hold on any longer. Duo, accompany me to find a place to stay first. Then immediately go and find out Longjun's whereabouts. Once you get the news, go to Di Renjia's residence to ask for help. Deputy Envoy Lu told me that only Di Renjia has a chance of survival." Chapter 190. Miao Shunka's family was making arrangements for his funeral. Miao Shunka had a son and 2 daughters, and his 2 sons-in-law also lived with him. The one who answered the door was Wang Qi, Miao Shunka's eldest son-in-law. When he saw Di Renjia and learned that these people were sent by the Empress, Wang Qi hurriedly invited them in. Although Wu Zetian suspected that Miao Shunka was killed, the Miao family did not know. They all thought that Miao Shunka had committed suicide because he could not bear the pressure of Empress Wu. Therefore, the so-called condolences sent by the Empress were naturally a show of crocodile tears, but they did not dare to show this mentality. Di Renjia's old eyes were very sharp. He not only noticed that the grief of Wang Qi and Li Xinguang, Miao Shunka's 2 sons-in-law, was fake, but he also noticed that they had a kind of relief. If it were not for the tall mourning shed, the monks sent by the abbot of Tiangong Temple were chanting the rebirth mantra, and the incessant crying of Miao Shunka's son and 2 daughters, and the heavy atmosphere at the scene, they would have even unconsciously revealed a happy expression. After all, they were not Miao Shunka's biological children. They knew the reason why Miao Shunka hid here and avoided going out, and they had no idea how Wu Zetian would deal with Miao Shunka. It was likely that they had always been worried that they would be implicated and that they would be executed by Empress Wu's decree. Now that Miao Shenke was dead, the noose around their necks could be considered to have been untied. Di Renjie, who was familiar with the affairs of the world, only sighed secretly and did not point it out. He did not tell the Miao family that he was here to investigate the case. After burning incense and worshipping, he chatted with Miao Shenke's son for a while and asked if Miao Shenke had any unusual behavior before and after committing suicide, and whether there were any guests visiting the Miao family that day. As divine guest Miao's disciple, Du Xian also wore mourning clothes and busied himself inside and outside. Suddenly, he saw a rather familiar face among the group of people who came with a fat old man, surnamed Di. After taking a closer look, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it's you." Yang Fan bent down and patted his head. "Little brother, you're here too." When Di Renjie heard their conversation, he turned his head and asked, "Oh, you two know each other?" "Yes," Yang Fan replied. "A few days ago, I received Shangguan Daizhao's order to pay a visit to Scholar Miao to ask for a set of calligraphy. At that time, it was this Xiao Xiongdi who opened the door for me." Yang Fan sighed and said, "I didn't expect that when I come back today, I would be separated from Scholar Miao by yin and yang." Di Renjie's expression slightly changed as he asked, "Is it the day you saved me?" Yang Fan said, "Yes, Miao Shenke staying here was actually equivalent to house arrest." Di Renjie also knew that the person watching over him was Shangguan Wan-er. Shangguan Wan-er was fond of poetry and was specialized in dealing with the court officials. It was a very common thing for her to ask for a set of calligraphy. He nodded and stood up. He said to Miao Shenke's son and two sons-in-law, "This old man will go back now. My condolences." The Miao people quickly returned the gesture. Di Renjie led Yang Fan, Zhang Shitong, and the others out. The Miao people sent them to the main gate and returned. Di Renjie stood outside the main gate and did not leave immediately. He looked at the narrow alley, then looked at the high walls on the left and right, a thoughtful expression on his face. After a while, Shu Asheng quickly walked over. Shu Asheng was Di Renjie's personal attendant and had always been by his side. However, not long after arriving at the Miao family, he disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. Shu Asheng came to Di Renjie's side and bowed. "Ah, Lang," Di Renjie asked, "how is it?" Shu Asheng said, "This lowly one has asked. The peddlers selling dates, walnuts, and incense at the entrance of the alley did not see anyone enter this alley on the day Scholar Miao hung himself." Di Renjie said with a smile, "They can remember it so clearly? These businessmen have been watching this alley for a long time. How can they be sure that no one entered the alley and escaped their eyes?" Shu Asheng said, "This lowly one has asked. They said that because there is only one family with the surname Miao in this alley, the Miao family rarely goes out. Other than the Miao family's servants coming out to buy some vegetables in the morning, no one from the Miao family comes out all day, and no one has ever entered the alley. So they don't need to remember whether or not anyone entered the alley on the day Scholar Miao hung himself. In fact, no one has entered this alley these days." Di Renjie nodded. If that's the case, their testimony can be trusted." He raised his head and looked at the two high walls on the left and right. He said, "If Scholar Miao really did not hang himself, then someone must have forced him to do so, and this person did not enter through the normal path. You see, the left side of this alley is Tianjin Bridge, a busy street with people coming and going. It is impossible for someone to climb over the wall to enter from this side. Behind the house is the Luo River adjacent to Tianjin Bridge. That place is also not suitable for sneaking. As for the rest," Yang Fan said, "then it can only be this right side. The only possibility is that he climbed over the wall to enter from Tiangong Temple. Di Renjie nodded and said, Let's go. Let's go to Tiangong Temple to take a look. Di Renjie and his group walked out of the alley and went around to Tiangong Temple. They saw that the Tiangong Temple was crowded with people entering but not exiting. Before they entered the door, they heard a buzz. Di Renjie could not help but ask, What day is it today? Is there a big ceremony in the temple? Shu Asheng said, This lowly one will go and ask. Shu Asheng squeezed into the temple and ran out after a while. He reported to Di Renjie, Lang, the abbot of Tiangong Temple, is teaching the great cloud scripture to the believers. Di Renjie was a little surprised and said, Oh, there are actually so many people coming to listen to the scripture? Shu Asheng said, I heard that everyone who came to listen to the scripture today will be rewarded with a liter of rice. Di Renjie suddenly understood and said to Yang Fan, Let's go in and take a look. The group followed the crowd into Tiangong Temple. Zhang Shitong and the other guards were still surrounding Di Renjie. They saw that on the high steps in front of the Mahavira Hall, an old monk wearing a red kasaya was sitting solemnly on the altar. In front of the altar, there was a cauldron-style four-legged censer with countless sandalwood incense sticks as thick as an arm. The incense curled around the altar, making it look like a looming heavenly palace. The abbot of Tiangong Temple, Master Yuan Shu, was sitting on the altar and chanting Sanskrit. He mumbled something that no one knew what he was saying. After a long while, he stopped and picked up his bowl to drink some water. A young novice monk at the side said loudly, Be quiet, be quiet. Listen to the abbot's explanation. Abbot Yuan Shu put down his bowl, coughed, and said, The revered one of the world has said, I have reached nirvana, and now have temporarily heard the great nirvana scripture from that Buddha. Because of fate, I have obtained the heavenly body today. It is worth it for me to come out and hear the profound meaning. Giving up the heavenly form is to use the female body as the kingdom's territory. At that time, all the ministers will worship thee as the heir of the king. Since the female has inherited the righteousness, her prestige will rule the world. All the lands in Jambu Kingdom will be worshipped, and no one will refuse. The revered one of the world's words means that after Buddha has reached nirvana, this personal disciple will descend to the human world and rule the human world on behalf of Buddha as a woman. All the ministers and ministers, all the people in the world, and all the barbarians should surrender to her. We all know, after Buddha has reached nirvana, which Buddha will rule the Buddhist kingdom. The believers who were listening to the scripture below the stage were all talking at once, and someone answered, It's the future Buddha. It's the Maitreya Buddha. The Maitreya Buddha is the future Buddha. Abbot Yuan Shu smiled and said, Yes, it's the Maitreya Buddha. And this female empress who descended to the human world to rule the human world is the incarnation of the Maitreya Buddha in the human world. At this point, some of the benefactors with the root of wisdom must have already thought of it. Yes, from today onwards, she will be the incarnation of the Maitreya Buddha in the human world and will rule the human world under the revered one of the world's orders. If the empress becomes the empress, the world will be at peace, and all suffering can be removed. Di Renjie stood in the crowd, shook his head secretly, and sighed softly. Di Renjie had naturally seen through Wu Zetian's intention to become the empress. Di Renjie had a very contradictory mentality towards Wu Zetian. Di Renjie was loyal to the Tang dynasty, but his loyalty was not to Li Tang's family, but to the entire Tang dynasty. Therefore, he did not reject Wu Zetian becoming the empress. From Di Renjie's point of view, it did not matter who the empress was. What was important was that the country was still stable and strong, and that the millions of people in the country could live peacefully. Currently, There was indeed no one more capable than Empress Wu to rule this huge empire. However, he also clearly understood that for thousands of years it had been men ruling the country. Empress Wu becoming the empress would be more of a hindrance than men changing dynasties. Therefore, it would be the best choice for her to control the power as the Empress Dowager. Once she wanted to become the empress, she would inevitably have to carry out massacres, which would inevitably cause great losses to the country. From his personal point of view, he was loyal to this country and also admired Empress Wu's boldness. Therefore, he was loyal to Empress Wu as a person. He supported Empress Wu to rule this country, but the country was already under Empress Wu's rule. He did not approve of Empress Wu's insistence on fighting for the title of empress and the series of methods she had used. At the same time, he knew that Empress Wu was already old. Once Empress Wu passed away, this country would eventually return to the hands of Li Tang's royal family. If the Wu family inherited this country, it would definitely cause greater unrest in this country. The reason was that there was no outstanding person among the Wu family's descendants who could be the ruler of a country. On the other hand, Li Tang had already gone through 3 generations of emperors, and his rule over the Tang dynasty was deeply rooted. This kind of influence was not something that Empress Wu, the daughter-in-law of the Li family, could erase after just a few years of being the empress. No matter how ruthlessly she massacred, it was impossible unless she was given 30 to 50 years to rule this country and at least 10 years to raise an heir. But could she live that long? Di Renjie sighed softly. He suddenly remembered the banquet held by Princess Taiping a few days ago and couldn't help but think the royal family of Li Tang is not thriving, and those who wanted to revive the royal family were all killed by the empress. But as the empress' most beloved daughter, Princess Taiping is not regarded as a threat by the empress. This is the darkness under the lamp. The crown prince and the Prince of Luling are cowardly and mediocre, and neither of them are great talents among the many members of Li Tang's royal family. Only this Princess Taiping is capable. Taiping has invited this old man to a banquet, and all the ministers have come to accompany her. It seems that she intends to get involved in court politics. This is a great thing. In order to obtain the throne, Empress Wu has no choice but to rely on the Wu family. In Taiping's struggle for power, she can only rely on the members of Li Tang's royal family. In this way, she has to do her best to protect the members of Li Tang's royal family. Then there will be a glimmer of hope for the revival of the Li family. Thinking of this, Di Renjie inwardly nodded and made up his mind. Chapter 191. At this time, Abbot Yuan Shu had already explained the meaning of Empress Wu becoming the empress according to the Yun Jing Shu. Behind an incense burner table in the side room, a person suddenly stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs. The empress becoming the empress is an irresistible trend, following the will of heaven and the will of the people. Everyone, if you agree with the empress becoming the empress, please come here and sign your name. After you sign your name, you can take a liter of rice home. As soon as the man finished speaking, 2 shirtless men behind him carried a rice bucket and placed it next to the incense burner table. They put their hands on their hips and looked at the common people below the steps. A few other men carried bags of rice on their shoulders and poured the rice into the bucket. In a short while, the shining white rice had sprung up. When the people saw this, they all rushed forward. Someone anxiously shouted, "I don't know how to read. What should I do? I also want to sign my name. I also want to agree with the empress becoming the empress." That person's face lit up with joy, with one hand holding the blank booklet and the other holding the inkstone. He shouted, "If you don't know how to sign, just put your fingerprint. Come, come, come. After you put your fingerprint, you can get the rice." Di Renjie frowned again. and said in surprise, "Imperial censor Fuyu Yi." Yang Fan was beside Di Renjia. When he heard this person's identity, he couldn't help but take a look at that person. If he had chosen to persuade in order to obtain the throne, then the person standing there now would be him, right? This Fuyu, he was not very old, only in his early 30s. He wore a round collared robe with wide sleeves and a soft hat. He was dressed like a scholar, and his facial features were regular, giving him a good appearance. He shouted loudly, his face flushed with excitement. After all, there were not many people who did not bow down for 5 buckets of rice. Who cares who becomes the empress? Only a fool would not do such a thing if they put their fingerprint on a liter of rice. The people eagerly came forward. Some of the people who did not hear the news beforehand and came to the temple to pray today were glad that they encountered such a good thing. They all rushed forward and put their fingerprint on Fuyu Yi. Then they used their lapels to carry a liter of rice and left happily. Di Renjia glanced at Fu Yi in disdain and said to Yang Fan, "Let's go." The group left the altar and went around the side of the hall of great strength to the front of the second hall, and then continued forward. Along the way, Di Renjia observed his surroundings. Yang Fan accompanied him calmly. He had also heard that when Di Renjia was in charge of the Supreme Court, he handled thousands of unsolved cases in a year, and no one complained. He knew that Di Renjia was a master of torture, but as long as he was not a god who could connect with yin and yang and could capture Shunka Miao's soul for questioning, Yang Fan was confident that he would not be traced back to him. Even if Di Renjia suspected him and had the ability to eliminate the obstacles from Shui Huai, investigate his experience in Luoyang, and confirm that he was the murderer, he would not have a trace of evidence unless he continued to investigate and sent someone to Jiaoji to find out his origin and confirm that there was no such person as Yang Fan there. But it was not easy to do this. Di Renjia was a third-rank official of the imperial court. At the critical moment, when the empress was about to ascend the throne, would he put his energy into investigating this criminal case? Not to mention other things. Just rescuing Heya Changji would involve most of Di Renjia's energy. How could this old man have the leisure? Di Renjia walked all the way back. When he walked near the sutra depository, he looked around and pointed to the high temple wall on the left. He said, "Tiangong Temple is full of incense, and people come and go. With such a high wall, if he wanted to climb over without being discovered, then this is the most likely path." Yang Fan looked around and nodded in agreement. Yes, if someone really forced Miao Shunka to commit suicide, and this person appeared in broad daylight, then this is the most likely place. He pointed to the gap between the sutra depository and the temple wall and said, "Although there are fewer tourists here, it is not to the extent that there is no one. If I were the murderer, I would pretend to relieve myself and choose to climb up from that gap." Di Renjia nodded and pondered for a moment while stroking his beard. He glanced at Yang Fan and said, "You said that if this person appeared in broad daylight, then this is the most likely place. That is to say, there is also the possibility of him appearing at night?" Yang Fan said, "Although Luojing has a curfew and people are not allowed to go on the streets at night, this ban is not a problem for those who can fly over eaves and vault over walls. People with good skills can naturally visit at night." Di Renjia's white eyebrows slightly wrinkled and said slowly, "If that person sneaked into the Miao family at night, then it is even more impossible to find." But he turned his head and looked at the temple wall that was nearly 3 feet high. He smiled and said with certainty, "If such a person really exists, he must have sneaked in broad daylight." Yang Fan was shocked and hurriedly pretended to be puzzled. He asked, "Uncle, why do you think so?" Di Renjia narrowed his eyes and stroked his beard. "Because Miao Shunka hanged himself in the afternoon. If someone sneaked in the middle of the night, then the time should be the night before. If Miao Shenke wanted to commit suicide because of this, it is impossible for his family to not have any abnormalities when he woke up in the morning. He also would not have left no words for his family. Di Renjie pondered and said, I have asked his disciple, Du Xian. That day, Miao Shenke did not have any abnormalities and taught him calligraphy as usual. He even wanted to drink tea. This does not seem like a person who wants to die. Therefore, that person should have sneaked in the afternoon and met Miao Shenke when Du Xian left to brew tea for Miao Shenke. Yang Fan calmly walked over and stretched out his hand to pat the sturdy high wall. He looked up at the top of the wall that was more than 3 feet high and nodded. What Master Di said makes a lot of sense. Di Renjie said, after Miao Shenke's death, the news was reported to the palace. The empress had sent a servant to carefully examine his body. There was not even a scratch or bruise on his body. There were no signs of a struggle. During the process, he was also not drugged to cause his death or coma. Therefore, this hanging himself is very likely that he walked onto the noose of his own accord. The person who came could make him take the initiative to die with just a few words. Di Renjie took a deep breath and put his hands behind his back. He slowly walked under the high wall. After a round of investigation in the Miao family, Di Renjie also believed that Miao Shenke did not hang himself of his own accord. Logically speaking, it was the empress who issued a secret edict to force him to commit suicide. This was the most reasonable explanation. However, the empress had already admitted that she did not kill him. Empress Wu did not have any reason to hide this. Therefore, this case would not be easy to handle because no useful evidence could be found at the scene. They could only deduce from the scene that the murderer was familiar with the Miao family's residence and was agile. The experienced servant had already examined Miao Shenke's body. From the constriction marks, he did not fake the scene of hanging himself after being strangled to death. He was indeed hanged to death. To make Miao Shenke willingly take the initiative to die, the murderer either knew Miao Shenke's current situation and faked the empress edict to force him to commit suicide, or had enough reason to make Miao Shenke believe that since he had come, even if Miao Shenke did not want to commit suicide, he would undoubtedly die. But in this case, the scope was endless. It was possible that the murderer was trying to figure out the emperor's will to cater to the killing. It was also possible that the murderer had a personal grudge against Miao Shenke. If it was a personal grudge, it would be even harder to investigate. Miao Shenke had been Empress Wu's confidant for so many years. Many secrets that could not be divulged were planned and executed by him. If he did not know these secrets, he would not be able to identify the suspect. If he wanted to know these secrets, he had to ask Empress Wu herself. Could he ask Empress Wu how many people she had secretly punished over the years? Could Empress Wu tell him these things? Perhaps even Empress Wu herself had forgotten how many people she had killed. Miao Shenke was dead. The person who was most concerned about the cause of his death was probably the Empress. But the biggest obstacle to investigating this case was also the Empress. Di Renjie smiled bitterly and said to Yang Fan, "Nephew, leave 2 people here. After the abbot of the Heavenly Palace Temple finishes his lecture, ask him if there have been any unusual people entering and leaving the Heavenly Palace Temple recently. Especially on the day Miao Shenke committed suicide, ask if anyone saw any unusual people near the Sutras depository. Although the chances are slim, it is still appropriate to ask." Yang Fan quickly agreed and turned to Zhang Shitong. "Brother Zhang, you..." Zhang Shitong did not wait for him to finish and said, I understand. Zhang Qi, Tianyan, you 2 stay here. After the abbot of the Heavenly Palace Temple finishes his lecture, you 2 can interrogate him." The 2 strong soldiers responded and retreated to the side. Di Renjie looked around again, then walked out. Yang Fan accompanied Di Renjie out. After walking out of the noisy Heavenly Palace temple, he glanced at Di Renjie's back and quickly caught up with him. He asked, "Uncle, what should we do with this case?" Di Renjie put his hands behind his back and looked at the palace. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Nephew, what do you think?" Yang Fan said, "This case is full of doubts. There must be something fishy about it." Di Renjie said, "Yes, but this case is full of clues, and we still don't have a clue. If you want to peel the silk from the cocoon, you have to go back to the source. And this source is difficult. Difficult. Very difficult." Di Renjie shook his head. The group silently crossed the Tianjin Bridge and returned to the front of the palace. Di Renjie said, "He Changji has been escorted back to the capital. At this moment, he is either in the Luoyang Prefecture or the Ministry of Justice. Nephew, send a quick brother to the Luoyang Prefecture to find out. We will go directly to the Ministry of Justice and see where he is now. I want to see him." As soon as Yang Fan turned around, Zhang Shitong said with a smile, I understand. You Ziqing, go to the Luoyang Prefecture. We will accompany Assistant Minister Di to the Ministry of Justice. If He Changji is being held in the Luoyang Prefecture, come back and report as soon as possible." Yu Ziqing agreed and rushed in the direction of the Luoyang Prefecture. The others followed Di Renjie to the Ministry of Justice. Yang Fan whispered, "Uncle, the Minister of Justice is now Zhou Xing. This person, is it appropriate for you to intervene in his case?" Di Renjie said, "How could I not know that it would be better for me to consult the Empress first? It's just that if I don't know what crime Blacktooth Changji has been arrested for, and what evidence he has, even if I ask the Empress, she will not allow me to intervene. Although it is not appropriate to see He Changji first, I believe that the Empress will not be suspicious of me because of this." Yang Fan hesitated. Minister Zhou." "Oh," Di Renjie smiled and said, "You mean Zhou Xing? Zhou Xing is a kind person and easy to talk to. Moreover, when this old man was in charge of the Supreme Court back then, he was a small official under this old man. This little bit of face, he will definitely give this old man." Zhou Xing, one of the 4 most ruthless officials of the Tang dynasty, whose cruelty could make children stop crying, was actually kind and easy to talk to? Yang Fan could not believe his ears. Di Renjie winked at him and said with a mischievous smile, "You have not interacted with Zhou Xing before, have you? If you do not believe this old man, you can see for yourself later. As long as you have not fallen into his hands, he will definitely be polite to you." Chapter 192. The Ministry of Justice's yamen was the same as other yamens. There were only 4 bailiffs standing guard at the entrance. However, upon arriving here, one would naturally feel a different vibe from other yamens. It was a somber atmosphere. Although it sounded mysterious, this kind of atmosphere was definitely there. However, while this kind of atmosphere could make the commoners cower, it could not affect a person like Di Renjie. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Justice's yamen, without waiting for him to say anything, Yang Fan walked up and informed the bailiff of Di Renjie's identity. One of the bailiffs immediately reported it to him. Not long after, a long laugh could be heard from within the yamen. An extremely amiable voice said, "I heard magpies chirping early in the morning, so it is Master Di who has graced us with your presence." Di Renjie winked at Yang Fan. With a light shake of his robes, he stepped forward to welcome the visitor. Following the voice, the refined and elegant Zhou Xing stepped over the threshold with a radiant smile. Just as Di Renjie walked up the steps and was about to bow, Zhou Xing held him up and said with a face full of smiles, "Ayaya, Master Di, what are you doing? Can you not be so courteous?" Aren't you trying to kill me? D. Rengia smiled and said, I am an assistant minister and a minister. There is a difference of one rank between us. It is only right for me to bow when we meet. Zhou Xing replied humbly, Hey, what are you talking about, Grandmaster D? I'm a junior. Back when I was working for Grandmaster D, I received a lot of pointers and teachings from him. In front of Grandmaster D, I'll always be a junior. How would I dare to be arrogant? Master D, please come in quickly. What instructions do you have for me today? As Zhou Xing spoke, he very naturally held onto D. Renjia's arm and helped him into the yamen. He was exceptionally careful as he ascended and descended the steps and crossed the threshold. His attentive manner was that of a person who was extremely respectful to his elders. His expression and actions were definitely not pretentious at all. If not for his fierce reputation, no one would believe that this person was Zhou Xing Di. Renjia allowed Zhou Xing to support him. As they walked into the yamen, he said, Minister Zhou, I really have a favor to ask of you today. Zhou Xing hurriedly replied, You're being too polite, Master D. If you need anything, you can just send someone over to let me know. How could I trouble you? I wonder what Master D needs. Feel free to let me know. As long as it's within my capabilities, I'll definitely do it. D. Renjia said, Ha, this is really a piece of cake for you. Minister Zhou, I don't know if the Duke of Yan is currently imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice's prison or in Luoyang Prefecture. No matter where he is, he's under your control. Minister Zhou, I would like to see him. Minister Zhou, are you willing to help me with this? Hearing this, Zhou Xing couldn't help but exclaim. He stopped in his tracks and asked, Master D wants to see Heya Changji? That's right. D. Renjia also stopped. He was still smiling, but his eyes were very sharp. He stared at him and asked, How is it? Zhou Xing's slightly startled expression quickly disappeared. He sighed sadly and said, Although it's against the law to have a private meeting, since Master D has asked, there's no reason for me to refuse. It's just that. D. Renjia's expression tensed up. He pressed on. It's just that what? Zhou Xing sighed again and said, It's just that this Heya Changji, I'm afraid that even if Master D were to see him, it would be useless. D. Renjia's heart immediately tightened. He asked in a deep voice, Minister, what do you mean by that? Zhou Xing said regretfully, Someone reported that Heya Changji had rebelled, and the Empress issued an edict to bring him back to Luojing for trial. I was still thinking that since Heya Changji has always been loyal to the imperial court, who knows if it might be a false accusation. I was planning to properly investigate the case. If he was really wronged, I might be able to clear his name. Who knew that he would actually hang himself right after being sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison? This person really can't take things too seriously. Hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but be shocked. Heya Changji was a great general of the border who commanded tens of thousands of troops, a dignified duke, and had been escorted all the way to the capital without seeking death. Just after entering the Ministry of Justice's prison, he actually committed suicide, such a serious criminal. Under the strict supervision of the Ministry of Justice's heavenly prison, had actually committed suicide. Zhou Xing shook his head and sighed repeatedly. D. Renjia stopped in his tracks and raised his head. Gazing at the dusk sky, he let out a long sigh. Thank you, Brother Cha. Duo gratefully thanked a messenger from Luoyang Prefecture. She then asked, May I ask where this Ministry of Justice Yamen is located? Seeing her handsome eyebrows, large eyes, and pretty and adorable appearance, the messenger's temper also became especially gentle. After giving her a few more pointers, Duo finally took her leave. Duoduo's wife was a Turkic. She had a foreigner named Aiguli. Because of the civil war between the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate, she had lost her family and clansmen. After experiencing many hardships, She escaped to White River. She had even been raped and had a miscarriage. Later on, she was taken in as a concubine by Heya Changji. After gradually gaining favor, she was made a concubine. Heya Changji even gave her a Han nickname, Chun Nyo. Duo Duo was the daughter of an old soldier who had died on the battlefield. She also had Turkic blood, but because of the mixed blood of the common people in the border area, it wasn't so obvious. Heya Changji pitted her loneliness and adopted her at a young age. Although she was only a maid, he treated her as his adopted daughter. After Chun Nyo married into his family, Duo Duo had always served her. The two of them were like sisters. When Heya Changji was arrested, Duo Duo was accompanying Chun Nyo to the shaman's place to pray for the child in her belly. Heya Changji and his other family members were all arrested. After Heya Changji was arrested on the charge of rebellion, the deputy commander of the Hyuan army, Lu Shirda, secretly instructed Madame Chun to bring all the evidence to Luoyang to seek justice from Di Renjia. Lu Shirda was also a famous general of the Tang dynasty. He had fought against the Tubo Empire and won 8 battles. Heya Changji was the deputy commander of the Hyuan army. He was in charge of farming. The Hyuan army opened up 5,000 hectares of farmland and became self-sufficient in food. Thus, the border army was not affected by the political turmoil of the court and could still maintain a strong military force to intimidate others. Lu Shirda could be said to have made great contributions. Lu Shirda knew Heya Changji very well. He knew that this comrade was loyal to the Tang dynasty and had no intention of rebelling. That was why he took the risk to remind Madame Chun. Di Renjia had seen countless talents in his life, but there were times when he made a mistake. Although he and Lu Shirda were both loyal and capable officials of the Tang dynasty, Di Renjia had always disliked Lu Shirda, probably because of his temperament. Although the two were of the same age, the generous Lu Shirda was like a tolerant elder brother. He never felt disobedient and especially admired Di Renjia's talent. Di Renjia had offended Prime Minister Zhang Guangfu over the distribution of the spoils of war. When he was demoted to Jiangnan, Lu Shirda had written to Empress Wu many times to complain about Di Renjia's injustice. Now that Heya Changji was in trouble, Lu Shirda believed that the only way to save him was to seek help from the resourceful Di Renjia. Therefore, he secretly instructed Madame Chun to go to the capital to find Di Renjia. Chun Niuer had a big belly, accompanied by her good sister Duo Duo. She traveled a long distance and secretly followed her husband all the way to the capital. At this time, she was about to give birth. Duo Duo accompanied her to a rented house and fed her some hot porridge. Seeing that her labor pain was gradually disappearing, Duo Duo let out a sigh of relief. Chun Niuer was worried about her husband. She had just recovered, so she urged Duo Duo to inquire about her husband's whereabouts and find Di Renjia's house to complain about her injustice. Duo Duo inquired along the way and found the yamen of Luoyang's prefectural magistrate. When she learned that the general had been escorted to the Ministry of Justice, she hurried there. When Duo Duo arrived at the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Xing had just seen Di Renjia off. Looking at Di Renjia's receding figure, Zhou Xing laughed coldly and returned to the yamen with a wave of his sleeve. At this time, Duo Duo happened to come over and asked the yamen runner, who was guarding the gate, for news of Heya Changji. Zhou Xing had just returned to his office, but before he could sit down, a trusted subordinate quickly walked in. With a secretive expression, he said, "Minister, just now at the yamen's gate, I saw a woman asking about Heya Changji's whereabouts." This person was one of Zhou Xing's trusted subordinates. His name was Yuan Chaoyan, and his position was not high. He was only a manager of the Ministry of Justice's yamen, so whenever he had the chance, he would do his best to curry favor with Zhou Xing. He often showed his face in front of his superiors. Whenever there was an opportunity for promotion, his superiors would easily think of him. When Zhou Xing heard that it was a woman asking about He Changji's whereabouts, he immediately became suspicious. He Changji had just been escorted to the capital, so not many people knew about him. Even if some old acquaintances wanted to visit him or ask about him, it should be a man. Why was it a woman? This woman was probably not related to He Changji, so it was very likely that she had followed him to the capital. If she was only He Changji's relative or his woman, and had followed him to the capital out of concern for his safety, then it was not a big deal. But he was afraid that Zhou Xing was alarmed. He immediately asked, "What kind of woman?" Yuan Chaoyan replied, "She is young and very pretty." However, she was dressed in Hu attire and looked travel-worn. Her skin was slightly tanned, and her accent did not sound like a native of Luoyang. Zhou Xing's eyes immediately narrowed, like a cat that had spotted a mouse. He pressed, "Where is she now?" Yuan Chaoyan said, as if he was presenting a treasure, "I saw her asking about He Changji's whereabouts at the Yaman's gate." Zhou Xing could not contain his anger. He gave Yuan Chaoyan a resounding slap and scolded, "Bastard! #1 idiot in the world. I'm asking you, where is she now?" Yuan Chaoyan did not understand why Zhou Xing was so angry. Clutching his face, he stammered, Probably still at the Yaman's gate." Zhou Xing sent a flying kick at Yuan Chaoyan. Not daring to dodge, Yuan Chaoyan staggered. Zhou Xing roared, "Get out! Capture that woman and bring her into the residence." Yuan Chaoyan was scared out of his wits. He could not understand how his flattery had backfired. He hurriedly ran out, but by the time he reached the Yaman's gate, the young woman had already disappeared. Yuan Chaoyan hurriedly asked the Yaman runner who was guarding the gate. Yuan Chaoyan was usually a bootlicker and bully, so he had very poor relations with others. Although the Yaman runner did not dare to hide anything from him, he could not be bothered to explain in detail either. He casually pointed forward, and Yuan Chaoyan was like a dog that had seen its owner throw a bone at it, happily giving chase. Chapter 193. Duo was shocked to learn that Ah Lang had committed suicide from the mouth of the Ministry of Justice Yaman. She did not believe that Ah Lang would commit suicide. Commanding an army of 100,000, his name shaking the Tubo and Turkic Khaganate, such an awe-inspiring great general, enduring all the trials and tribulations along the way, had actually committed suicide right after he was imprisoned. With tears in her eyes, Duo hurried back. She wanted to tell Madame this unfortunate news, so she walked very quickly. Yuan Chaoyan chased her to the busy street, only to see people coming and going, bustling with activity. How could he find a woman dressed in Hu clothes? In the Tang dynasty, it was popular to wear Hu clothes outside, and the streets were filled with women in Hu clothes. Helpless, Yuan Chaoyan dejectedly returned to the Ministry of Justice and paced back and forth, not daring to see Zhou Xing for fear that he would be scolded again. After pacing around for a long time, he saw the imperial bodyguard still standing at the entrance of the Yaman. His heart thumping, he asked him, "What did that woman ask all of you about?" When he heard what Miss Duo asked, he was instantly overjoyed. Feeling that he had something to boast about to Zhou Xing, he dared to seek an audience with Zhou Xing. When Yuan Chaoyan saw Zhou Xing, he timidly told him that the woman had disappeared without a trace. Before Zhou Xing could get angry, Yuan Chaoyan immediately flattered him by saying that he had heard that the woman had asked the Yaman runners about Di Renjia's residence. Zhou Xing was infuriated when he heard it and gave Yuan Chaoyan another slap. The force was so strong that even a few of Yuan Chaoyan's teeth fell out. Zhou Xing could not be bothered with this idiot and kicked him away. He began to think urgently, Why did she look for Di Renjie? Is it just to save someone? The plot to frame He Chi Changji is full of loopholes. If she has any evidence, no, I must find her. This matter concerns the ownership of 100,000 border soldiers. This force must be in the hands of Minister Wu. Only then will we have more confidence in the fight for Crown Prince. You go. This lowly one is here. Before Zhou Xing could finish, Yuan Chaonian hurried over. With a mouthful of blood in his mouth, he squeezed out a flattering smile. It looked a little creepy. Zhou Xing thought for a moment and waved his hand. Get out. Yuan Chaonian's smile froze on his face. He didn't even dare to let out a fart. He quickly ran out with his legs tucked between his legs. Zhou Xing shook his head lightly and thought to himself, this won't do. Black-toothed Changji gang has just died, and there's no guarantee that there won't be someone keeping an eye on the Ministry of Justice. Furthermore, the Ministry of Justice is the place where investigations are conducted, and there's a limit to the number of officers we have. We won't be able to investigate this woman. I'll have to report this matter to Minister Wu and have him send someone to investigate. In front of the palace, Di Renjie stopped in his tracks and said to Yang Fan, when Guang Yuan returns home one day, why don't you come to my place for a gathering? Let's have some fun together. Junior obeys. Yang Fan bowed deeply. Di Renjie stroked his beard and said, regarding Shunke Miao's matter, wait for your two companions to find out the truth, then combine it with the documents sent to me by the Luoyang Prefecture, and analyze them one by one before continuing the investigation. This case is complicated and confusing. It is not something that can be solved in a short period of time. Yang Fan responded again. Di Renjie glanced in the direction of the Ministry of Justice and sighed sadly. The light of the setting sun dragged his shadow for a very, very long time. The Di family's coachman drove an ox cart over from afar. Di Renjie stepped onto the cart and waved to Yang Fan with a heavy heart. The cart creaked as it left the palace. Compared to Shunke Miao's death, Di Renjie was more concerned about the situation in Longyu after Black-Toothed Chang's death. Shunke Miao's death was only a matter of one family, but the person who would take over the position of Qingyuan Taoist secretary after Black-Toothed Chang's death was a matter that concerned the safety of the country. Tubo had contacted the Eastern Turks many times to invade Heshi, and Heshi was the barrier of Guanzhong. Guanzhong was the foundation of the Tang dynasty. The sudden loss of a wise commander-in-chief was a great blow to the morale of the army. If a mediocre person were to take over, the situation in the western regions would be out of control. Because of this important position could not fall into the hands of a mediocre person and become a tool for internal strife. But after he returned to the capital, he temporarily stayed at home to recuperate. Even if he was still in court, it was not appropriate for him to interfere in the affairs of the Ministry of War with his status as the assistant minister. What should he do? The ox cart slowly traveled. When it passed by Shangshan workshop, Di Renjie looked through the window at the tall and majestic building of Princess Taiping's residence in the distance. His heart suddenly moved. Since Taiping intends to interfere in court politics, then let's start by seizing the military power in Longyu. The military power in Longyu must be in the hands of a reliable person. We must not open the door to the western regions because of the struggle for the throne. Shenmu must also help this old man. These aristocratic families are incomparably strong in court and in the wilderness. We cannot let that little fox stay out of this. The ox cart traveled from north to south across Luoyang City. Di Renjie sat in the cart, and along the way, he had already made a detailed deduction and arrangement for the military arrangements in Longyu after the death of He Chi Chang. And the military arrangements in Longyu would inevitably involve the political struggle in the court. He also had a plan for the few big and complicated forces in the court. Yang Fan naturally did not think that Haidup Di had already thought so far ahead. But he also knew that Di Renjia valued the death of He Chi Chong far more than the death of Miaoshenka. Looking at him, it seemed that he did not want to let this matter go. Yang Fan could not help but secretly rejoice. Old man Di was really not simple. Today, he only walked around and took a look at the Miaoshenka, but he had almost guessed the entire process of him sneaking into the Miaoshenka and forcing Miaoshenka to commit suicide. This person was really too scary. If he were to go all out to investigate, it was really hard to say whether the clues would lead to him. Fortunately, the case of He Chi Chong had attracted Di Renjia's attention. This old man was much more interested in He Chi Chong than Miaoshenka. Yang Fan calculated along the way and returned to the palace with Zhang Shitong and the others. He reported to the brigade Marshal Su Liang and returned to Jiaqing to rest. In the evening, Yang Fan had finished his dinner and was chatting with Zhang Shitong and the others outside the barracks. Suddenly, he saw a few people walking in the distance. They were all dressed in short clothes and had graceful figures. When they walked, they were like willows swaying in the wind. It was very moving. When he looked carefully, it was Xie Xiaoman, Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and a few other internal guards. Yang Fan stood up and went forward. When Lan Yiqing saw him from afar, a smile appeared on her round apple face. She said excitedly, "Big brother Yang." Yang Fan smiled and gestured to her. He said to Xie Xiaoman, "Xie, it's so late. Where are you going?" Xie Xiaoman said, "There's an important case. Great General Wu Yi ordered us to go out of the palace to help investigate." When Yang Fan heard this, it was not appropriate for him to ask more. He said, "I see. Be careful." Xie Xiaoman glanced at him and could feel his sincere concern. She could not help but smile sweetly when Gao Ying saw Yang Fan's condescending attitude and how he only cared about Xie Xiaoman. She couldn't help but feel a bit sour in her heart. She left Yang Fan's side, but after walking a short distance, Gao Ying coughed and said to Xie Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, you also know that Yang Fan is now on good terms with that person." "Yes, what's wrong?" "If you want to take his love away, you might hurt yourself. Some people can't be touched." Xie Xiaoman was angry and embarrassed. She said, "You really? How can there be such a thing? He and I are brothers, okay?" Gao Ying said quietly, "Can a man and a woman be brothers? If you are brothers with him, then you and I are husband and wife." Xie Xiaoman rolled her eyes and said in a man's voice, "Wife, don't say too much. I know what to do." Gao Ying, Yang Fan watched as Xie Xiaoman and her valiant army of women left. He was about to turn back when Huang Xuchang suddenly came from afar and shouted, "Inform all the brothers who are not on duty today to come to Xian Wu Gate immediately. The great general has an important matter for you." After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Fan, Zhang Shitong, and the rest appeared at Xian Wu Gate. Wu Yi said to them, solemnly, "There's a big case. A few Turkic spies have infiltrated Luojing and have stolen detailed information about our military deployment and weapons. They are preparing to escape back to the Turkic Khaganate. If this information is obtained by the Turkic Khaganate, our Longyu army will suffer heavy losses." The soldiers were shocked when they heard this. Wu Yi continued, "This case is of great importance. I have already sent the inner guards to investigate these spies. Due to the lack of manpower, I have transferred all of you as well. Remember, if you find the Turkic spies, kill them on the spot. But you must bring back the important information they are carrying." Su Liang added, "After you leave the palace, there will be people to receive you. They are two young Turkic women. They have information about the Tang dynasty's military deployment in Longyu. Since the Tang dynasty is negotiating peace with the Turkic Khaganate, this kind of private confrontation should not be made public. So once you catch the two spies, kill them immediately and retrieve the bag. That will be considered a great merit. Wu Yuyi's gaze swept across the faces of the 100 cavalry guards and finally landed on Yang Fan's face. In a deep voice, he said, the palace had previously sent internal guards to track the whereabouts of these two female spies. They had already found their residence, but for some unknown reason, the information was leaked and they were a step too late. They escaped. Now, the inner guards are searching everywhere. Due to the lack of manpower, I have gathered all of you. They escaped from Dao Guang Market. It's getting late, and the curfew will be implemented soon. So the two women can't have gone too far. So your search area will be near Dao Guang Market. Whoever can find them, kill them, and retrieve the bag, I will promote him to brigade marshal. The soldiers were invigorated when they heard this reward. The city gate tower was instantly filled with murderous intent. Wu Yui nodded his head in satisfaction and waved his hand, saying, military orders must be obeyed. Execute it immediately. A series of footsteps carrying a murderous aura quickly left the black tortoise gate tower. More than 50 cavalrymen walked out from the deep and strong city gate hole. It was already nighttime, and they were the last batch of people to leave the imperial palace. The palace gate slowly closed behind them, cutting off the last ray of sunset.